tell the people right now, Pegboard Nerds Monster have you locking at the sound. All of the gyal I go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murder. Me a the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the wire you cut in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Me a the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the wire you cut in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man single, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Now let me see you go off like a bomb.
So high in life, without you I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high, without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want to want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time, 'cause I have lost you, get to thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want to want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why. We used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Right, there's the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound, realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. The power with the power, we charge Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Bring the madness.
Bring the badness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. And cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all.
Right, there's the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. Now, yesterday we announced that God Particle has been disqualified for using some known exploits in the game, but actually, that's not the case. The teams have just been warned, so we are going to be continuing forward with the third map of God Particles, and well, again, another chance for them to bounce back, and also Khumbu Gaming, also Khumbu Esports. So, what are your thoughts on that, CA?
I'm just excited to see that third map going through, and as you said, a significant number of teams found to use that exact exploit. So every single team has been given a strict warning. This is not a case where we're just letting go of it. The teams need to make sure that this does not happen ever again in the future. But at this point, I'm just excited to make sure that we move on forward with the matchups.
Exactly. The third matchup is definitely going to be an interesting thing. So we're going to be kicking things off with the third map that was left between God Particles and Khumbu Esports. Now, it was really back and forth. It was like neck and neck competition between these two teams. But then God Particles later on, it seemed like they started to catch a grip over Khumbu Esports.
Yeah, exactly. God Particles did feel like on the map of Breeze, they were starting to catch up with Khumbu. So they've got to make sure that now they're able to use that momentum, even though it is a completely different day right here, a completely different map. We'll see if they can rally back and stay strong.
It's as you pointed it out, it's a complete new day. We're going to be going through the upcoming matchups as well. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. There are upcoming matchups coming in. For example, Exceeli versus NODWIN Gaming, and a couple of more global esports team Exploit as well. So there are a lot of matchups coming up in the front. But let's take a look at the prize pool. $30,000 on the line. First place, of course, getting $15,000. Second place, $7,500. Third and fourth, getting $3,000 in their pockets. And the MVP of the tournament, getting $1,500.
Yeah. A lot of money up for grabs here, Necro, and as you said, the MVP of the tournament is what we all keep our eye on. But I think today, the prize pools are what is going to really motivate the team, because we've already got 2 teams in the bag for the Grand Finals weekend. Velocity Gaming as well as Enigma Gaming have made their way to the Grand Finals weekend. So now today we get to see if 2 more teams, which 2 teams will be able to make it there. And that's where I think it gets really interesting, because so far we've got 2 Indian teams, so a lot of hopes on the line for Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, every single region trying to get their representative into the top 4.
Exactly, and we still have 1 more Indian team in a runner-up, including Global Esports, so they're still looking to secure their spot in the top 4. So as you mentioned, a lot of chances. One more slot or 2 more slots are still left there.
I know they're an Indian team, but we have to remember we have our defending champions still struggling to make it to the finals weekend, you know, so that's quite a big deal. We'll see if the defending champions can even get to the finals weekend where they can defend their championship truly, or if they're going to fall one step too short. And it is a recurring phenomena, you know. It happened with Sentinels back in Reykjavik to Berlin. It happened with the winners of Berlin themselves. So every single time it does feel like a team that has made it to the top does fall down in the next immediate tournament. Yeah. But you never know. Maybe GE will upset that trend with this tournament.
I mean, exactly, right? When you're the top of your game, you don't really know what to do at that point, because it's like, it's really hard to come up with new strategies. When you're not really that top of the game, you at least have someone to look up to. You're like, okay, this team does that well. Let's try to see how they play. But when you're all the way on the top, it's really hard to keep re-innovating, like, you know, new stuff over and over again. And even if you are just repeating the same stuff, you are at the top of the game, and all the people, all the teams that are right underneath you, they're going to have your eyes locked. They're going to have their eyes locked on you to take you down. So of course there's going to be a lot of research done on you. But let's take a look at the viewer rewards, exclusive merchandise for all you guys, lucky winners every day. All you guys need to do is go ahead on your social media accounts, make a post saying hashtag VCC, and also tag @NODWIN Gaming in that post for a chance to win this exclusive merchandise.
Yesterday, somebody tagged one of my weird facial expressions on Twitter as their entry to the post. So you can get creative with your posts as well, guys. It was quite funny to see. But hey, talking about the merchandise itself, this exclusive limited edition jackets available on gullyactive.com. Make sure you go check that out as well.
Yeah, exactly. Nice bomber jackets, dude. They look pretty sick. But yeah, gullyactive.com is the site. You guys can go ahead and buy those exclusive jackets, and they're limited edition. That means they can probably run out of stock soon, so make sure you guys are getting your hands on those as quick as possible. Moving forward, let's take a look at the map selection. Yesterday we did see the Decider is going to be played on Bind. So Bind, of course, is one of those maps that both these teams are well aware, well known of. It is the OG map, so I don't know how things are going to be looking like on the map of Bind, because Khumbu picked up Heaven, so I don't know why I feel like Khumbu will still have a little edge over God Particles in Bind. But God Particles, we've seen them play at the last time, and God Particles is a pretty solid team.
And as you can see, I mean, it's been a long night, man. I'm not even gonna lie. It got to, but just building up my energy right here. As you were saying, God Particles is a solid team. I still believe in Khumbu, though. I genuinely feel like, especially given their Breeze performance, they're the kind of team that can just pull it back and stay strong. And I think that's where, for both of these teams, it becomes a true test, because this is not even the end of their day with this map, right? They have to keep going forward. They need to try and find a way to upset someone like Exploit, who's waiting for them in the next stage. So yeah, yikes, it's not an easy way, but at the same time, I think if you gotta get it done, you gotta get it done. And talking about getting it done right now, we're gonna go on to Bind. Thin on Astra, that's not something I expected. This is going to be very, very interesting going forward, because normally I'd expect Thin to play that Sova role. Maybe Cluster or Slumber picks up the Astra. So we'll have to see how this works out. But Asite on Raze, and otherwise, for the side of God P2, a very standard composition.
Exactly, pretty standard stuff, nothing really special from both the sides. So Again, as I mentioned, it's going to be really hard to point out a winner over here on the third decider map. And decider maps are always those maps that both the teams are equally good on. So, as I mentioned, it's going to be really hard to point out a winner because Ascent from the side of Khumbu Esports has been putting on a show. On the other hand, some of the players from God Particles that we feel like should have been able to activate themselves, but the later stages on the VCC, they have been shutting down pretty slowly and steadily. So I don't know how things are going to be looking. Like Knight Rider yesterday, he had some poppy moments, but still not as poppy as we saw him in the first time. Him pretty much in the first time of VCC.
100% Necro. It was not necessarily the same level that we saw from Knight Rider as we've seen from the past, but right now, what's especially key is that we go on to bind a fresh day, a fresh start, and fresh hopes for both of these teams as they look to make their mark and secure their spot against the side in the match of Team Exploit. But right now, it's Khumbu Esports off to a great start. A proactive push down hookah. They've got one. Another picked up as well. And Khumbu already with a 2-man advantage real quick into this round.
Yeah, they're looking really good. And now they're also looking to take out the SOA right in front of them. Thin is the man. He should be able to at least connect some S shots. We've seen Thin. I trust his capabilities of putting on an absolute show. There we go. Takes out another one too. Let's just start throwing it out. And now it's a 2-on-4. Khumbu Esports kicking things off on a really good note. And we've seen Khumbu Esports always are able to get these pistol rounds in their hands, which is what is helping them out quite a lot. Ember, nice gravity well combination with the Viper's smoke to shut them down.
Set of plays from both of the teams, but I think again, Necro, what's important is that what we saw yesterday, right? Both of these teams, they really seem to thrive in their ability to adapt to the other team. Now, right now, what you notice in that first round is Thin is continuing his vein of form. Extremely good he was on both of the maps yesterday, and it seems like this guy is a high-pressure player. You know, he thrives when the stakes are high, and he shows up when it matters the most, and he's certainly showing up right now, at least in the pistol. We'll have to see if he's able to continue that form throughout the rest of the rounds. But right now, God Particles, the way they usually like to play is in the first few rounds, they go for those aggressive bursts, and then they start playing much more on the basis of rotations. We're going to see in the later rounds a lot more teleport usage, a lot more fakes from the side of God Particles. But right now, their strategy quite telegraphed. They give their presence away in B long, and okay, hold on. Actually, God Particles already starting off with their fakes and teleport usage, leaving Knight Rider down B long. They go for the teleport down into A.
But Khumbu Esports are pretty much ready. They're just waiting for them to funnel in. But no, here we go. God Particles still trying to play some mind games, and now I'm pretty sure they're going to try to execute the A side from A short. But there's a huge setup ready with 2 Astra stars. I don't think so. They're not going to go for that. There's no way. That'll take a little bit too many time. And yeah, look at the Viper walls ready as well for the hookah take or for the U-Haul take. So that's what they're actually going for. Nice shock dart. Yeah, actually, it seems like, yeah, there we go. That's the plan. Did a lot of chaos, caused a lot of chaos right there, but we do have Sky as well watching the back, so that's one of those
actually
things.
very well done by God Particles because they burn a lot of the defensive utility placed by Khumbu early into the round, which means that now on this B side, it's only down to the weaponry, but Khumbu make that weaponry count. Plus a big one each, it should be a simple enough round.
It shouldn't really be that big of a deal for Khumbu Esports to take him down because, of course, it's just Unico. I honestly feel like these kind of strategies should not have been revealed until an actual rifle round. But what do you think?
No, I actually really like it early because it sets up the fear in the minds of the opponents. In rifle rounds especially, or even in later eco rounds, you can't just go for the aggressive burst that you haven't gone for. It's all about how you want to set up your defaults, right? Now the way they've done it is that they like to take early control on the map, and then they're going to play on the basis of their information around the map, try to get rotations on while burning the defensive utility. And that last point is extremely key. With a composition like the one Khumbu Esports have, the race over Sky. Yesterday I was watching the NA VCT. It was same when Exceeli was playing C9. Very similar composition battles, and the reason one team was able to come out on top of the other was that they were able to continuously burn that defensive utility. So I really want to see if Khumbu are able to find a way to circumvent this issue, because otherwise God Particles just going to play them like a fiddle.
And still, it's just the first 2 rounds. Cluster is out the game.
Yeah.
Things are literally technical issues on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
comeback cluster.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this issue should be resolved as quickly as possible, and we should be able to get back in the game. I don't exactly know what the issue is here with Cluster, but another good news for Khumbu Esports is that this is their bonus round. Now, burning through the utilities, again, I feel like...
Yeah. At this point, I think, as you were saying, burning through the utility is a very important factor here. But in this round, just as important, it's going to be God Particles on there by Khumbu on a full bonus lecker. So Khumbu looking to just burn the weaponry and the economy of God Particles in this round, while God Particles hope to maintain a stable balance. And right now, though, we're not going to see any of that. It's just going to be a technical break.
Technical break after first two rounds, round win for Khumbu Esports. Now, we did see Clusters disconnected a little bit, but this gives us another time to talk about how these two teams functions. Now, Khumbu Esports, we saw, they're one of those teams that when it comes to the mechanical aim, they're on the point. But then, slowly and steadily, they have started evolving even in the strategical standpoint. On the other hand, if you take a look at a team like God Particles, their strategical standpoint is right there, but the problem is they're just not able to win those initial duels sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where the simple aspect of what we know about both of these teams. God Particles, very much a team that is proven to be extremely disciplined, but maybe a little stubborn when you look back to the map of Haven, for example. Very set in their ways, and this can be a big strength for them. It can also be a big weakness. It really depends on how a team like Khumbu is able to use their reliability on their strong points to try and push through and give them a basic advantage. But right now, I do think that given the fact that Khumbu is playing more of that meta composition, they do have slightly more options as compared to that Jet that God Particles is playing, which on the attack, yeah, definitely has no issues. But as soon as the half switch and the Jet goes on to the defense, is heavy reliance on Knight Rider's operator to cover up for the lack of utility.
Heavy reliance. Indeed. But over here, Exceeli is the man who pretty much can stand tall against Knight Rider. And we've been talking about how Knight Rider isn't able to activate himself. On the other hand, Exceeli has been a man in form since a long time now. So it's going to be really hard to shut down a man like Exceeli, but still now he's playing Raze. I haven't really seen a lot of clips of Exceeli himself playing Raze, and I'm pretty sure he has to be pretty comfortable with playing that role too.
Yeah, he is quite comfortable playing that role, but it does mean that he does not really he's not as simply able to op as he does on the Agent of Jet. So we'll have to see if he still likes to pick it up, because I think it would be quite a questionable move. But we've seen him himself do it a couple of times. We've seen SK Rossi, where GE play this exact same composition, do it a couple of times and pick up that operator on the race. So it really does come down to how they want to react to what God Particles wants to do. And that's where I think this round very important now. As we were talking about, this is going to be a bonus for Khumbu. I believe Cluster not back just yet, so I guess we made the ritualistic sacrifice to the tech break gods. Okay.
Oh no, man. Damn it. I don't know how long this tech break is going to last. Imagine already starting the day off on this kind of a note. Blows. Ended it on a sad note.
Surprised.
And started it on a technical break, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, it's kind of like a common thing in VCC now. This year, at least 2022.
Not just VCC. Like, to be honest, yesterday I was watching a bunch of VCT. I was watching some LEC for everyone who knows what that is, and I feel like this is a standard issue in esports in general. Like big events, small events, medium events, irrespective of what size the event is, tech breaks plague every single person.
Man. And I feel like especially more the casters itself.
Oh, yeah.
Has to be. Because it's kind of like the podcast hours at that time.
And the players.
And the players too, yeah, of course. Because they're like, hey, please, man, come back. You know, if your team is disconnected, you're like, God damn it, man. Hopefully, this technical break is there and Cluster is able to return in the technical break. Because if he's not, then the game will be starting with only 4 men. And Khumbu Esports will be handicapped big time here. We've seen the same kind of moment happening in their own regional finals against one of the teams in the Nepal region, if I'm not wrong. And now if it happens with Khumbu Esports, then that'll be a little bit of more unfortunate ending too. I think so it was Deadshot who got disconnected on the map of Split.
Yep. And for Yun Gaming, it was quite unfortunate. I really hope it doesn't happen again. Cluster, start moving. We give you the energy. Let's go. Make it happen.
I don't know, man. Looking quite tough.
Nope.
Cluster, come on, come back. I'm pretty sure soon we're going to be running out of time. I think so there's like 5 minutes.
You gotta start singing for Cluster, like something like the Witcher song maybe. Like toss a coin to your cluster.
I haven't really heard about that song, so I don't know much.
What? Oh my.
Yeah.
Have you not seen the Witcher TV show? Or played the Witcher games?
I've played the Witcher game. I haven't seen the series, no.
Hawk out!
No.
Blinded.
Okay, well, unfortunately, Cluster's not going to be back, so we're going to be starting with a 4v5. So at least one more thing that's good for Khumbu Esports is that even if they do lose out of this round, it's not going to be that much of things to lose out on. But with that initial trade, now they're left on a 4-on-4, so now this certainly seems a little doable. Moonlight's quite low, but Ascent is able to shut down the man right in the front. Emperor goes down as well. Imagine if God Particles do actually lose out on this one. That'll be a little problematic. 4-on-3 situation. God Particles are sweating it out for sure. Moonlight with the Sheriff in the hand. All the way in the back of the defender spot. Now looking to approach the elbow area. The flank from Thin can be a crucial one as well, as he's going to cut off the lifeline of Logista, and he takes him down. Now it's a 2-on-4. Also gets Vandal in the hand as well. Thin.
4v5 in a bonus round? What is going on?
Yeah, this is...
Particles.
I don't know. This is not the God Particles that we know for sure. Levi shuts him down too. And now it's all down to Shivy. Shivy doesn't even have a lot of HP. Only 56. Make it 41 now. There we go. Thin peeks out. Thin is going to shut down Shivy. 4v5 won by Khumbu Esports against God Particles. What is going on with God Particles? We have to wonder.
Question mark in the chat, please. Question marks in the chat. I mean,
like,
nothing to take away from Khumbu. Right here, like, I'm not sure what God Particles are trying to do. They get caught out by a simple guiding light. Surely you have to expect that. The B-long guiding light is one of the most basic ones. We see regularly when teams are pushing as a 3-stack down B-long, they have one player turned around to play the anti-flash angle while 2 players move forward. As soon as the flash is heard and it comes through, the anti-flash player turns back and the other try to dodge. And that's a simple strategy that we see almost every top team use, but God Particles getting caught out unaware and losing a 4v5 round, I get it, that's completely different. Khumbu is on defense, it's much easier to play 4v5 as compared to attack. But losing a 4v5 bonus round? Huh? What?
I don't know. Yeah. That's what I said, right? As soon as he got the first initial kill, I was like, okay, now this sums it up. They pretty much equalized the man advantage now. And now, as soon as another man was taken down by a city, I was like, oh, now this is not really looking that great for God Particles.
Let's go.
And this is what I'm saying, right, CA? We talk about winning the individual aim duels, and this is where God Particles are struggling in itself. If they're just not able to win the individual one-on-ones, then how are they going to win even the round?
Yeah, man, it's looking very
tough out here.
Difficult right here for God.
They're down
Particles.
bad.
Look, even Knight Rider is 0-3 right now. We've seen what happens when Knight Rider is not able to find his form itself. So nothing looking great for God Particles right now. But it's the man I talked about, Knight Rider, leading the charge. Gets helped with the gravity well, and with another frag picked up by Logi, suddenly the tables have been turned. Like, this map is already confusing the heck out of me.
Plant the spike.
Exactly, so slower approach is not the name of the game. Just keep the pedal to the metal. If you're going to be really quick with the side take, this is where Khumbu Esports are going to start to struggle, because if you give them more time to read what you're doing, then of course Khumbu Esports, things will be looking way easier for them without a doubt. Levi shuts down Scar God, so this retake's on now. It's a 4-on-2 situation. Still looks pretty tough to make it happen, but they're trying their best to at least get some frags on the board. There's a man lurking in the back. They should check their backs for sure, but Ember peeks out. Shuts down
Wow.
Thin, and it's a thrifty round from the start of God Particles as well. Oh, it's because the coach bird is back.
Tim is back and he's giving them the motivation they need. But yeah, like in all seriousness, I think what's really weird is once again the fact that Khumbu go
Last
for the
player
exact same
standing.
setup. God Particles understanding that the Raze is most likely going to be playing alone. Again, a very simple gravity work combined with an aggressive push in from Knight Rider. And I think that's what caught them off guard. Because you're not really expecting to play against a Jet usually in this composition. You're expecting to, say, have the Boombot come out and you trade utility for utility. But that's the power of the Jet. You can push in aggressively, take value out of the sky flash coming out, of the gravity well coming out instantly, and turn it into a more off-frame view. Talking about utility, though, a ton of utility invested by God Particles into taking this A site, and they do so also successfully.
Yeah, they do so. 3 players were stacked on the A side, and no stopping now. It's all down to Ascent, and there we go. The final man's AFK. Should be able to shut him down. It seems like God Particles aren't really aware of that fact. They don't know if it's back or not, so yeah, there we go. Now he knows. Final man's AFK. Gonna go ahead and confirm the kill. And yeah, God Particles. Happy faces for sure, because they know now it's a 4 and 5, so...
W Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense.
I thought guys, if it's 4 or 5, just W, you have a man advantage already. And it makes the matter very, very simple. But right now, talking about making the matter simple, Khumbu are going to be relegated to an eco, and this is not how we wanted to see this map go after everything that's happened. I just wanted to see a normal map with the teams giving their best against each other, unfazed by external issues, but nope. Right side.
That's a little bit too much to ask here. But yeah. God Particles, again, a slower approach. Don't personally like this, not really a big fan of this. But again, they can try, and whatever works for them, if it is working for them, then they can go ahead and try. And yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. Slower approaches do not work for God Particles. All the time they've been struggling with the slower approaches. And now we're left on a 3-on-3 situation because Cluster's AFK, so it's a 3-on-3 now. Viper's Pit inbound on the A site. Levi looking to shut down Ember, but no. A nice slick peek coming through. Shuts him down, and now it's a 2-on-3 situation. God Particles having a clear man advantage. Oh no, this Bucky can be a little damaging from Moonlight though. So watch out. Ekes out. Ember's aim is trained. Shuts him down. A nice tap coming through. And now it's all down to Cluster, but Cluster's not in the game anymore, so yeah, it should be a free kill.
30 seconds left.
The round picked up for God Particles, and now they get into a position where they can really start pushing their momentum and
Spike down.
accrue a lead for themselves. I don't even know what to say, man. This is just
One enemy remaining. You're welcome.
They're struggling, man. Nothing can be done, ladies and gentlemen. This is an issue from their side, so we already give them a 5 minutes technical break.
Blocking sight.
Yeah, nothing can be done. It's just the external circumstances that
Yeah.
mess up our viewing experience. The players
It's more so like if you are up in the tournament for this much, you got to make sure you're at least having a power backup or internet backup. I don't know. These are the players' responsibilities to try and get something done. But yeah, God Particles now. Easy stroll on the site with the cosmic divided use too. Shouldn't really be that big of a deal. On the default box, the plant goes down. Snake Bat's out as well. And now it seems like, yeah, pretty much. Khumbu Esports, they're trying their best to fight back. A 3-on-3 again. Can be a little bit of glimmer of hope. Showstopper's out as well, all the way to bathroom to gain the control. Ascent finds a man with the Showstopper, make it a 2-on-2. A nice quick shutdown. And now it's 2-on-1. Ascent is a man you do not really want to challenge one-on-one duel against, but Shivi has to flush this out. He doesn't have a lot of time left. But there we go. Finally they win, and oh, a little bit of BMCA.
I mean, they're winning 4v5. They deserve to BM all they want. She's got particles though. You should not be giving those aim deals away, especially when she's on the Hunter's Fury. Like, okay, right here, it's a 4v3 advantage, you know. They're able to push into side. They're able to get the shot down. What I'm confused about is why they don't do it together. Why don't they push shot together? Why don't they push showers together? Why don't they play the post plant together? When you have an inherent man advantage because of a DC, all you gotta do is play together and trade for each other and you win the round. 100% guaranteed.
Yeah, this is 4v5 and it's still going close. I don't understand why God Particles respecting them so much. They should just start rushing. I mean, by respecting, I mean, like, I don't know, it just feels like God Particles are playing it scared. Even though they have the man advantage, they should straight up be W King.
Like, this is their style, though. They play it slow, and that's what the issue is. This is why I meant maybe a little stubborn in a bad way, too, because they refuse to change in situations.
Nice stun. Yep, there we go. Khumbu Esports is just going to keep on exploiting you with the utilities. Moonlight himself goes huge, and now each and every single player from Khumbu Esports is able to step it up to the mark. They're trying their best to fill the void that it is in their roster currently. And it doesn't matter. 4v5 happens again, and look at that. Clearly pumped. Moonlight is looking really happy, and he's pumped up. He's like, all right, bring it in. We don't need our 5th man. 4 men are enough. For a team like God Particles.
Back too, let's freaking go.
Is he back?
Yeah, I just saw his camera turn on.
Woo! Cluster's back, so let's go.
Man, God Particles, I'm sorry, but if this is the way you're playing, you do not deserve to go to the next round right now, because this is honestly horrendous. Why are they single peeking again? Elbow, it's very confusing. They go for the aggressive rush. I like that. They use the Hunter's Fury proactively. I like that. What I don't understand is why they peek one by one into Moonlight. Like, again, maybe disrespecting Khumbu right here. Maybe not thinking at all. But again, a nice flash setup by Moonlight. You can see these are the small things Khumbu does with perfection. You saw King doing on the map of Ascent. Moonlight does it right here. Flashing behind him and then moving forward so that the person in front of him gets flashed, but he doesn't.
Oh, the man's back is ball cluster. We finally see him moving on the map, and there we go. Moonlight. Khumbu Esports is now in heights, and I think so. This is pretty much a dunzo. God Particles,
the way Moonlight is pumped, man.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, man. He's pumped up. His adrenaline's pumping. His veins as well are just pumping a lot of blood right now. Look at this. Peeks out, but unfortunately loses that aim duel. So now it's down to the final man, Moonlight, to clutch it out. He's pumped up. He's feeling it right now. He's in the form. Is he going to be able to clutch it out, though? I still feel like it's a little bit too much to ask. Still moves in the site, fights one. Looking to get the second one as well. But oh, unfortunately, Knight Rider goes huge this time from God Particles.
Yes.
Alright, to be fair, maybe we counted Khumbu's chickens a little too early before they hatched.
No, so I'll tell you, even though Cluster was back, he didn't get enough time to buy. He was back in the mid-round.
I do get that. Yeah, I do get that, but what I'm trying to say is that God Particles are not a team that just lightly goes down, you know. Even if they've been making some blunders in the early rounds, they are the sort of team that is able to easily reset and bounce back because they've been through extreme thick and thin thins together, especially the thins. So I'm sure they'll be able to take care of this thin.
Oh no. Let's see though, Cluster's back. And he has a decent amount of money too to buy a weapon at least in his arsenal, so he's gonna go ahead and do that. Trailblazer to clear it out. Again, nice shock darts to try and deny the entry. Knight Rider's already made the entry though, so.
Kind of wish he'd pulled out the Odin. Just for the mental edge, like, I will spam!
Cluster is one of those players, he is kind of like, again, he's kind of like Stranger, if you remember.
Yeah.
He's kind of like a star player at the same time. He tries to be the backbone of the team as well, so he's not going to go in and do that. Just buy the Odin and try to spam him out. But yeah, the Cabbages out on the site. The Seekers are able to reveal a lot of info. The Recon Dart as well is going to give some decent info as well. Now they know the man's in the tube, but the man advantage heavily favoring, but okay, scratch that, not anymore. Make it equal, trades happen, and now it's a 3-on-4. Blade Storm's available in the hands of Knight Rider, and I'm pretty sure he's not going to go for it just yet, taking a decent amount of damage from the snake bite as well. And there we go. retake just seems next to impossible, but okay, it seems possible now. Levi, 2 quick kills on the board. Thin looks like he's gonna back out. Keep this in mind, the spike still hasn't been planted.
And see, God Particles trying to play mind games. Fake the plant right here too, but now
10 seconds left.
Scargard is not sure where to check, but Levi misses the initial shot and gives away his location. Now Scargard with the guiding light knows one player is elbow, one player is coming from defender side spawn. So all you gotta do is really play together. They don't play together, which was a little scary, but they win their duels, so they were able to pick up the round. And now a 5-5 on the board. This game's starting to get to that high-octane tempo matchup that we truly expected. Down to the wire between both of these teams. They're neck and neck battling for their life.
Yeah, neck and neck indeed, man. They're just not letting any like small things slip by from their hands, and they're just able to always win these duels. But yeah, they should have played it off of each other, but it's fine. They went for the individual duels. They actually won it this time, so God Particles doing a good job winning those. Nice flash. Logisto will be shut down. That's the controller out the board. Ember taking a lot of damage. You should have backed off, Ember. You've got the spike as well. You give the spike control, and now Khumbu Esports, they're just going to go ahead and camp all that spot right there. What a man. Yeah. Oh no, Shivy. Uh-oh.
Silence. Caution here.
They also have a
Revealing
crossfire.
area.
The recon got shut down.
Last player standing. Thrifty.
Oh my god, a thrifty round.
Silence.
One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Yeah, I honestly feel like the setup over here, on even though if you're on the attacking side, you should have expected pushes coming through from Hookah. Not even that. It's like, as soon as you realize the enemy team's on an eco, the push should be expected. So you pretty much set up a crossfire. Yeah. That is true.
A couple of technical issues for me there. But yeah, I was saying, as soon as you
Caster's
see
pause.
that Deep Star down on A short, you've just got to expect that aggressive push coming down A short, because when is there ever a scenario that an eco push comes without Astra utility? It's always down to star placement. So very weird that God Particles unexpected, but very, very well done by Khumbu Esports.
That is true as well. But now again, oh, good 2 flashes. And still, nothing really gained a lot here. Not a lot of things to report from the players. Khumbu Esports are just going to play it disciplined. They don't need to do anything. They're going to let God Particles just walk in their trap. And as I mentioned, that's what they're going for. Oh, loses this duel right there, but it's fine. Thin from the back will try to trade it out, but no, it's going to be the case. Still man advantage heavily favoring God Particles, and now they're winning these engagements. God Particles look like they're back in their form. Hunter's Fury utilized as well, but a little too early from Cluster. Not really finding any mark on the site.
Especially because he had the recon. I wish he'd set up the recon in that moment. He went for the Hunter's Fury. And you see how much information he gets. Then he could have gone for the Hunter's Fury and got a lot of value out of it. But instead, with that gone away, Cluster with an impossible task. Shivi is just saying the voice line for the sake of saying the voice line, because it's Ember who picks up the kill. Make sure that Cluster's got no way to pull off that clutch. But yeah, a good push in from Knight Rider, again creating that space to allow his team to plot it.
But a nice team ace coming through. 6-6 is the score line. And it's the second half that we're going to move on now. Both these teams are pretty much neck and neck to each other. Things are going back and forth. It's like if one team wins one round, the enemy team instantly wins the other round as well. So I'd said this is going to be really hard to say which team's going to come out on top, but Exceeli from the side of Khumbu Esports this time isn't really able to be the playmaker. But it's okay. If players like Moonlight are there to fill up his shoes, then it's all that's going to matter. You know, as long as you have a couple of players who are going to try to fill your shoes, when you're not able to activate yourself, that's something that can help your team out quite a lot.
We're talking about activating themselves, so Ember getting caught out in a very bad position there. The Astra should not be peeking, especially when you've got a Trailblazer coming into you. Just break it and leave. But instead, he tries to peek out, hoping to catch someone out there, and gets caught out himself. And without the Astra, it's really down to some sick shots from Knight Rider. And well, Knight Rider says, "CA, you talk, I show."
Exactly. Knight Rider hits the first shot. And now pretty much holding a close angle in U-Hauls as well. All he needs to do is just hit 2 body shots, but no, he's not able to do so. Logista, the best gun in the game, strikes again. The right click is just too good. Finds another dink, and now pretty much, yep, there we go. The final man will be shut down as well. Not really a lot of struggle shown from God Particles winning that previous round, because it was a quick push coming through even from the side of Khumbu Esports.
And what's especially key right now is that Khumbu Esports, they won't fall into this trap where they almost let the momentum that they've gained through their defensive half, let them inhibit their approach in the attacking half. That they remember that they're a team that is very much dependent on playing synergistically. They're a team that is very strong, playing committed to the playstyle that they truly love. Right
Toxins going up.
On the Eco, God Particles with the Spectres on the anti-Eco, looking to push their lead even further. Look at Knight Rider, he's got himself a very aggressive position down B long, giving a lot of info to his team.
Oh no. Shock Dart went out too. There we go, this round should be easily won. Scarcott, iffy aim as well. But it's okay, as long as they're able to win these duels.
Down,
It's all okay. It's
one enemy remaining.
Of course, an anti-eco round from their side, and the enemy team's on an eco. Flawless round flowing through for God Particles.
Yeah, if Nitro doesn't make that push happen right there, Scarcott ends up dying here. Cluster gets a weapon upgrade, and everything might go different.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Significant, a lot more damage would have most likely been seen on the side of God Particles, but instead they get a flawless round. They get to play on a pure bonus right here. Not entirely a pure bonus, because you can see Shivy, he went for the ghost, so he's actually gonna elect to upgrade, but in true support style, gives the upgraded Vandal to his star player. Knight Rider with the Vandal now. That's what I love.
Vandal in the hand. Spectre in close range. On a complete bonus, God Particles, that is. If they win this, that's going to mean quite a lot for God Particles. But if Khumbu Esports loses this, then God Particles will be able to get a grip on the Khumbu Esports economy. Still, nothing really much happening here. First engagement comes through. Cluster peeks out, a confident peek coming through from his side. Wins that duel, but Logista now trying to make an off angle. Posts himself up on the right side, while Knight Rider as well. Just going to move in a little closer on the long to create a crossfire. Short 2 players spotted. Ember trying their best.
I think the plan for Khumbu Esports here is to go for a late teleport and burst Shovers in the base of that, but it all comes down to Moonlight finding this initial frag. As soon as he does that, the call has to come through to go for the TP. But instead, look, they spotted out the rotations coming in from Hookah, so they call for their own TP, they take the B side for themselves, and Khumbu Esports utilizing the options they have with the Sova Sky composition to perfection, establishing presence and taking control of multiple parts of the map at once. Just very well done from them as a whole.
Indeed, very well done for sure. Ember is going to be stuck out. Yeah, the bonus round's not won by God Particles, so it's okay. It's still, ladies and gentlemen, nothing really to worry about. They're going to have enough money to buy rifles even in the next round, so God Particles can try and at least regain their lead back or regain the momentum in the rifle rounds. But for now, Khumbu Esports are getting things in their hands in that after that previous round. So scoreline is going to be 7-8. If Khumbu Esports win another round, that means God Particles will be pushed on in eco. So Khumbu Esports will be able to probably get the lead.
Most definitely. If Knight Rider on this operator, we talked about how important this operator is on the defensive half to compensate for the lack of race utility. But right now he just gets stunned. He has to just tailwind on out of there. And that's some key utility burned from Knight Rider. But a lot of utility invested to take down the operator. They haven't found value just yet. Moonlight moving in though. He's going to find both Shivy and Knight Rider. And Moonlight is on a tear. He's a man on a mission. Ever since that 4K, he's just been pumped up and ready to run.
Makes a lot of sense too. Those are the kind of moments you really need to pump you up. And there we go, Ember. Oh no, he's being double peeked by from both these sides. Kind of an awkward spot. ScarGod is the only man left alive. He's probably going to go for a save, and yes, that's what he's going for. Doesn't have any other option, ladies and gentlemen. Khumbu Esports, what a take coming through.
ScarGod should just go for the save right here, and yep, he's going to do exactly
that. The bird is telling him something. Look, you see, he's also shaking his head. He's like, yeah, I'm doing that exactly that.
Come on, Scar. We planned to go on a day trip today for me. Instead, you're playing games here on a series you should have either finished or lost already. Get it over with quick. I want to go to the bird park. I doubt there's bird parks in Delhi, though.
I don't know, man. He'll get lost if he goes to a bird park.
I don't think
it'll be hard to find his own bird.
Because now that I think about it, I mean, I assume if you take your domesticated bird,
a bird park.
You can put a leash on a dog. How do you put a leash on a bird?
Maybe like how you fly kites. You buy like a soft thread and you tie it around.
Doesn't sound right.
I don't know. I don't know.
Anyways, what we do know is that Moonlight is playing brilliantly right now, leading the charge for his team, 16-9-2 on that scoreboard, and he is an absolute phenomena. Right now, though, he needs to continue this way in the form because God Particles, they're looking to get aggressive in a very similar way to the way Khumbu did, but a single boom bot stops them. And again, these are the small things that we didn't even see from Global Esports. Establishing defaults, playing across that Boombot to take control of hookah, having someone mark the long push to get that opening if they push along, while the other sides are marked as well in every single way. God Particles falling prey to Khumbu's discipline. Right now, Khumbu, they have given away a weapon over in that long area, so they got to rush down.
Yeah, that's what they're actually going for too. Oh, Snake bites out. Moonlight finally shut down, so that's some huge fire being calmed down from God Particles. Oh, that flick almost was really close to his head. He's able to sneak in. Now his position's going to be a key one too. There we go. Logista finally reveals his position, but what a flick from Finn to shut him down, and now it's all down to ScarGod. ScarGod knows one man's quite low. Ascent has to be the playmaker in this one. 30 HP in the hands of ScarGod, and it's looking highly unlikely to clutch it out. Yeah, the timing, such an unfortunate thing. Cross placement was perfect too from ScarGod. If the timing didn't really went against him, he should have been able to at least.
Oh, he does not spot out with the guiding light. He's going to have no idea that Ascent is right behind him. He's expecting Ascent in U-Hauls, and Ascent is going to surprise the heck out of ScarGod.
Oh my god.
That guiding light giving ScarGod a false sense of security for Ascent side presence, and as you said, beautifully played by Ascent there. Sneaks out from lamps into the site area and is able to dodge the guiding light blind, like the info that the guiding light gives, and making sure he stays behind the boxes till he hears the diffuse just late enough to get out the peak. And that's exactly where he's able to pick up the win. Now Khumbu with the lead Necro. It is going to be, the upcoming round is going to be the buy round for God Particles. So this timeout, it's now or never. They've got to get some insane pep talk from Shivy.
Yeah, an insane pep talk without a doubt.
Or maybe from Tim. Like, ki, do. I don't know. I was trying to imitate a Did not work.
You mean a pet talk?
Oh my god. Why?
What do you mean? That's a pet talk right there. It's not a pep talk. Yeah.
Moving on.
Tactical timeout pulled out CA. And got particles. Okay, so after this technical timeout, or tactical timeout, my bad, Khumbu Esports on the attacking side, they've been looking pretty good. They have been able to keep the momentum going, and as I mentioned, just because they lost the previous round, God Particles was forced on an eco in the previous round, so
Yeah, and again,
it was, of course, understandable that they won it.
look at the defaults, right? Raise Moombot can once again try to deny or take hooker control. The long is being marked by Cluster. The only person that changes in these setups is Moonlight, who's effectively functioning as an entry duelist right now, given his reign of form. Battle Sky truly coming online.
There we go, the entry as well found. Just shuts down Exceeli. That's the opening frag, and Khumbu Esports now in a man disadvantage.
Recovering it.
Not really a great thing, especially if you do have a disadvantage on the attacking side. Your team's handicapped already a big time. Now the rest of the players will have to make the entry. They still have the Sky though, so that she can try and pop flash in the sights. And there we go, that's what she exactly does. Knight Rider forced off his position, but the Seekers are putting him on a leash. And guess what? Scar God as well strikes in with another frag. Knight Rider is not able to do anything with the amount of utility are being forced onto him. Same over here on the site.
Knight Rider does everything with the amount of utility forced onto him, because he's done his job. He doesn't really need to find a peak with that operator. The amount of utility they invested just to try and force that jet off her position, it allows Scargod and Ember to just go for dry peaks and find the kills, because their positions were completely untouched. Their positions were not challenged at all. So Knight Rider making the smart call, just backing off, not giving away his life for free, and making sure that he is the distraction while his team pounces on the prey.
Yep, 9-9, ladies and gentlemen. Neck and neck, this is what you call it. Back and forth rounds. It's really hard to say which team's going to be coming out on top in the end of the day. Because a Thrifty can be a possibility. We've seen a lot of Thrifties in this best of 3 series itself. So at this point, I'm ruling out for anything. Nice combination too, CA, with the Gravity Well and the Paint Shells, but nothing really confirming just yet from that. Peeks out, there we go. Now they know that there's an operator, and I also like, now they also have the angle control overall. Exceeli trying to move in as quick as possible, trying to be quick on his feet, but Shivy is there to try and get his back. So Exceeli cannot try to be over aggressive. Maybe a satchel boost to the back site, but the rest of his team aren't present anywhere.
Standing ahead.
Operators inbound. Knight Rider is holding the long side. He's not going to let anyone surpass.
Now, that recon
wiper
is
wall's
key
the
because
problem.
it came from elbow, right? So, if you know a player, the Sova is an elbow, you're most likely expecting that jet to either be in deep CT or in V long. They cleared V long, they should have expected, if not the jet, someone in CT, but they get caught out by Scargod, who's pulling off some insane spray transfers. Picks up a 3K, and most likely the lead for top partners.
Taken out.
Ooh. Good shutdown. There we go. Left in 3-on-1. Moonlight's over here in the elbow.
10 seconds left.
Being caught. Nothing much can be done. Ember will put an end to his life. Got Particles another round on the board, and also with that, they get a round lead. So Got Particles now looking great back in the competition, but as I said, things are just going back and forth. So it's really hard to say again if Khumbu Esports are going to win the other round or not. If Khumbu Esports doesn't win, then God Particles will have the double digit to roll through even forward.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, what is key is that for both God Particles and Khumbu Esports, this round right here, I feel like it decides the entire map, because if God Particles still lose this, they don't really have a stable eco yet. to be able to hold the operator again.
Blocking sight.
That
I've got
operator
your
gets
trail.
shut down, then Khumbu put themselves still in a decent position. Same for Khumbu. They lose this, their economy will be broken, so they got to make sure they go all in right here. And they certainly are going all in, Necro. Seekers, Hunters, Fury, all of it invested from either side. Now the Viper's Pit to try and take control of the side, but it's Gargon holding on to Lambs for dear life. He's gonna pick up a couple and drop the spike
down A.
Skargon's done his job pretty well. And now it's down to the
Spike
rest of his
planted.
teammates to try and make something happen. Logista just trying to move around the Viper's Pit. He doesn't exactly know where he should start breaching through. Peeks out, spots out a little barrel, but doesn't exactly know where he is. A nice double peek coming through from Khumbu Esports. They're playing it together. And now God Particles, yep, it seems like this round's also going to move away from their hands slowly and steadily. Shivy getting the Viper's Pit control. But still talk about the positions, they're still unknown, and he's also taken a lot of damage with that. But Levi peeks out in the nick of time, and we'll put an end to him. And as I said, it's really hard to say how things are going to be looking like. Rounds are going back and forth, and now it's 10-10.
Yeah, and
Or
that
Ben 10.
play from Loki right there, he's able to get his tracking on point, then everything goes completely differently. It's not really a macro thing there, it's not a decision making. He made the right decision. As soon as he sees the gun barrel, needs to go for it, especially since I think he realized it was Levi's Viper. So if he's able to take down the Viper's Pit goes away, that retake becomes insanely easy for God Particles, but the tracking just not on point. Levi not getting hit with the shots, instead gets the information that Loki is right there, and they double peek. You would see even in that high pressure situation, Khumbu have the ability to calm with each other and be like, yo, we need to double peek. This is what I love about Khumbu. Even though they're a brand new team with respect to being at this high mark internationally, having that star player in Ascent come in, they still have these comms very, very well lined up. So most definitely a team to keep an eye out for the rest of the year, if not for the rest of this Grand Final.
Oh, they caught him slipping by, but it's okay. Nice flick from Cluster.
Heal up, squad.
That's the big man taking out the game. Yep, flick of the wrist for sure. But yeah, now the man advantage and also the Sky Heals come into play. The Sky can be so useful sometimes, man. That's an info gathering flash. Now they at least know there's a little bit of presence right outside A, and we already do see the rest of the players are getting ready. But the gravity well is something that's causing a lot of issues for Ascent's momentum in the forward. And Ember just lines them up, he stacks them up on top of each other. Finn trying his best to neutralize the threat, but that's not going to be enough.
And this map is too close for comfort for the teams and certainly for us too. Even though Khumbu start off with an advantage, God Particles pull back this round. I feel like a round like this might just boost the heck out of the morale of global. God Particles entirely. You can see my brain is befuddled as well with all of the action going on, the tempo rising, and I can't believe this is our first map of the day, Necro. Because we've got 3 more sets to go after this. And every single set will be exactly like this, with teams giving it their all, fighting for their tournament lives, as well as for an opportunity to represent themselves and their region in the top 4 of the VCC. But right now, Khumbu on an eco, holding on for dear life. That gravity well is key, though God Particles shut them down.
Yeah. There we go, though. Still a 3-on-4. It is possible, but after this round win, God Particles are going to move to a match point. So this is going to mean a lot. Ooh, a quick shutdown too, but Knight Rider's flanks is quite a crucial one. He's able to get the value out of it though. Moonlight's low. And a nice round coming through from God Particles. Match point for them. And Khumbu Esports, a tournament point for them. If they do not win this map, ladies and gentlemen, Khumbu Esports' journey will end right here and now.
Team Ace.
Right here, right now. And at this point, I think Khumbu, they've most definitely proved that they are a team that is to be reckoned with. Even if their journey ends here, I think I'm going to be excited to see the evolution of this team throughout the year. But I don't want their journey to end here. I want to at the very least see an overtime. But I think it's easier said than done, because you can see God Particles, they seem to have gone into the game face mode. They want to close off these maps, and they're playing a lot more synchronized than we saw in those, for example, in those 4v5 rounds. It's going to come down to some sort of nutty play from Khumbu to try and pull this back. And we'll have to see what they want to get done. Now, Necro, they do have the Seekers available as well as the Cosmic Divide. They can just go for a hard rush. But I feel like Khumbu were at their strongest when they're playing the defaults. So I want to see them going back to that.
Defaults. But I mean, again, man, look at the pressure they're going to be having, realizing they cannot give any more flaws away. A little loophole found, and it's going to be abused instantly or exploited instantly by God Particles. So yeah, it's going to be definitely a lot of pressure. Nerves are going to be rattling in this round for Khumbu Esports. Everything's on the line because Nepal itself, as I've been mentioning over and over again, the esports hasn't really developed that much. This team can be the first team to, or at least this team has been the team to make it this far from that region. So this means a lot for the entire region itself and also the players itself. So dreams in line for Khumbu Esports. On the other hand, God Particles too, one of the team who came in as dark horses and who are able to live up to their name throughout the tournament. Knight Rider finding the opening again. I don't know why the raw peak was given like that. Knight Rider's not going to let it slip by.
Most definitely. Khumbu losing that first pick. Knight Rider with the impact already made on the operator this round. It might just be GG, WP, Necro. But Khumbu, they're going to try their best. The early Seekers coming in from God Particles, though, reveals actually this time, I'm not usually
You are divided!
but this time it releases a ton of information that Khumbu were trying to hold on to, which is that every single one of their players is stacked up on this A side. They tried to immediately commit onto A, they've got that opening pick, but they know that Loki's behind them.
Oh no!
A.
Logi able to sneak away with 2 quick kills on the board, and now it's a 2-on-4.
One
It's pretty
enemy
much
remaining.
GG. Khumbu Esports, it was a pleasure having you all in this tournament. It's all down to cluster now. It's looking next to impossible. But yeah, Khumbu Esports, it was a pleasure having you all in this tournament. You guys put on an absolute show. You guys were the true dark horses in the grand final playoffs of the VCC. But God Particles this time just proved themselves a little bit better than you guys. But still, as CA mentioned, this team has a lot of potential, and I myself as well do want to see them back next time or in the future as well in third-party tournaments.
Oh, yeah.
This team is one of those teams that has the potential to dominate those.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on Khumbu for the rest of the year. I think this is a team that is only going to go up, up, and above. So it's only improvement from them from here on out. But maybe they can get some backups installed to ensure that these tech issues don't plague them as much, I hope. Like, I know it's easier said than done. I know especially it's hard to get that investment in from whatever sources you've got. But hey,
Yeah.
maybe that'll help out. But right now, props to be given to God Particles because against all odds, with their back against the wall, despite losing a couple of 4v5 rounds and looking a little iffy, they pull out the win and they get to the revenge matchup against Team Exploit.
Yeah. Oh man, there we go. The scoreboard's in front of you guys. Moonlight, of course, was pumped throughout the game after that clutch that he made in the 4-and-5 situation. So 23 kills on the board for this man with 16 death and 3 assists with the ACS of 293 and econ rating of 78. On the other hand, Scar God was able to pop off too. So just a great job in general from this team overall. Damage stats as well in front of you guys, and 15.41k. Of course, God Particles is going to be leading the charts throughout the way, but overall, a valiant effort from Khumbu Esports, ladies and gentlemen. And please, there's no need to hate on any of the teams. Every single team that have made it up to grand final playoffs, you guys need to realize that's quite a lot of efforts in itself. That's quite a lot of research, a lot of time put from all these teams, and they are here because they deserve each and every single slot they've gone. So please make sure to spam hearts for Khumbu Esports as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the same for God Particles as well, because you can see the man at the front to make it happen. Got Knight Rider with 17 first bloods across 3 maps. He had a great performance, but really, this was a team effort. Getting to this point was entirely a team effort. Even in the last round, it was Logi with the lurk making it happen. So every single one of these
565.
players, they deserve all the props they can get.
And look at him, 565.
Played a lot
Is
of
he the
maps
man?
and rounds.
Yeah, they played a lot of maps and rounds for sure. God Particles is one of those teams that have played a lot of upper brackets and a lot of lower brackets too at the same time.
And
So
the biggest
yeah, it makes biggest overtimes. Yeah, all the maps have been the closest for them. So overall Knight Rider. He probably is the player who has the most kills in the VCC only because they played a lot of maps in general. Qualified for the grand final playoffs, some brackets say, as you can see, it's Enigma Gaming. Now, the decider match will be between Team Exploit and God Particles. Last time Team Exploit and God Particles play, God Particles got absolutely smashed and clapped. Now, again, this matchup's going to be there. It's time for revenge for God Particles.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if they can actually achieve that revenge or not, because it's going to be much easier said than done against a team like Exploit, especially with Shooter back into the mix. I do believe he is going to be playing today. So
I think so, he is, yeah.
The star player back, and it's going to be a hard ask for God Particles, but hey, they're a team that when their backs are against the wall, they have the capability to just push everyone back and get that much more strength off of it.
I don't really know about that, man. Okay, I feel like that's a little bit too much opium, because from what we've seen Team Exploit, they will be able to smash through God Particles. Let's be honest, I'm being a little critical here, but I do understand, since how have God Particles been looking like, I feel like Team Exploit, they shouldn't really have that much of a tough time to at least take out God Particles.
Well, we'll have to see. But what we don't have to see, because
Ooh, merchandise
break, I'm actually going to show you guys. Yeah, I've got the pop socket on my phone. We actually did get the merchandise finally for ourselves.
Ooh, me too.
Yeah, exactly. So make
but
sure
I want
you
some
guys
more.
Join us and make sure your applications are put in. But if you want some limited edition exclusive stuff, because I want that bomber jacket, man. It looks
Wait, so you're giving your merchandise away?
No. Why?
Then what did you say? You need to fill the applications.
For NODWIN giving it away.
So
Bro.
all you guys need to do for that is go on your social media accounts, make a post saying #VCC and tag @NODWIN Gaming in that post. Be a little creative with the post too, and maybe you guys will have a fair bit of chance to try and win this giveaway. Moving it forward, now the first best of 3 series, actually no, that's not the first. It was the final map from yesterday, being concluded between God Particles and Khumbu Esports. God Particles doing a good job winning that. Congratulations to them. We're going to be moving in forward to our next BO3 of the day. But before that, you guys will have to go through a short break.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. The cameras to capture your image, your city hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to you.
Bring this a army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe faith, 'cause we got us bleeding in streets for cheap paper.
Simple commands is melt the plastic compound. Realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's unmasked. It's just another pyramid scheme of government ranking. The power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, take back the atlas.
Bring the madness. Bring the madness. Bring the madness.
Bring the madness. Bring the madness.
Yes, tell the people right now. Pegboard nerds, mobs, I have you locking at the sound. All of the gal I go passing when me boy I go drop them a coming. Murderous. Me are the burning fire and not natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out, some might sting. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. Now we're going to be moving in forward with the first best-of-3 series of the day, CA. And pretty much, we saw the previous matchup between God Particles and Khumbu Esports. Khumbu Esports at the start played with pretty much just a 4v5, able to do this great. And moving in forward, God Particles do win it out, so God Particles are now going to be duking it out with Team Exploit. But I don't think that's going to be the first best-of-3 series yet.
First up, we're going to go towards
Exceeli and Union.
And we're going to see which team is able to make it to the matchup against Global Esports. So that's what our matchup is now for teams in the lower part of the lower bracket, fighting it out, the semi-finals effectively, to try and get to the lower bracket finals and then hope that they can take down the big wigs in Global Esports and Exploit respectively. Exploit have already got their opponent, so I'm sure now Global Esports have their eyes peeled on this matchup to see which team takes the cake.
Oh yeah, they're definitely going to go ahead and like sit and just keep watching this game throughout. Let's take a look at the brackets and let's find out where we are currently. As you can see, currently we're going to be going with Exceeli versus Union Gaming, and whoever wins this matchup will be moving in forward with Global Esports. Now, we've seen Exceeli, CA. Exceeli is a really dominant team. In the past, they played against VLT, and they were able to get one map in their hands, and that's quite huge in itself.
Yeah, exactly. They played very, very well against VLT, so definitely the map of Haven is going to be one to contest for Union Gaming. I wonder if they ban out Haven altogether, remove the comfort from Exceeli from the very start, because it's going to be an interesting veto if they do that, because considering all facts, I do think Union Gaming, especially the composition they play on Bind, it would work very, very well on the map of Haven as well. So I'd like to see them actually try out Haven, maybe give Exceeli a run for their money.
I mean, it might just be looking really good, but again, it does really come down to the comfort level of a team, And I feel like Exceeli is one of those teams that is not going to leave you that loose on Haven. We have seen Exceeli play Heaven in the past, and they have been playing really good. And we pretty much do see some of the players. What I've noticed about Exceeli is that the garage control that they try to maintain throughout the game when it comes to the map of Haven is absolutely insane. And yep, there you go. Union Gaming banning out Haven as expected, and Exceeli banning out Breeze. So a comfort ban through Exceeli.
Yeah, and Exceeli, you can see they have a very simple strategy coming into this. If we can play Breed, Sova, Jet on a map, we pick that map. Very simple.
Yeah, that's all they need, man. That's kind of like their main forte over here. So they pick Ascent, and the first game's going to be played on the map of Ascent, and the second one's going to be played on Bind. Now, Exceeli are pretty good on Bind too, so it's going to be really hard to say. Again, all these OG maps at this point in time in the game, it's like all the teams are pretty well known and well aware of all the map. It just comes down to how well you're able to find those loopholes in the enemy defense or in the enemy offense, and how well you're able to exploit those.
Yeah, exactly. And it really does come down to small things like that. And I think that's where teams really need to find a way to push back against others in terms of adaptability. We saw a brilliant matchup just now between Khumbu and God Particles, where it felt like God Particles, yes, while the adaptation was quite simple, you know, they just had to get aggressive. They were able to make it happen. And the same for Khumbu, like on maps like Haven, for example, where they stuck to their guns, made sure they played surely only on the retake. I think it does come down to those small things to separate these great teams that we have in the top 8 right now. So now Exceeli and Union Gaming fighting not just for their lives in this tournament, but for their region's lives as well. The last Sri Lankan and the last Bangladeshi team left, only one will be able to move forward.
Exactly, only one will be able to move forward, and for that, we'll be able to find out who's going to be the Global Esports opponent in the upcoming matchups. But again, another matchup that I'm going to be excited of is going to be Team Exploit and God Particles. I feel like that matchup as well will be really well, because God Particles have played against Exploit once, and they know what Exploit is capable of. So I'm at least expecting a close call from God Particles. But again, in the end, I honestly feel like Exploit should be able to take the cake easily. But right now, our focus is going to be on the map of Union Gaming and Exceeli Esports, where we have the Agent Select in front of us. And Jet and Reyna lock coming through, CA. I personally do not like this. I'm not really a big fan of that.
I do, because otherwise they were going to play the Jet and Raze. So
I mean,
prefer the Jet Reyna over the Jet Raze.
Again, we talk about the flashes to enter the site. They just don't have it. Reyna Leers can be broken easily.
Talking about flashes, I'm quite surprised that Fancy is playing the Sky over the Breach on this map. I don't think Exceeli is the sort of team that is an information gathering team. They're more of a well-oiled unit that tries to burst in on a particular site. So it's quite interesting that they opt for the Sky over the Breach.
Again, I feel like Exceeli here, they're just trying to experiment.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe they just want to try and use... Listen, sometimes it's kind of like these players do play a lot of third-party scrims, right? And if certain kind of roster, a certain kind of team composition is working out for them, they want to give it a shot in the pro tournament as well. And I feel like over here, this stage can be the best, as they have a best-of-3 series going against, and Union Gaming, I feel like, are a perfect match that they can try and experiment against.
I'll have to see. I'm not sure though if this is the moment to be experimenting. Their lives on the line, so this is what they regularly play. I just assumed that they would have gone for the Breach because of their comfort with enabling Sami for success, but maybe they can do that exact same thing with the Sky as well. That's the question we want the answer to. But right now, my heart pressure is going extremely high, Necro, because look at that mid area. Their Astra is moving solo with the Spike alone. She gets caught the round ends right there.
A lot of whiffs coming through from both sides, but it's Kusov. Opening frag found, a nice flick from Scrim. Ducks down Sami. That's a great shot count. Oh my god, Chrome's available in the mid too. It's the classics coming through. A lot of solo engagements from the side of Exceeli. There's just spread throughout the map, and I personally do not like this.
I just don't understand why Zoro would solo push mid with the Spike. This is what I don't understand. My compy teammates for.
What I don't understand is why are they playing pistol round like a rifle round?
There they are.
This is the pistol round, ladies and gentlemen. You're supposed to push like a tight-knit unit, and Exceeli, they're just playing it as if like it's some rifle round.
30 seconds left.
They're trying to use the strategies early off the board, and pistol round is always a round that you're just supposed to burst through on the sights with and try to get a lot of aim duels. And what was that? What did I just see?
No, actually, Necro, I think like defaults are how you're supposed to play as the Soba Sky combination in pistol rounds as well. The issue with the defaults that I'm trying to mention is that Zolo doesn't need to take the Spike along with him. Like in the other two extremes, in A main, for example, Sami and Fancy just lose those duels right there and there. So that's not a case of them having the wrong macro approach. It was just Zolo with the Spike solo pushing down mid, which was very, very weird. I like the idea of him trying to lurk 100%. I don't like the idea that he's trying to lurk with the Spike.
Okay, I do understand maybe defaults in the pistol rounds can be good, but I honestly feel like defaults in the pistol round can only be good if you're able to put a leash on yourself. If you're not able to fully commit, then that's good. But okay, Chromes was just getting his hands dirty. He's able to get the judge on the board. 2 quick kills, 2 to flow it through. But I honestly feel like that was not really a great play coming through from his side. Crazy peeks out. Benja taken down to only 56 HP. Has a decent amount of utilities available. There we go. All 3 players should be scanned by that. Outlaw's position is still unknown though. Judging the hands solo.
One enemy remaining.
Out. Nothing able to done. Scrim. There we go. Union Gaming, another round of the board, CA.
Exactly, another round. This is how you actually pulls out the judge.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
I love Chromes when he pulls out the judge. He's going to continue on with that judge in this round as well. Most likely end up playing the market or pizza angle to get him that close entry. Oh no, he's just going to play site.
Oh boy.
Play market, Chromes. Hey, he heard me.
There we go. And so he's just trying to set up his utilities. But yeah, here we go. Again, as always, Scrim just going to go for some aggressive plays.
Look at that
No,
ping.
he should not peek out like that.
Exceeli just pinged the wrong side of market for where I think they assume Chromes might be, or rather, I guess, just pinging for utility. So Chromes has to be pushed back. Exceeli able to take mid control. So again, great defaults here. 1-3-1 setup where they take mid control as well as a shot for themselves with the help of that drone. Now they can just go for a hard execute on this A side because of the presence that their Killjoy Outlaw is creating on B main. Oh, but they don't have the spike now. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know. Exceeli, it just seems like they're trying to play it off of complete aim duels, and it's working out though. It's a bonus round for Union Gaming. So they too are taking things quite slow. Outlaw outside B main. And this is what I'm saying. Exceeli, they're just all over the place. Because you can see Outlaw now is slowly and steadily making it to the from the flank angle, but he's not going to be able to catch anyone with that flank.
I will say I would much rather the spike come late than the spike go ahead and die.
There we go though. Already got the spike on the board, so at least that's looking great for them. But Union Gaming, the retake's on from their side. 2 kills on the board. Already making a mark, making a presence known, and a strong presence too to try and sense it. 2 quick frags. Shoves single-handedly puts a full stop to the retake.
Some clean shots there from Shoes Freaks. Clean stop. Shutting them down, and now
out.
Exceeli in a
One enemy remaining.
back, but a significant, not a significant, a decent bit of damage.
Last player standing.
2 weapons taken away as well. The Shiv's shields will mean that they have to at least have 1 player on light shields. Or, okay, I guess Sami just... It is going to be Zolo going to be stuck on that Spectre, so... A slight weaponry advantage for Union Gaming, who were playing on the bonus in that last round. And now you can see the way they've set themselves up. They're trying to deny that mid control that Exceeli want to take. And this is where you get the information that last time around there was just 1 guy playing mid and 1 guy playing A short. Therefore, you know that most likely they're playing try to hard push mid once again. But Scrim catches him out.
Yeah, he does. It's a jet tip coming through, but Exceeli, okay. At least they caught the tree control and also the A side control with that itself. So Exceeli now, quick stroll on the A side while the rest of the 3 players are trying to wrap around from all the way different angles. Solo 2 is going to be going for the flank. Exceeli, though, they're going to have a lot of angles to take care of. These Seekers, though, revealing a lot of info. And Shoves hears every single shot that's taken from Union Gaming. This off angle can mean a lot. Yep, this off angle is just huge from Shoves. As always, he's able to go huge. 3 kills on the board for this man itself. And the lockdown comes through. Now Exceeli, they're going to starting to panic. The panic's going to set into paranoia too to follow it up. But it doesn't matter. Zolo crazy. There we go. Spots out the food right in the front. He wants to eat it. Looks delicious, but Chromes denies it. And now it's a one-on-one CA. Looks quite tough. Oh, it's taking a lot of damage from the Nine Swarm. But there we go. Peeks out.
I think in that situation, maybe the yeah, not
Three go.
down to solely that 1v1. Rather, why it comes down to 1v1 is a bigger question mark for Union Gaming right there, because Zolo pulls off a shot that he shouldn't. Fancy finishes it off, and just like that, Exceeli now equalize the scoreline and break the economy of Union Gaming, Necro. That's the most important part, because we've seen Scrim on an operator. He can be deadly with that operator, so now breaking the economy, make sure that Scrim gets his operator delayed that much more and Exceeli get that much more time to try not just take a lead, but also establish themselves in a comfortable default, where then after a few rounds they can start aggressively bursting once they've got those key ultimates like the Seekers, like the lockdown on board.
And okay, that's a great dink. Outlaw has to fall back. No other choice left. 60 HP. Outlaw realizes his life is really precious when it comes to the post plants for Exceeli. Site entrance should be found easily, and there we go. Sammy able to dash on the site. The drone's going to be clearing out the rest of the parts of the site too. Sasami now free stroll for his team. Spike goes down. Sami looking to catch some players off guard in the front, but it's Scrim who has a little bit of better reaction time. Sami's dome catches a knife, and he's able to slice it through. Union Gaming now left on a 3-on-4 situation, man disadvantaged team. But again, this was just an eco, so this is going to be not a big of a deal for Union Gaming to try and fully commit. Sheriff in the hand of Benji, left in a 1-on-4. The clutch seems highly unlikely, but again, he can try and go for some damage.
For that damage, the Arcane Sheriff will not provide the value that Jinx does in League recently. That's a random Easter egg for all the League fans out there, which I doubt there's many of, so most of you just be like, what the heck is CA on and talking about?
I don't know. I don't play League.
Yeah, Necro's reaction is just what 90% of chat is going to be like. But hey, what's more important is that was just the eco from the side of Union Gaming. This is going to be the buy. Scrim on that operator of his, which can be also deadly, is now most likely going to come online. I have to see though if he's able to make that strong impact, because you can see the setup that Union want to play is heavy mid presence with the operator, while they effectively give away A and B side to B. They don't have much utility plays there too, so it's a little weird from Union Gaming, their current setup. It's heavily relying on the read that Exceeli come mid, and I'm not sure if that read's going to work out, because if you look at Exceeli's ultimates, they've got that Killjoy lockdown. Most likely just going to play for a site rush rather than play for mid control.
Currently, Exceeli are being pretty indecisive. I mean, again, the round lead is in the hands of Exceeli. So they also have the ball in their hand. And all they need to do is just to make some calls. The smoke's going to be denying a lot of visual. Kusuf realizing exactly the same fact. Because they're still not sensing any presence outside B, and Sami, the smoke and dash comes through. And the rest of the players of Union Gaming will need to fall back. The counter lockdown as well is available. Actually, not the counter lockdown. The lockdown from the side of Exceeli Esports will help them get the site control. And the spike also goes down quite early. Had a lot of time to go waste as well. But yeah, the spike goes down, and now it's Scrim's operator who has to make some insane plays happen. Cannot really penetrate through the brick boxes. Scrim will lose an opportunity on the kill, and now the operator should not be that damaging in the close ranges unless if he's able to hit some absolute nutty shots. Solo Crazy gets spotted in this little cup. He's being trapped, but he still somehow wins these duels, and Outlaw is able to follow it up. Scrim goes down, the operator control now given in the hands of Union Gaming. Man in the close spotted, Kusuf able to punish him, but that's all he gets.
I'm a big fan of the way Exceeli played that post plant right there. Instead of playing defensive post plant positions, they end up going for the aggressive post plant position, effectively converting the areas where Union Gaming want to retake from, which is Heaven and the door, into choke points where Union Gaming end up suffering themselves. A huge round picked up for Exceeli. They remove that operator from the hands of Union Gaming, and now they're starting to push forward effectively with a huge momentum swing towards their side for the win right here, right now. All of this without Sami popping off. Imagine if Sami starts popping off.
Yeah. I feel like at this point, Sami doesn't even need to pop off. Like, yeah, it's like he can literally just chill. You can clearly see from his face too, right? He's just chilling out of play. I don't know how he's able to extend his hands so much and play like that. That seems so uncomfortable to me. Like, I don't know, his desk is a little too big too.
He's an elbow player.
Shouldn't be. He's an elbow player, but did you see his desk is like literally right above his chest? That's too tall.
His desk is, no, it's halfway through.
I don't know, it's just, personally feels like it's really tall. Because I personally like to keep my hands a little chilled out, and I like the desk towards my stomach.
Well, maybe that's because... if you got it, you got it. Right now though, back to the round. Outlaw, you're gonna find that opening pick down B main, and this is the default from the early parts of the map that has really given them value now going forward. They've been playing very passive throughout that B main, expecting aggression. We saw it from Chromes with the gun, we saw it with Sheriff as well in a couple of rounds, and this time it gets them value. Exceeli picking up the round. Even though it was just an eco, I think the momentum is huge for a team like Exceeli. Imagine if they can close out a map against VLE with that momentum. they're sure to do that against Union Gaming too. That too on the map of their own choice.
Yeah. 2-5 is the scoreline, and Exceeli having a huge cushion. Not really a huge, but yeah, at least they have a little cushion to work off with. Oh no, a technical break on the board. Seems like a couple of issues from the side of Exceeli. And you can see Outlaw, he's just stressed out, man. Someone calm this man down. He needs some food.
I want to know why Outlaw wears the same hoodie every time he plays a game.
Maybe he just has like a lot of those hoodies, man. So I have like, same. I don't know. It's just like if you like something, if you like a color, if you like.
One of the same hoodie?
Not the same hoodie. I have like turtleneck. I have like 2 same color turtleneck.
The exact
in
same.
my collection. Yeah, the exact same.
Why?
I don't know. It's just because I like it. So I just have 2 of them.
Okay. But why does you liking it mean that you should have 2 of them?
What if it runs out of stock, man?
You already have one. I don't get it. Why do you need the second?
Because I just want to have the second, dude, because I love it too much.
Oh my god. I know that was an intentional one too. Pun. I still don't get it though. Why do you need to? Can you not just wash your turtleneck and then wear it again?
I can wash it, but again, it's just about you loving something so much that you just, for example,
Wait, so
right?
let me get
Mark
this straight.
Zuckerberg. Let me get this straight. Mark Zuckerberg has his entire closet with the same color clothes.
Mark Zuckerberg is weird. Like, I'm not saying this in a bad way. Mark Zuckerberg is weird, and he knows it.
Listen. All right.
I don't think Mark Zuckerberg is a great style icon either. So, maybe a great tech icon, not style icon.
So even we're not style icon. We're mostly working off of with our voices. Yeah, people are here to listen to our voices. Now look at us.
I try to dress up.
I try to dress up too.
Then it's not just the voices.
They have to look at our faces because they don't have any other
Faces,
choice.
Clothing, our hair, our headphones. The headphones part.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't like, you can blame NODWIN though.
Yeah, not us. Yeah, that's not our fault.
But you know, the question remains. I was asking if Outlaw, for him, this is a lucky hoodie or something like that, because I do have that. Like, I have a lucky hoodie myself that I wear once in a while if I'm ever feeling down, or if I'm ever, you know, just in general want to feel comfortable.
I don't know. Look, I told you my mentality behind buying the same
so
clothes.
I have a question. So if you
Okay.
fall in love with someone, like a partner, you know, you'd want 2 of them?
Sure, why not?
Placing sentry.
The more the merrier, man.
Okay.
That's jokes.
Necro does not believe in monogamy.
Nah, but you cannot really compare partners with clothes, man. It's 2 different things, okay? You can't.
You said if you love something, you should get 2. But okay, we'll save this conversation for the next technical break, because it's most likely going to be one. But right now, back to the game itself. 5-2 on the board. Again, key point to notice is the ultimates available for Exceeli Esports. They've used the lockdown once to try and get into a site aggressively. Now with the Sky Seekers, they can do the exact same.
They can't do the exact same. They also have the Hunter's Fury available, so if they do want to clear out certain portion of the site, they can use the Hunter's Fury without a doubt. Roach is over here too, CA. So, again, I honestly feel like these 2 duelists, they're playing it really well, keeping the individual duelists on different sites, and Jet is pretty much to rotate around. That's a really good setup from the side of Union Gaming. But they're just playing the A side on retake, and that's what Exceeli is able to abuse over and over again. Maybe this time they need to try and change a couple of defaults. Sami pushing a little bit too early, gets blinded with his own teammate Smoke. Scrim spots out a little gap in the smoke, and it's going to punish him instantly. But Solo Crazy 2 is there to try and trade things out, and now we're left on a 1-on-3. Oh, blink of an eye, and okay, the entire push just gets extinguished.
Roach on the Empress, laughing all over Exceeli. And as you said, the entire push getting extinguished. I feel like they left it down to a little too much last moment, as well as didn't really get much information about where Union had set up. In the past rounds, that hasn't mattered to them because of the RNG factor, where the area they wanted to rush into was the area of least interest to Union. But this time you can see Union is ready to shut down that B site, and they shut down Exceeli along with them. Now without those Seekers, the rush is much more difficult, so default is what we expect from the side of Exceeli right now, and they're defaulting back to their comfort. A 1-3-1 where they passively mark B main, Zolo takes active A main control, while a 3-man unit tries to make a play happen in mid.
Yeah. They're trying to go for the mid control. Scrim takes a fair bit amount of damage from that shock dart. Falls back, but no, this time he's not going to let it fall back. Sami, a nice shot coming through. Scrim falls down. That's a big duelist man taken out. That's a playmaker right there for Union Gaming. Now Chromes will have to heavily rely on his ability,
Targets destroyed.
or at least the solo aim dual capabilities for him to try and shut this entire push down. It's going to be really tough because you can see all these stars and everything are set up. Exceeli, they're set up for success too, and they're just going to straight up walk in the site. And this is what I'm exactly saying. The retake from the side of Union Gaming is never working out, and Exceeli are able to abuse the same fact over and over again. Summons Fury out.
30
Okay, at
seconds
least he
left.
gets the plant denial, so that's what really matters a lot. Also buying a decent amount of time, and now the man advantage at least made it to 4-on-3. Cosmic Divide placed as well. Even Union Gaming have their own Cosmic Divide, but I honestly feel like using it at this point in time is not really going to be that good of a deal. But a nice shutdown from Shivs and Outlaw.
Nice. A nice shutdown.
Wait. So I think so. If okay, so if Outlaw is like a really well-known YouTuber, right?
Yeah, represent the Chota Bang.
Okay, so he must have his own merch line as well. Does he?
I'm not sure. He's a food blogger, so
Why not? He should have his merch.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe he does.
Yeah, I think so. We gotta check it out though.
Yeah. I mean, hey, maybe Outlaw can send us some
Spike
like,
drop.
stuff.
Yeah, for free. We like some free stuff because we don't get paid enough.
Okay, Necro. Okay, Necro.
That's jokes,
Just
ladies
in
and
case
gentlemen.
someone's listening in. I didn't say that, guy.
That is a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Please take it as a joke. But yeah, Exceeli outside the A main area.
You can see though, Exceeli, they're starting to realize that their mid default that they were trying to go for is being answered for. So this is what they did in the pistol, going for the 2-on-2s to try and take aggressive A main control and B main control. Now, what this does for them is it gives them op control on both sides, which they can farm up to try and once again get back those Killjoy lockdowns, get back those Sky Seekers, and go back to the playstyle they do feel most comfortable on, which is those aggressive rushes. But right now, they've stacked up across this A side. They just want to go for a sneaky walk-in.
Oh, that's a crisp opening right there, and it
seconds
seems
left.
like now he's able to fry some people up, so he can have some crispy food for himself. Trying to shut the door down, but yeah, Scrim is going to run out of bullets. There is a flank coming through from the back in Fancy 9. A nice discipline coming through from the side of Exceeli, but are they going to spot Chromes here? No, they're not, and Chromes takes full advantage of that. A nice shutdown coming through from that man. Outlaw is able to try and bounce back from that, though. Still a huge trauma to recover from. Now left on a 2-on-2. Benji all the way in the back in the heaven side. Recon Dart instantly shut down as well. The lockdown comes through. A nice opening frag from Outlaw to equalize the man advantage now. Left on a 1-on-1 situation. Sami has the Blaze Storm available too. I'm pretty sure he's not going to pop it. He doesn't really need to. Nice distraction to try and get him off the spike. Wasted a lot of time at this point. Chromes is trying his best to get away, but that's not going to be the possible case.
Sammy able to guarantee Chromes is that along with that.
Let's get a little bit of
along with his own right there too, just to make sure that the economy for Union Gaming is never in a good enough position to try and allow Scrim to get back to the operator. And that has to be the key trademark of this entire first half. Scrim's got his operator online for a grand total of 2 rounds, of which the second is right now. So that's not good at all because there's only 2 more rounds left in this half. Scrim needs to try and find value immediately with his operator, but he's a little late on his positioning. He's going to be late on this A-short peak and it's already smoked off. Late on the positioning. Some comms issue, I guess, wasn't sure where he wanted to peak. I'm not sure why he came so late to A-short.
And the funny part is, on the attacking side, we've known how important Ascent's mid control can be. But Exceeli just doesn't need to take the mid control.
No, but that's the thing, right? I feel like mid control is only important if you never take it. As long as you've taken it a few times and put the threat under the defense's eyes that we are likely going to take mid control a few rounds, suddenly it's not as important, but Scrim finally able to get that impact online.
Blocking sight.
Nice crouch peek coming through to throw his aim off. Sami, man, always a player who's always able to put on some brilliant performance with his, of course, aim duels. Oh, side opened up. HP factor, Exceeli not really doing that great, but they have to manage advantage so they can try and play it off of each other. Nice solo dart. There you go. The opening found. Outlaws trapped behind this little hell. And Sami, 46 HP in the hand. Man is capable of some insane clutches without a doubt, but is he going to expect Chromes watching him? No, he doesn't.
And again, it's that early impact that is so key for the side of Union Gaming, because without that early frag, without Scrim actually finding that pick early into the round, even though he gets traded out,
in the half.
Exceeli would just waltz into sight and they'd be able to take control. So very well done from Scrim in that regard, but also the rest of the team on this retake. Just winning that duel was so key. He's able to pick up a 3K himself, and a little weird, I would say, from the player in that held position, because you usually want to play that left angle so that if they jump, you can hear them, and therefore you can go for the, you have a bigger area to white peek from as compared to the right hand side, where you're stuck in small boxes and you're effectively just either going to get spammed or you're just going to get slow peeked. Hey, maybe that's a note for all of you guys in the chat to use in your actual copy games. But right now, we're going to go towards this last round in this first half. Necro, Scrim looking to get aggressive down B main. Doesn't find Outlaw because, again, the default for Exceeli has been very simple. Control B main with Outlaw studded, and then they work as a 3-man unit to take map control on another part of the map. This time around, it's A main, and they picked up the ult off for themselves, so they have the Seekers to make something happen.
Yeah. He also has the Blaze Storm available, CA. So maybe Scrim. He also has the Operator. Operator and Blaze Storm is one of the best combinations that you can try to have if you... Never know though, Scrim. Maybe he can try and go for that because we know Exceeli Esports lost the previous round, so Sami instantly whips out his daggers, or Blade Storms, as you'd like to call it. And the funny part is, we haven't seen Roach a lot in action too, CA. Like, I feel like he just hasn't really getting a lot of spotlight.
You should run.
We might get it right now because with the lockdown set up as well, they're going to give it all they got to win this round, Necro. The Seekers most likely to come out following up as Exceeli tried to take this side. Now the Seekers come out, Outlaw and Sami will find one, and in the last moment, Exceeli able to get themselves into sight. They're able to shut down Union Gaming, and the Hunters Union just to make sure that there's no hope for Union Gaming to deny them.
Oh no, there's no way. It's done. It's done. So round. It's a 2-on-1. Or actually, it's a 2-on-5, and it's done. It's pretty much done. What a clean take from Exceeli. Pedal to the metal. No flaws left in that one. They used every single piece of utility they had, every single ultimates they had in the game, and pretty much got the final round. 8-4 is the first half to end things on, CA.
Yeah, a key round for Exceeli too, because the entire idea behind waiting that long is to see if Union Gaming push out. So the minute you know that Union Gaming hasn't pushed out, you're going to assume that they're maintaining their standard defaults, which is usually a 2-on-2 setup with 2 people on site. So you can see the way they plan it with a gravity well used in that underhell area that is not covered by the Killjoy ult.
Shut
They
and lock
fully-
the
sorry,
door.
the stun used in that underhell area, making sure that they cover the top and bottom part of it together, and then the Hunter
Blinded.
Fury coming out to make sure that no one tries to aggressively push in at the end of that lockdown to try and deny the plant. So systematic approach from the side of Exceeli Esports gets them a significant
What
lead
is that
going
crosser?
into this second half. Right now, NODWIN Gaming on the attack is where Roach truly gets to thrive, because as you said, he's not been getting as much action as he'd like.
Hopefully he does though, because on the defense, I haven't seen him a single time when he like getting kills. And oh no, Roach, you're supposed to check the close left or the close right from your perspective. When he doesn't do so, he gets taken down.
One
Sami
enemy
is well able to
remaining.
catch Scrim right before he was trying to dash back to safety. Benji, blind, final man left alive as always. He's still able to deal a lot of damage with only 10 HP. All you need to do is connect one bullet. Just do it already. Now he knows there's a man on the flank too. A lot of time wasted, and he's just gonna die to the Trailblazer. The dog's gonna eat him alive.
That's always a funny moment when the Trailblazers. But talking about funny moments right now, Sami making fun work of NODWIN Gaming right there, holding down Market and Pizza by his own. So Benji did give a fair shout, but as you said,
It was more kind of like
dog.
classic. It was more kind of like the classic give it a fair shot.
Fair. But it's not a dog, by the way. It's a tiger.
I know, it's Tasmanian tiger, something like that, yeah.
Hawk out!
It's not Dodge.
But I'm gonna still call it a dog because it looks like a dog.
It doesn't look like
Yikes.
a long snout. We're talking about a long
No.
snout. The Marshals got 1-2 and Sami's
Enemy kill.
making it count. Picking up 2 easy peasy kills. He's dropped both of the
Uh-oh.
and running
Uh-oh.
off his way along there.
4K.
He didn't even want to
Mid.
dash before he picked up the 4th. Sami's on the hunt for the eco ace.
Give him the ace. No, don't steal it, man. Why would you do that, Outlaw? You're kidding me? You out there frying people, and now you're gonna fry your own teammate. Wow.
Outlaw's hungry, man. He's like, bro, these guys got me playing Valorant. I could have been making a new vlog about
Enemy
a
kill.
new food place. I could have been eating food. So at the very least, I'm gonna eat food.
One enemy remaining.
At the very least, I'm gonna eat your ace. And he was happy too for stealing that. You see the little smirk on
To
his
be
face.
fair, like, I'm always happy when I deny an ace, except in compy because people can get real toxic real fast. But like, if I'm playing in a fight,
Oh, I do it in the compy too. I don't care.
Yeah, because you get real toxic real fast.
I do it in the compy too. If the enemy team starts being toxic, then I'm a keyboard warrior myself.
Yeah, exactly.
Or if my team starts getting toxic.
You see, guys, Necro doesn't come from a League of Legends background. He does not have trauma from toxicity in Riot games. So, and by the
Listen.
way, when I say toxicity in, okay, let me just clarify. I meant Riot's games, not the company Riot games.
Yeah, not in the company, guys. We're talking about the game.
The games
So-
made by Riot.
Yep.
That's
We're
what-
talking about the people being toxic, the community being toxic.
It's because like the community is significantly larger than most
Competitive.
areas.
Yeah.
And competitive, yeah, exactly. So you get a fair share. Like I've
is
also
gonna
made
be
some
fun.
great friends in League, in Valorant, you know, just online purely. For example, I know.
I don't have any friends,
Blinded.
You have me.
so I just solo queue, man.
You can queue with me next after VCC.
Time to hunt.
Bet.
Scout destroyed.
Bet.
Hold on,
Okay.
though, talking about carrying, Chrome's using that contact direct to perfection, picks up icy double.
Recalling my fault.
Wow, that's not something that I expected, but okay. It's also a bonus round for Exceeli, so they're not going to be crying it out if they do lose out on this one. So NODWIN Gaming overall, this should be a flawless round. And missed out a couple
Spike
at the
planted.
start, a whiffy spray, but okay as long as he's able to correct it. Bottom man's in front of him, missing a lot of shots too. Zola crazy how he's able to make it work with the Spectre in that range. But Zola, you need to check out your back. There's a, oh my god, there's an animal lurking around. There we go. Because
Why
it's
do you
called,
call
it's
him an
called,
animal?
listen, it's called jungle, you know, 'cause it's kind of like a jungly area. so animals are in the jungle.
An animal?
I just try to paint a picture, that's it.
Of what?
Because he's in the jungle. And in jungles, there are animals.
But in jungles, there's fruits, there's trees, not just animals.
Because he's gonna eat him, see? He's gonna kill him, so he's an animal.
Okay. But then there are also carnivorous plants. But fair enough, Necro, I'll give you.
Okay, so I'm not gonna be like, yo, watch out, there's a plant in the jungle, because jungle has plants itself, like billions of them.
Yeah, that's why I said I'll give you that. Hold on though, talking about getting into them right now. Exceeli have gotten Sami, that operator. We saw how prolific he was with the Marshall. And this is where Union Gaming really need to step up their default, because again, they on the contact turret trying to take B main control, but there's nothing towards that mid area. They end up drive. Sami gets a free peek, and Zolo as well. Where are the Reyna Leos? Where is the aggression?
What is going on with Roach? Like, it's like it's a 4v5 actually at this point. It hasn't been a single time I've seen Roach activate himself, but the gravity well actually keeps him, but no, he's still able to make it out alive. He's not able to get contained. Oh, the aggressive peek from Outlaw has no other choice because he was being isolated with the Nano Swarm. 2-on-3 CA. Exceeli having the man advantage, but still the post-plant situation can be a little helpful for Union Gaming. A nice recon dart helps him to find the opening frag, and now it's all down to the final man left alive. Chromes has a little bit of shaky aim, but he can try and make it work, but not this time.
11-5 on the board right now. You can see Zolo's gonna make sure he doesn't defuse too early, so Fancy can get Sammy's operator. Do they not know where it is? Okay. They got the operator and they want to give Fancy the defuse, so well done.
Ooh. Yeah, but this right here, man. Roach is like, hello, 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 and then he's just like, bye.
Powers out.
The shoulder peek not really working out for him. Sami with a quick reaction time. Roach, what is going on? You're the duelist. If he was in the competitive game right now and he was bottom fragging, there has to be his own teammates literally spamming the mic saying, why you insta-log duelist while you can't play the duelist? Please don't do it.
I don't know about that. This is why you see Necro as a keyboard warrior, guys. Instant judgments. I'm sure Roach is just having an odd day, guys. But yeah, it is quite sus why there are no Reyna Lears being set up for his team. Why, at least he's not trying to be a distraction or in a certain angle. Like, for example, right here, can start walking down catwalk and then Lear get the A-shot push. But instead, Sami gets a drive peek. Sami gets another drive peek and he's just going to pull them like they mean nothing.
Lear! Use your Lear, Roach! Okay, there we go. Again, goes down.
One enemy remaining.
I don't know if you buy one or not, but...
Mid.
I don't know.
Where is the cover fire from the teammates? Chrome's again left in a clutch situation. This man cannot clutch it out. I understand he has the capabilities, but it doesn't mean you keep on testing it over and over again to his limits.
Spike not in his control. Outlaw's marking his position. He's given him significant damage. He's gonna back right up. Let Zolo know where he is with the stars coming out as well. They're giving him zero chances of being able to pull it off. They're giving Chromes all the respect he deserves with the bullet in his head.
There we go. They're giving him all the respect in the world with a bullet in his head. At least he was not in his legs. Honestly, I had a game where I was just not trying to get any headshots. I was just shooting enemies on their legs.
Why?
I don't know. I was just, it was like we were actually winning it pretty well. I think so the score was like 13-2. So I was like, okay, let's have a round where I will just shoot enemy toes. I will just try to get their toes, not their heads or neither chest. So I was just getting their toes.
Alright guys, new aim practice routines for everyone. Aim for the toes.
And the funny part was after every kill, I was typing in the chat, give me them toes, boy.
You are divided.
God. Necro is
You should run. Get out of my way.
Right now, in this round, Union Gaming need to give it all they got. Necro, they're fighting for this map to be, to have some sort of hopium to pull this back, and they've invested a ton of utility to make it happen. They do end up retaining one player, but that may be a little bit of a bait because that player does have immediate cover. Now, Union Gaming are able to get the site, and they've left one player down in B main. Considering the fact that Exceeli
Spike
actually
planted.
invested their Cosmic Divide early, it does mean that the retake that much harder. I think we might see another round right here and NODWIN Gaming stay alive with us.
Maybe, but still, they have all their players alive. Maybe if he finds a kill with the Hunter's Fury, but still is not able to. Maybe he should check a little bit on the close left. He does find the tag in the end, but it's still, that's not going to mean a lot. Scrim misses out a lot of shots. Solo Crazy doesn't exactly know there's a man lurking around the smoke, but the smoke's being watched. There you go. The trade should be there right then and there. Sami finds the trade. 8 bullets in the magazine. Make it 6 now. All the way. Yep, pretty much trapped in the backside. Benjay is suffocated to his death.
A key round though, again, because a lot of utility is invested for both of the sides. A key round picked up. Just like that, you can see for the side of Exceeli Esports, emotions running high. I feel like not the game face moments we're used to seeing.
Look at Sami, he's just chilling. It's like he's had a lot of food. He's like, I'm sleepy, bro. I'm sleepy, dude. I mean, someone just, oh, look at Johnny. Okay, savage look on this man. Look at this guy. Oh, I got the same merch as well. I got the same T-shirt right there. So if you guys wonder what kind of T-shirt I got, it's the same T-shirt that we got. Oh, match starts in 10 minutes. I like they have the timer too. See, we are missing out on quite a lot of things. We're missing out on those screens right there in the back. We're missing out on these screens in the front. We're missing out on the desk itself. I want all these things, man.
What's going on though? We're missing out on ourselves too right now.
Oh man, the longer these guys stay on the screen right here for me, I'm gonna keep getting jealous. We're missing out on so many things, CA. This is literally unfair. Literally. I want a desk too, man. I want to stand on a desk like that. I want to make hand gestures like that too. Look at Shivansh. He's showing as if he's gonna cut his hand off. Oh. But hey, we're back. Thank God. Okay, here we go. Moving forward now, we're probably going to be taking a look at the scoreboard too soon. But yeah, overall, there was a steamroll through from the side of Exceeli. I expected this coming through because Exceeli is one of those teams that have been looking really phenomenal in the Grand Final playoff itself. But on the other hand of NODWIN Gaming, Roach should be the other star player who wasn't really able to activate himself. So I don't know how things are going to be looking like in the future rounds.
Exactly, and I really do want to see how NODWIN Gaming are able to come back from this, because even that last round, right, that's why I said that was a key round. It didn't even matter if they lost the map after that round, because it would give them some semblance of confidence in the belief that they can still go for the simple fundamental plays, they can go for the rushes, and they can hold it down. But they did not hold it down. They got retaked on with effectively no major utility available for Exceeli. It just came down to pure fundamental coordination and gunplay, and that's where Exceeli are clearly one step ahead. Sami leading the charge on that matter, 22-12-7 with a 377 ACS, and boy oh boy, you have to be worried if you're UG right now. Even though this wasn't the map of your choice, the way they almost just rolled over, especially on the attacking side, that does not bode well. But maybe on the map of their own choice, they get a lot more comfortable and bounce back now.
Oh yeah, they can. 26.67% of headshot percent coming through from the side of Exceeli with 13.19k damage too. CA, by the way, the merch you got, the shirt, does it fit you or no?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, I think so. They just didn't really have my size, but it's fine. Maybe hopefully I do get my size. If they had my size, I would have been wearing it right now in front of you guys, but unfortunately, I'm too big for the shirt. But moving forward, as we do see Exceeli just proving NODWIN Gaming unparalleled in all the aspects. Look at the fragments too, 10 of them. MVP comparison in front of you guys too. Sami, of course, has to be leading the charts all the way up, but Chrome's overall tried his best to keep up.
Yeah, Chrome's did his very best, and I think that's going to be a shining light for NODWIN Gaming moving into the next map, because Chrome's is most likely going to go to his comfortable agent on that race. I feel like on that race, he's going to be able to do a lot more damage and bring that firepower that was really missing for NODWIN Gaming in this matchup.
Yeah, the firepower, if you talk about it, man. I mean, Sami is able to deliver all the time, but later on you can see as Chrome's was deactivated from the round 5th to 9th. That's when I feel like if Roach would have stepped up, that could have helped this team out quite a lot. But again, this is what we talk about, right? This is a sign of a good team. It's like good team, they don't really need to activate their players if they're key or if their star players are activating themselves. But if the star players are not able to play that well, that's when the rest of the team starts stepping up to the mark. And this is the problem with Union Gaming currently, at least in that previous game, where the Reyna just wasn't able to pop off CA. Maybe moving forward in the next map, they will be able to do something. Let's take a look at the exclusive merchandise that you guys can win too. The same merchandise that Johnny was wearing. All you guys need to do to win that is go ahead on your Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, whatever the hell you guys like to use. Make a post saying hashtag VCC and also tag at NODWIN Gaming in that post. Be a little creative with the post, and you guys will have a chance to win this merchandise.
I got a different pop socket. Did you get that pop socket?
The t-shirt, you mean?
No, the pop socket on the phone.
No, I got the same one.
You got the one on the screen? Oh,
Yeah.
I got a different one. Ooh. I like this one actually. It's like an XD emote.
We didn't even get the phone cover, dude. I
I
didn't
don't
get the
think
phone.
there is a phone cover. That's just for a reference. It's only the pop socket.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I actually wanted
yeah.
a phone cover though.
It's pretty cheap to buy a phone cover. Come on.
Listen,
But I'll tell you what
I got no
not as
money.
easy to get. Limited edition bomber jackets available right now. I'm not sure. Yeah, they are bomber jackets. Available
they
right
are.
now on gullyactive.com. Make sure you go get them ASAP. I think they will be done by the end of the day.
Oh wait, really? You actually checked it out?
I mean, I did check out the website, but like considering how good they are, you know, I feel like they would be done.
Yeah, I think so. You guys should try and get it as quick as possible. But yeah, gullyactive.com is the site. You guys can go ahead and order yourself some merch too. As we mentioned, it is some limited edition merch, so time is going to be ticking. It's going to be running out just like how the time is running out today too for the lifelines of the team, because we already saw one team taking a leave at the start of the day, and it's going to be time for another team to take a leave, and the team that wins against them will be moving forward. But before that, we're going to be throwing to a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. First map now pretty much wrapped up. We're going to be moving it forward to the second map, CA. First map was pretty much a steamroll through from the side of Exceeli. Second map is going to be the map of Bind. What are your thoughts on that?
Like I was saying, I think Chrome's being back on the race is going to be a big boost for Union Gaming coming through. But remember, on Bind, they play the double duelist, the no sentinel lineup, and last time they played against Global Esports, they had a lot of issues against a single judge right there. So I expect Union Exceeli right here to just pull off that exact same judge and try to find the win. But hopefully, Union Gaming have learned their lesson. They've seen the other matches and they've acknowledged that, okay, all we need to do is clear both sides of the hookah, and judge is no longer an issue.
Okay, I mean, yeah, Judge is no longer an issue for sure, but again, Chrome's is the kind of player that'll keep on abusing that. Or overall, I feel like now Judge as a meta is coming back again, okay, especially after that Global Esports game. I don't know, I've been seeing a lot of teams using the Judge in the hookah side. So again, it has its pros and cons, of course, don't get me wrong. Spectre can be way better than a Judge in those anti-eco rounds or even after that, but it really does depend when you're wielding the Judge. And also it comes down to kind of like the luck factor too. When you are playing a Judge on a particular site, is that team going to be executing that site or not?
Yeah, exactly. That's the question, right? And I think it really does come down to how a team plays around it, because in the matchup yesterday between G and VLT, we saw that Lightning Fast wanted to play the Judge in a particular round, but just one proper systematic approach from Velocity Gaming made sure he never picked up the Judge ever again. He just did it in one round, and just because of that little systematic approach, you can effectively nullify a strong weapon in the opponent's arsenal. So I want to see which team is able to come forward with that systematic approach, because I think now most likely it is either going to be Fancy continuing on that Sky or picking up that breach for himself. So not much changes in the Exceeli composition. They're just going to stick to what is comfortable for them. So not much changes in the way they play too. The onus really comes down to Union Gaming right here, right now, because they've got the breach, they've got the double duelist to make the plays and make it work, because this is the map of their choice. Yeah,
let's move on forward to the Asian select and let's find out how things are looking like. As you guys can see, pretty much Shoes as always is going to stick to the SOA. Zola Crazy going for the Astra. Now you predict, you said Chromes is going to be on the raise. Yes, he is. Double duelist composition from the side of Union Gaming, but on the other hand, for the side of Exceeli, of course, is going to be just the Jet being pulled out. So they're going to rely heavily on the Sami now.
Yeah, Sami has a lot of pressure on him, but it's a situation he's used to being in. They Exceeli regularly play that solo duelist lineup. It's the exact same composition they played on the Ascent, and it's going to be the exact same composition they play right here on Bind as well. And Exceeli, I think for them, it's all about trying to get this done right here, right now, so they can get a crack at GE and try to push them down and maybe even represent Bangladesh in the top 4
of the VCC. That's a little too far away. Let's come down here.
It's not too far away. They just need to win one more map. That's why I said they need to win this map.
Take down GE?
To try and take down GE.
Okay. I heard take down GE and be in the top 4. I was like, that's something.
Maybe be in the top 4.
Yeah. That is looking highly doubtable right now. I'm going to be doubting that.
Took the map off of VLT and VLT beat GE.
They did, but still, I mean, I feel like G is one of the... Okay, it did get really close in the end, though. Like, come on. It was just that one little mistake that flowed through, and VLT pretty much sealed the coup.
Spike planted.
Anyway, the back position up here right now. A very aggressive rush in from VLT. Showing their comfort on this map. Just all guns blazing going in, but they forget to check their
player
back.
standing.
Chromes managed to shut down the flank, and just like that, Chromes continuing his reign of form. This is why I was excited to see him on that race. So much more comfortable, he makes it work.
Yeah, it definitely makes it work. But yeah, now kicking things off really well on the pistol round in the second map. There we go. Chromes instantly jumps onto a Judge, CA.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Because I already saw Sami's webcam when they lost the first round. Sami, like, completely, like, just put his hands on his forehead. And now, if he dies to the Judge over and over again, he's pretty much just going to start smashing his forehead now.
I mean, he can pick up the Judge himself. He's a Jet. It works just as well as it works with the race.
But I feel like a double satchel can be a little better with the Judge.
Go in, but no Chromes. Okay. Should not be breaking the recon. That's the one thing it's not so great at. But he does manage to still get a kill with his fadeaway nade, and with that, the site as well gains the Union Gaming. You can see their strategy is very clear. They're just going to keep going for
Last
these
player
aggressive bursts.
standing.
I think maybe slow down 3 or 4 rounds later.
Yeah. Ghost in the close. Benji trying to be really aggressive, but he connects that crucial headshot. The reason why I called it crucial was that if he missed out on that headshot right there, Benji was dead because the shorty is in the front.
One enemy remaining.
Would be quite an unfortunate situation right there, but it doesn't matter because it did not happen. And all they lose is a single weapon, which I don't even think they lost because, if I'm not mistaken, Roach was just on a pistol. Not sure about that. Either ways, at best, Exceeli able to do damage of that one weapon. They go on to the bye now as Union Gaming get to continue on their bonus. And you can see this is not going to change at all. I wonder when Exceeli just starts being like, yeah, alright, you know what? Let's start playing 4 on one side and 1 on the other. We'll stack one side and retake the other.
Yeah. Technical break on the board from Union Gaming. And personally don't know what to say because...
Oh. So, we get to continue on with the style conversation.
Style? I mean, there's nothing really to talk about it. Like,
No, why do you have 2 of the same thing?
because I told you it's because if it runs out of stock, I do not want to wait for it to get back in the stock, and I
but-
also like the color.
Why is that even relevant? Because if
Because
you
it's-
already have bought one of the same thing, why would
Because
share
you
it if
never
it
know,
ran
it
out of
can
stock?
it can go bad in no time. Sometimes it can be bad. Okay, I'm wearing something, okay? And
So you're basically saying you buy 2 of the same thing, so you can wear that one thing a lot, and then when it gets bad, you can replace it with the other.
yeah, it's pretty much like that, yeah.
So you never wear the second one till the first one gets bad.
Nothing like that. I wear the second one too, but I just
Then
wear the
how are you
second
going
one a
to
little
replace
less.
it with the first one?
I wear the second one a little less. The first one I use it roughly. The second one I use it like not that roughly.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, try to keep it a little safe. Because again, these turtlenecks are kind of like thingies that are getting out of stock pretty quickly, especially of my size, so
Ah, I did not know that size can be an issue. But I do imagine that because I do know the extremely small sizes are also very hard to get.
extremely small sizes.
Yeah, like XS.
I don't even know that Wait, you mean X's or XX? XS.
XS. Not XS. Not like too many, like the size.
XS, okay. I didn't even know that size existed. Who needs an XS size?
One of my sisters needs it. My partner needs it usually.
Oh, I think so Johnny might need XS too.
Yeah, I think John. He's tall enough though to not need XS though.
I don't know. But yeah. I think so. Yeah, Johnny is like, the height wouldn't really be there, but it'll fit him perfectly. But
Get to see
unfortunately,
it, Johnny.
CA, do we have anyone AFK in the map? I think so we do. The Astra from inside Exceeli or from Union Gaming. Everyone's present in the game, so I don't really know.
No, it's. Oh no, never mind. I thought it was Scrim, but he's back. No, maybe we get.
Maybe it's Chromes. Maybe it's Chromes. Chromes is not moving at all. Look.
Oh no, yeah. Or maybe, actually, maybe he's not moving because he just got the boombot training. Like, I want to get going, because his crosshair is at the exact point where the boombot is supposed to go.
I don't even know. Or wait, I think it's just the webcam issues, honestly, because they currently just switched through the webcams and we did not really see the webcams of the players. So maybe they're just trying to get the webcam issue fixed.
No,
And-
Chromes isn't moving. It's probably Chromes.
Yeah, it's not moving at all. That's why I was like, I don't
So
know.
he's either fixing his webcam or he's got some issues.
We mean technical issues, guys, not him personally, but technical issues. But yeah, hopefully it's not a power cut, because if it's a power cut, then pretty much it will be the same case like the last series with God Particles and Khumbu Esports. Well, at the start, It was just a 4v5. But still, I gotta say, Khumbu Esports gave a tough fight.
Yeah, most definitely. Khumbu able to make sure that they're able to at least establish their names in our hearts as well as in the minds of future opponents they might face in other tournaments or future VCCs. But right now, what's it is this trauma, and Chromes has started moving, so we should be getting going real soon.
Wait, did he?
Yeah, he started.
Oh yeah, he's moving right now. So
Hey,
yeah,
that's
there we go. It was Chrome's actually. It was having technical issues. So yeah, now we're back. Everything's looking in line. CA. Union Gaming, first 2 rounds of the board. What do you think so? Is the rifle round going to be their cake or not?
I think interesting the way you say it, but I do think for Exceeli Esports, the rifle round is very, very important.
Slap them up.
Notice their setups. The way they're doing it is to try and stack up that A site while the initiator is effectively playing B to delay as much as they can, but I don't want to see them playing these aggressive angles. This can only be a recipe for disaster as long as Union Gaming check it. If they don't, Chromes is just a distraction. Fast he gets caught out trying to track him down and shut down. The modus of Union Gaming going perfectly.
Oh, that's a tandem.
Last player standing.
That's the judge coming to play. Judge is the OP, man. Don't even need an operator on the board. Just get a judge and double satchel boost on the site. Easy clap. Sami, though, left in a clutch situation. All the rifles now retrieved in the hands of Union Gaming. Free gifts coming through. Seems like Christmas has came a little early for them. Or a little late. But Exceeli. It's all down to Sami. All eyes on him to at least try and deal some damage. Maybe not go for a win, just try and deal a fair bit amount of damage. He needs to make sure he's getting those guns off of their hands. But no, he gets dinked, so now he needs to fall back. Has no other choice. And he's just going to hold the angle.
And again, it's very weird that Fancy is playing that position. I'm very confused as to why not just play CT and play for the retake, leaving your utility free for when your team comes around, because that is the biggest issue with the Union Gaming comp. They can't mark the flanks, which is why they're going to always press for W. Now imagine in this situation, while Sami is flanking, if the rest of his team is alive, they can easily pull off a retake. But instead, the rest of his team is dead, so Sami not left with many options.
Yeah, 3-0. They also won the bonus round, so now their economy is flown off the charts. On the other hand, it's like Exceeli, they're pretty much homeless.
Okay.
They need to do something in this round to try and get the economical status at least balanced up. Coming through, but a nice flash to try and suppress the man. He will be staying right in the back, and the shields gets shut down. Sami the close, no one expects him to be there, and he's also putting in a lot of impact. Instantly backs off in the hookah area too. He's not going to give his frag away that easily. Sami is being the impact fragger and the difference maker, and he's able to make a lot of difference. And an ace, even though each and every single player had their rifles in their hands, Sami single-handedly stops the entire flood.
And this is why we've got Sami in the Anthem, guys, which, by the way, if you haven't checked out yet, you should definitely go to. But as you said, Sami being the impact fragger, the flash and dash combo to try and start it off. It was Sami at the end, shutting them down one by one. And as you said too, right, I think, Necro, what's especially key is the simple fact that right now, for Exceeli Esports, if they're able to continue pushing forward this momentum, going into their own attack, it gets that much easier because of the fact that Union Gaming don't have a set. This comp of Union Gaming double duelist Breach Sova, it excels on the attack because of its aggressive burst potential. But right now, Union Gaming going back for that B approach. This time though, they're going to find themselves facing off against Killjoy. Outlaw though, he's got stock, he's got a stun coming onto him, a nade, as well as the recon, so not much.
Oh my god, no, he missed a lot of shots with the judge. That's not what I like to see quite a lot of times. Yeah, definitely missed out a lot of shots. And now Exceeli, they're just on tear. They're looking unstoppable force of nature indeed. Nice shock dart. 3 HP left in the pockets of Scrim. And there we go, another quick shutdown from Exceeli. What a read.
Okay, you can see on Outlaw's face, he's like, bro, what am I supposed to do? There's so much utility. I actually have an answer. Usually when teams start doubling against me, or even internationally, where you see SEA teams, what they regularly do with their Killjoy on maps like this, is use their nano swarms inside the tube to deny the plant outside the tube. You play it on the very edge, so they can't really break the nano swarms, but you can use it to deny plants on both sides.
he was trapped on the sites here. He couldn't
that's
go
what
out
I'm
because
saying.
paint shells
So-
were forcing him out.
Yes, exactly. Which is why I'm saying you set up your nanoswarms to deny the plant, and then you play elbow. That way you can completely ensure that there's no way they push through. Or you play this exact position he's playing now from where he can wall back. You completely leave the site and you play effectively for the plant denial and the retake, because of which the other team gets slowed down completely and they never get time to get into their post places.
Still waiting for him to activate those, and it seems like right now it's Union Gaming being really stubborn. And Zola crazy this time, he goes huge. 4K for him. It's like each and every single player from the side of Exceeli is able to activate, and then Roach is, I don't know, he's out of sleep, he's having a great time though, I can tell you that.
Yeah, someone who's not going to shoot the Killjoy main. Damn, Outlaw sure knows his lineups and setups, man. That Killjoy Nanoswarm, I personally love it. I use it a lot. It's not something that a lot of pro Killjoy players themselves know in our region. So props to be given to Outlaw. The exact thing I was talking about. He just leaves the site. He's happy to play on the retake. Again, setting up his Nanoswarm just to deny the plant. He's going to back right up. But you can see now, they don't think they're going to come back B, because Union Gaming went B twice in a row, Necro. Exceeli with the read that they're going to come A, but Union Gaming going slower than they normally would, throwing Exceeli off guard.
Yeah. There we go. Is it really throwing them off guard? Why are they solo peeking that? And that's the main reason why they're talking like that. Solo peeks given through. You should never let the enemy team isolate these duels. And they're letting him isolate that, and now the man advantage is well in their hands. So Cosmic Divide and the Showstoppers available. But again, solo peeks is something that's been the kryptonite of Union Gaming, and they are being really stubborn with doing so too.
Yeah. I think, I don't even know if it's just Union Gaming being stubborn or the simple fact that the current composition makes them be that stubborn. There's really not much. I agree with that right aspect, especially when you've got a breach and a Sova. Maybe start off the push with a drone, and then you can set up the breach utility, or at the very least fault line that angle off so they cannot peek it whatsoever. Either ways, Scrim either moved too fast or the utility did not come in early enough, and that's a comms issue in a team. When you're playing this aggressive a composition, you cannot have the comms issue. And now those Zolo being the distraction for Sami, like, we're not going to expect him here, but Sami does not have the first shot.
Yeah, it does, and then there we go. He's going to be able to make it back to safety pretty quickly too. And this is exactly what I'm saying. Look at the side of Exceeli. They're not giving no solo duels like that. I think Sasami got a little pissed that both these kills were taken away by the man in the back. I think so it was Shoes. So he tried to like shoot. But yeah, Exceeli, they're going crazy. Look, he started shooting at him, you see.
Yeah. Like, yeah,
You see? No, he was mad. No, he was mad. He was like, you stole
Sami,
one
you
kill.
missed the shot, bro. You can't be mad.
Let me have one kill. He was like, at least let me have one kill, man. You took both of them. But yeah, overall, Exceeli, great showing even inside this map. And I said, Bind is one of those maps that every single team is really well known of. And all the strats at this point on a map like Bind is pretty much common. It just comes down to like those individual timestamps and those little loopholes sometimes by accidentally teams are created. And wow, what a shock dart though. Did you see that shock dart? It straight up went right onto him.
Stumbling, and most likely rumbling on out of this tournament, Necro, because if this continues, I don't think it's going to get any easier for Union on the defense, no less. Now, Union Gaming were able to take shots control early into the round, but you can see Exceeli, they've adapted very well to this composition. They're willing to give parts of the site just to retake it all together. Sami, exactly that. He's going to be flying helicopter, shutting down Benjay. Wait, hold on, Ace. Production's like, okay, let's just get this over with.
Oh no, he doesn't get the ace, but Chrome's 2 kills gifted to him, and also a free gun in the hands. Proper rifle to work off with. Satchel, and oh no, he got stunned in the mid-air. Seems like the Tiger this time can take huge leaps.
I don't know.
But yeah,
I don't see
that moment right there reminded me of that helicopter meme, you know? Helicopter, helicopter.
Remaining.
Oh my God. the race. Again, Chromes is the only one who seems to be able to find value in most rounds. The only one who seems to be able to consistently push forward. And I think that's, right now, the only option NODWIN Gaming have. Rely on your ultimates. You have the Rolling Thunder available. You have the Showstopper to try to get your entry. Go back to the style that initially got them the wins in the first place. Go for the heavy burst, the dual pronged execute, and maybe that can help them pull something off. But this early Hunter's Fury from Shoes Freaks, it got him 2 tags, but no kills.
Yeah, no kills just yet. But still, they have a 3-round cushion in their hands, and wow, what a tracking from Outlaw. Oh my god, able to track bullet for days, and he's making the enemy eat those bullets. Spike being planted on the board too. Yeah, the Seekers are going to be giving him a lot of info. Huge distracting cause, and you can see Sami now from the back. Again, the star player left to make some star plays for himself. Nice stun. Sami stunned out, nothing much can be done. There we go.
Yeah,
but I like that. I like that NODWIN Gaming or neither Exceeli are disrespecting each other. Like we're not seeing any.
Yeah, it's full seriousness from both of these teams because of course their tournament life is on the line. They cannot afford
Last player standing.
right now.
If I was one of the pro players, I would definitely do it.
Do what?
Just a little bit of BM.
Well, no, that's why you're not a pro player. That's one of the multiple reasons why you're not a pro player.
What do you mean? That's not true.
Nowhere to run!
If I played a lot of Valorant, if I would have kept on playing, then I feel like I could have been at least capable of being one.
Too many ifs and buts. Just saying you're not one right now.
Okay.
Because of course, keyboard warrior is much more fun. You know, I have to disagree on that note. But right now, the aggressive execute set up with this cosmic divide, they get the site, but they are gonna end up getting retaken on with this lockdown available.
Oh, he's low
no Chromes. He goes for the lockdown with the showstopper, and he ends up, like, as soon as he goes for the lockdown and he comes from the other side of the cosmic divide, he also sees Outlaw, and then he's in 2 minds. Should I go for the lockdown? Should I go for Outlaw? He misses both.
Switch.
I feel like going for Outlaw was the right choice, but he just missed it. Because if he kills
both.
Outlaw, he has enough time, yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, in that moment, as soon as that lockdown is placed, surely you know that the Killjoy is the one who placed the lockdown, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna try to pop out of that ult and go for the wide peek on the showstopper, knowing that the Killjoy is not going to be right next to a lockdown, because that's a recipe for disaster. No Killjoy is gonna stand next to a lockdown and get sprayed down with her lockdown together. Usually the Killjoy is going to try to play with her lockdown as bait, almost, you know. So which is why I feel like he was caught in 2 minds right there. But right now, talking about 2 minds, they don't have 2 minds about their approach here in this round. Going for that aggressive execute right here with the Rolling Thunder set up. It even displaces the turret, so it will give them a lot of opportunity to get the second. They don't have the weapons.
Yeah, indeed, they don't have the weapons, and it's eco too. And that's the judge shutdown as well. The judge is not really working out for these drones anymore. But Kusuf on this side is trying to fight back, but oh no. That reminded me of Batman right there.
Batman? Why?
Yeah. Did you see the way she jumped down on his face? The style, the pose she had.
But like everything about Jet is so opposite of Batman. Like, for example, she,
one enemy remains.
I'm just talking about.
I mean, in terms of the entire attire, and then she has knives. Batman uses more like, I don't know,
boomerangs.
Yeah,
batarangs. It's called batarangs.
But not just batarangs. He has a lot of weird weapons. You know, he has a taser, a weird taser on like his left arm. I'm not talking about the movie Batman, by the way. I'm talking about the actual comics Batman.
It's both things, yes. Batman has everything because he's rich as heck.
Do that. Exactly. Jet is not even rich. So why Batman?
How do you know she's not rich?
She's not rich.
Okay,
you think she'd be wearing some lame ass hoodie if she was rich? She'd be wearing like
rich people.
Link.
Rich people don't.
Rich.
Listen, there's a lot of rich people who don't wear stylish clothes, okay? Because they just don't like to show off their money.
Okay, okay, I know for a fact Jeff is not rich also because the Lunar New Year post never made.
Spike carrier is killed.
You see, she was just
Spike
chilling out.
down,
Maybe
B.
she was quite a prolific chef before she became the major representative of the Kingdom Valorant protocol. Talking about representative right now, we missed a couple of key flags in this round as Exceeli on the attack. They've dropped the spike necro and all 5 members of NODWIN Gaming are trying their best to hold on for dear life. Now look at Outlaw. It's all about Exceeli trying to buy time for Outlaw who's coming on the flank. But you can see NODWIN Gaming, they're prepared for that.
Yeah, he is prepared
Spike
for that.
down,
And there you go.
B.
Scrim finds the opening, and now
remaining.
Scrim pretty much trying to flow it through with another one.
30 seconds left.
Outlaw is there with the trade, but they're now left for the 1-on-4. It's going to be really tough for Outlaw to try and clutch it out. There we go. A lot of players in the front, doesn't know who to shoot. Okay, so Jet, okay, so you pretty much know the story of entire characters, like all the characters.
Yeah.
Then what was Phoenix?
Spike down B.
What do you mean, what was Phoenix?
Down B.
Oh, he was in an art school?
One
Or
enemy
maybe
remaining.
the duty is. I think he was in art and design school, if I'm not mistaken. But then after that, it's not really significant like Jet. Like he wasn't 100% known. So a lot of the stories of Valorant characters are actually unknown. We know Jet was a chef because of her voice lines. It's already there.
Yeah, I want to know what Phoenix was, though. I want to know, like, his entire backstory, because I am really interested in Phoenix.
Oops. Spike
Interesting
down
character
A.
for sure, man. Personality overall
One enemy remaining.
that he has, but yeah.
We'll talk about it right after this round. because
Night-night.
Sami,
Mini Judge.
he's got himself a
Mini Judge.
Spectre now. Can do a lot of damage to the NODWIN Gaming economy, but again, these rounds are crucial for NODWIN Gaming because at that 8-4 mark, the pistol and the anti-eco, you pick it up, you reduce the lead, and it gives you a lot more hope as well as the economic buff you need to get Scrim and Operator. Sami, he doesn't have much time. Respect the fact that the flank is coming on top of him.
I got
He's
the
gonna
spike.
be able to use an updraft and get the spike, so now he actually has a significant amount of time. Can just go for the long rotate and or wait and hope that someone overpeaks him.
But oh no, that's what they go for. There we go. The overpeak indeed coming through. And a nice shutdown from their side. So NODWIN Gaming get another round in the board. And Exceeli. Momentum for now is being stopped in the second half. But I'm pretty sure Exceeli is one of those teams that's going to be able to get the grip back up. So I'm not really that worried for that because this rifle round is going to be deciding NODWIN Gaming's fate.
Back to Phoenix though. Like I was saying, he was in an art school, but he was kicked out, and then there's not much known about him.
Wait, why was he kicked out?
Because he's Phoenix.
Because he was like, he had fire?
He's probably playing with fire a lot. I do believe his current house is like a repurposed fire station, you know? Like an abandoned fire station turned into his house. But back to the game right now, because you can see the full buy come in online for NODWIN Gaming as well as Exceeli Esports. Both the Jets have got 1 pick each, but it's up to them. As this Sami to get more and create space for his team.
Blocking sight.
Too much utility thrown into his face. Sami under a lot of pressure. Skimmy coming in for the backup as well. And the satchel throwing Sami off
Last
guard.
player standing.
It's NODWIN Gaming who are able to pick up their bonus round right here in Necro.
Oh!
Unless Shivs pulls off some freak plays.
And it seems like he's actually able to do so too, CA. Talk about the freaky plays. Spike planted 2. And now in a 1-on-3 situation, Shiv's position is something that I'm not really a big fan of. And this is the exact fact because he needs to worry, or he's paranoid about a little bit too many angles. So, yeah. There we go. Another round on the board. And as I said, this buy round is going to be deciding the fate of NODWIN Gaming. And Exceeli, somewhere down line, choking things up there. Sami has a default Phantom skin. I don't know how to feel about that.
Yeah, it is quite weird that Sami keeps going for the push alone, and it's even more weird that the defaults that we saw from Exceeli on their attack on Ascent, they don't exist on Bind. I would like to see them, for example,
Let's
the
start
Jet
this
and Sova
party.
combining to take hookah control while the Sky plays B-long marking and slowly start setting up that default, and then later the Jet can switch over to the Sky and they can push these all together. Instead, right now, they're just playing as a 5-stack. The way they were playing with the breach,
Uh-oh.
really. They don't have
Oh!
much.
He actually hits the headshot. He actually does hit the headshot. Chrome's is so low. There we go. And free guns. Literally free guns for them. Upgrades coming through, and they should be a thrifty round because they have all players alive. The long push, I do understand, but they overextend a little bit. As soon as they got the info that the players are pushing through in the hookah area, they should have just fell back to the B site or try to get the retake through from the A long.
Hold on, though.
Here.
On this retake, they just gotta save the weapons. Kusuf is
One enemy remaining.
He doesn't have a Spectre, so there's no reason to push in right there. Kusuf, you gotta save that. The reason I really wanted to see him save that is so that on the basis of that, maybe they could go for a full buy in the next round and have Scrim save his weapon, play on the Blade Storm so that he can get his operator online in the round after.
Silence.
Zolo is gonna get silenced by Roach, but now Roach is just gonna get hunt down. Exceeli don't care about damage, just wanna make sure don't get away with any weapons.
There we go. It's usually like if you have all your players alive, there's at least like 2 players that are sent on a hunt instantly.
Grounded.
The first player's main key thing is to just get the info where the player is, and as soon as the info is found, then the rest of the players can try and shut him down too, or just try and isolate the duels with that man. But yeah, 9-7 is the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. Union Gaming now finally, it seems like the momentum Union Gaming has been the full stop has been put by Exceeli Esports on that momentum, and now Exceeli again trying to get their fists together, and they're trying to close it on the map of Bind too.
Look at Exceeli's defaults though. They leave the turret to mark the hookup push. They leave the alarm bot to make sure the A-shot push doesn't happen, while players themselves are covering each angle. All of this while Sami is going for a solo push down B long. Now if this works out, props to be given to Sami. He's a crack player, but I'm just curious, when you have a double initiator lineup, why isn't one initiator accompanying Sami?
Because Sami doesn't need one. He's Sami. Sami plays duelist, but he can be everything while he's playing duelist. You see? Why does he need one? He doesn't. That's the controller out the board right there, CA. Now the defensive side is heavily crippled. Controller not there anymore, so the retake's going to be next to impossible unless they're able to pull off some insane aim duels. And maybe flashes out two. The man in the back side's quite blinded, but Chrome's find another one
30
with a
seconds left.
showstopper. 30 seconds left in the clock, and I'm pretty sure they're going to go for an instant TP at the last moment because they have the A side control too, so not really a lot of things to worry about for them. TP has been taken. Sami approaching the A site from the bathrooms area, and all the players from Union Gaming, they're approaching from the defender spawn.
10 seconds left.
There we go.
I've got your trail.
Shouldn't be that tough for him. Seeker's out too. Now everyone is just available in the back. Info's given away. A nice shot from Sami, looking to get another one too, but dealt a fair bit of amount of damage onto Chromes.
Revealing area.
2 bullets connected to that man. Recon dogs out too. And I feel like this retake has to be really tough because look how they're playing it off. One man's holding the U-Haul, the other one's holding
Last player standing.
side pretty much, but oh no, that's a nice shutdown. And now if they do the double peek, this pretty much looks possible, and yes it does. Scrim is just going to connect the right click with the Blade Storm.
Huge round picked up for Union Gaming, and especially given the way Sami started off that round, it didn't look like it was going to happen. But Scrim stepping up, telling Sami that if he can get it done, so can he. And really, it came down to these 2 key frags, right? Imagine now, while Sami pushes into B long, his team also either takes the control or even has someone to back him up right there. Instead of all 4 rotating, trying to get in through hookah, while Sami alone tries to make the space there. They would have probably got the B entry there itself, or they would have had a better option to try and TP together and make the A push happen. But instead, they end up getting the worst of both worlds. Especially in that double initiator lineup, you always want to back up that Jet. But right now, they do have that Sova in the initiator to back up Sami as he once again goes for his standard B-long push, looking for the frags and making a lot of noise along the way. Just teasing and taunting Union Gaming. Come fight me, I dare you.
Look at Sami though. Oh my god, finds a little spot. And this man somehow, the spray with his Vandal is always on point. He's just doesn't need to worry about missing any kind of bullets, but he's spraying it. Champion Vandals glowing too, CA. Top fragging it out, of course. And now Sami is looking to light some skulls up. Even in the future, 9 rounds on the board, not really a huge cushion for Exceeli. So they will need to start working on a lead here.
Obscuring vision.
Oh, look at the flank from Outlaw that was able to catch one. Looks to get the second one too, but it's okay. It dealt enough damage. And Sami will capitalize onto it with 3K again.
A huge flank from Outlaw. And Sami...
Wait, how old is Sami again?
18 or 19.
Damn, bro. I imagine it's like when he started, like how old was he when he actually started playing video games?
His first major tournament was 13.
That means he's probably playing games since the age of like 8 or 9 or probably even younger. Because when I was 8, I didn't even, my parents didn't even let me near any technical stuff. The only thing I knew was about TVs and radios.
Alonso. Sami right now. He's on it there. His Champions Vandal is going and he wants to make sure he gets as much value out of this momentum as he can. He wants to make sure that he makes hay while the sun shines. And besides the sun shining, it is his Vandal, but he doesn't check one angle. And just like that, Benji finds one and we'll make it a
Spike
second.
down A.
Says thank you for the glowing Champions Vandal and make sure that Union Gaming will stay alive.
Yeah. Well, yeah, from that I remembered, if you kill a top fragger, and if someone else picks it up, it's not glowing anymore, right?
No.
Yeah, it's not, you see. It's in his hand, so it's not glowing anymore.
Scanning ahead.
So yeah, interesting, but the spike control's in the hand of Union Gaming, and it's going to be really hard to retrieve the spike from their hands, but still, if they keep finding frags like those, then it's looking highly likely. Solar Peaks giving Seekers out too, Final Man's position given away, and Fancy gets the trade quickly. A huge 4K to save the day for Exceeli Esports, and oh my god, talk about cracked individuals. They're right here in front of you guys.
I think it's GG. Because that single round, because
I've got
I think
your
the ego
trail.
of Union Gaming is broken respectively. Guarantees now, it
Match
guarantees now match point for the side of Exceeli.
Wait, no.
Actually, it's not broken, so they're still able to get the buys, which means this is match point right here, right now. If they lose this, they lose the map. If they win this, they keep their hopes alive. But given the fact that Exceeli have got some huge ultimates, they can just go for an aggressive rush, and it certainly looks like that. And that turret default setup to mark the hooker aggression will make sure that Chrome doesn't actually get more than what. Take flight. And it does mean that again, like they invested the fault line, the nade, the gravity well, all for naught. It was traded out for a free turret on the other hand.
There we go, the drone's out too. Hunter's Fury not really finding anything. A little too early in the round though. I feel like he should have just held on to it.
Yeah, and because of the place from where he did it, Sami knows that his Sova is somewhere on B side. With Zolo getting caught in the astral plane and Chromes with another.
Oh my god. He's trying to play with our hearts. He's gonna get a 2K. No, misses! But it's okay, dealt a lot of damage too. Sami had a key opportunity, but his teammates are able to capitalize on it. And now Sami is looking to shut down Benji 2 on the site. Benji's expecting this push through from Sami. Spots him out, and Sami still, even though he's so low, the confidence this man has is something else. Look at the TP from the side of Fancy now. He TP's all the way back on the A side, and now again left in a clutch situation. Fancy can make this happen for sure. Interesting one indeed, yeah. He pretty much knows.
It's for U-Haul, right? Yeah. It's a U-Haul plan, but it's so weird because you're totally
we've never seen that. It's so exposed.
Just go for a showers plan. I've seen it a couple of times, but it's very rare to see it after a TP.
Oh my god.
Now, they're not expecting him to be in U-Haul though, because it seems like they've never seen it. Still, they do end up spotting him out, and now...
Oh, it's diffusing it.
Things coming in, the spam as well.
Oh, there we go.
Land, and Fancy now with the Trailblazer can make sure that they don't do it, but he doesn't know that it's half diffused.
It's not. Oh. But still, they get all the guns off of their hands, CA, so that means the economy is going to be shattered.
Be faster. Stay down.
That right there. Oh my god. If he didn't connect that bullet, that would have been the biggest choke of this entire best of 3 series.
that would have been a big yikes. And it would have been the end of Union Gaming's life in this tournament. Because remember, they're 1-0 down in this series. They're trying to pull themselves back, and they're getting a little too aggressive for my comfort, but they make it count. The top fragger taken off the board. Scrim with a key frag now.
Oh!
Spike down A.
At least he's being shut down with one, so oh my god, Judge is one of those thingies if you...
That's good enough. They did not have full buys, they had broken buys, so an advantage is straight with those broken buys is a great advantage for Union Gaming.
Yeah, they also to get rid of the controller on the side of Exceeli, so that's a huge thing. For the side take, you need the smokes crucially. And if you just don't have those, then again, there has to be one of those players who will need to make the solo plays. And with Sami as well deactivated in this round, they won't really have the individual player to try and make some solo plays happen. But Fancy9 can try and put on a show just like how he did last time with the 4K. Expecting a lot of times, though, can be a little too much, but I'm pretty sure he is a man capable of those things.
They've got the lockdown ready. I think they're just going to try to force the site late into the round.
30 seconds
set
left.
The lockdown for post plant rather than to actually take the site. You can see with the drone coming out towards A shot 2, fakes that presence of Exceeli towards that A area, which will allow them to just sneak into this B site. Now it's really all down to Fancy to cover off CT at the same time. Soundcue finally given away.
10 seconds
starting
left.
to realize that the plant is going down on this site. Now, post plant is a little weird because they had most of the site to themselves, but that's okay. This is what I'm talking about. They have the lockdown to play on the post plant, and then the Hunter's Fury to make sure that the defuse doesn't go through. But Union Gaming, they're rushing on through. Now, 1-for-1 play, that's worthwhile, and Shiv Streaks with the help of his recon, he'll make it an easy setup. Outlaw just needs to buy time right here, but he's gonna do more than that. This is over.
15 HP in the hands of Kusuf. Also has Hunter's Fury available, but the Shock Dart should have done it. Misses out on that, and now whips out the Hunter's Fury too. Still isn't sure if he's able to find the mark or not. Kusuf, 15 HP in the hand. He's got 50% in the hand. 15 HP. He's gonna sneak it again. How are they able to do so all the time? Show freaks. A rookie mistake from this man. The call should have been conveyed that Kusuf is low. But that's not the case instead. Not able to put the numbers together, and that cost him that round.
Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't spam it like that. I don't even think it needs a call, man. You just spam it even if you don't expect him to be low.
And I honestly feel like using the Hunter's Fury too was really... He had that one Shock Dart. As soon as he hears the tap, he could just use the Shock Dart right there.
Yeah, he did. I think he misplaced it though, and I think
missed
that's
it,
where I do think that as much as Shuv's misplayed that, Fancy did too. There's no reason to go for a close plant there. That exact same plant can be done in the open position outside the tube in front of Hookah, and would have made life a lot easier for Shiv Streaks right there. But against all odds, back-to-back rounds, Union Gaming fight back. They unite and they persevere. And right now, they're holding on strong, but their eco is getting tested to its very limits. They've lost all their weapons back-to-back, and they still don't have the perfect buys. They compensated for this in the last round with the Blade Storm, but without that too, Union Gaming are feeling the pressure from that lack of weaponry, the lack of economy.
Yeah, double digits on the deck for both the teams now. Union Gaming are also going to start to gain the confidence back after those wins. Nice Cosmic Divide use, but an instant counter Cosmic Divide use too. I honestly feel like that's a little bit too early. They should have held on to their counter for a while, but that's a nice one to find that out. Benjay gets shut down, and Sami now is going to be happy with that trade, CA.
Yeah, I don't think that was a counter Cosmic Divide. I think that was just a case of both of them placing it at almost the exact same time, because they were trying to block the entry with that Cosmic Divide, but a little unlucky there because it was at the moment and it meant that it was kind of useless. Now it does seem like Chromes is going to get traded out. All he has is the Judge, which is not so useful in the retake. Now with this 1v3, Roach,
okay.
You thought it was match point, but Roach is going to try his best to make sure it isn't. But Outlaw, we've seen him before in these clutch situations. He is always calm, he is always composed, and he more often than not finds the clutch.
I honestly thought he was going to be able to clutch it out. I mean, we've been saying that Roach isn't really able to step up to the mark, but that was a step-up play right there. He did all he could, but unfortunately the rest of the team got deactivated quite early. They got shut down pretty early. And Roach tried to strike him down one after the other, but still Exceeli Outlaw was the man who was able to sneak it away. But finally, able to clutch it out. And now 12 rounds on the board for Exceeli. It's a match point. I called it.
I mean, you did, but almost. Union Gaming were able to pull it back. That's 3 rounds in a row now where a different member of Union Gaming has stepped up to the mark and almost got them the victory. I mean, 2 rounds, they actually converted that almost into a victory, but Roach unable to do so because of Outlaw's composed manner. Now, 12-10 on the board. Union Gaming, they still don't have money for full buys, Necro. Their economy is still very much suffering, but Kusev doesn't care. With just a sheriff, he makes it count, shuts down the top fragger of Exceeli, and makes life that much harder. Especially now, they can just step back. They have the showstopper to try and retake with. They don't need to fight.
Yeah, they don't. They really don't. And it's the Aftershock available too. So they pretty much clear out the short side now.
Look
And
at that.
as you can see, Fancy9 is going to be the difference maker. 2 kills on the board, and they're quite huge too. Both of them are headshots, so it's really tough for Union Gaming to try and react. And he's causing a huge distraction while the rest of his team is pretty much getting the B-side entry. And they realize Fancy9 is just a distraction right there, but 3K for him all by himself, and he's also created a lot of space for his team on the A site. Another TP follows through. Fancy9 has a lot of space creating, and he's unstoppable. He's going for the ace too, and Chromes is down quite low, 21 HP in the hands, and this pretty much is it. It seems like Exceeli are going to be sealing the deal on the map of Fine, and they do. They win the first best of 3 series of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and they throw out Union Gaming of the VCC Grand Final playoffs.
Beautifully done by Exceeli. They're fancy stepping up to the mark. And I have to give so much props to him because remember, this is a player who is not an initiator main. He shifted to that initiator position to make room for Outlaw on that Killjoy. The Killjoy, the Sentinels is what Fancy truly plays. So you can see that lurking power now shown in the way he plays that Sky as well. Really stepping up to the mark to guarantee that round win for the side of Exceeli. And it did feel like despite the perseverance of Union Gaming, Exceeli was in control throughout the map. So very well deserved for Exceeli too. Sami just popped the heck off in this map, man. I don't know if those few rounds he doesn't get those opening picks, if he's not able to shut down Kusev so many times, then suddenly I feel like it's a completely different map.
It is, but overall, man, what a performance in the end, right? Union Gaming as well, just fighting for their life. They tried their best, but in the end, you try so hard, you got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter because it's Exceeli who win. It does matter, yeah. I mean, the efforts are seen from the players, but hey, again, the win wasn't there. But yeah, overall, still hearts in the chat for Union Gaming, the way they played. But unfortunately, in the end, the efforts they showed, it was just not enough because Exceeli were always a step ahead of them. Sami, of course, with 26 kills, being the star player for the team, sometimes saving the day too. But I honestly feel like the real MVP here should be Fancy9.
Yeah. Right now, I think what's especially important for Exceeli is to try and just make sure they reset themselves because they've got another big matchup lined up against Global Esports. But look at that headshot percentage. In this particular map, Sami and Fancy, I think a large part of that headshot percentage, they were hitting some nutty shots, Necro.
They were definitely hitting some insane shots, but Exceeli, again, you guys will get a little bit of time off after this best of 3 series, but then in this time, after this time off, you guys have to go against the defending champions themselves, Global Esports, so the competition's just going to keep on elevating further. So better try to calm your nerves down because Global Esports is going to bring in an absolute roller coaster of emotions. They're going to bring in the fire that you've never seen before in your entire life. So, but the MVP of the best of 3 series here is Sami with 48 kills, 26 deaths, and 10 assists.
Yeah, Sami was just clearly why he's called the star player of Exceeli. I just skipped a word right there. I still had to say Sami showing us clearly why he's called the star player of Exceeli, performing up to the mark and standing up really and proving that the single duelist style that Exceeli play is perfectly suited for them. I would still like to see a lot more Breach, but then again Fancy showed that he gets a lot more individual agency with the Sky, so definitely does work out overall for the team. Now again, look at those headshot percentages. It's not even Sami leading the charts, it's just Streaks and Solo Crazy. It's kind of nutty the way they're able to pull it off.
Yeah, actually, but Sami overall, man, oh my god, he has to be one of those players that has been impressing me quite a lot of time. And the good part about Sami is that he's had a lot of experience too amongst all these players, right? Sami is one of those players that have been in the pro scene for a really long time, or at least he has been the known face across the entire SA region for a long time. So Sami, of course, deserves to be on the top of the board all the time. But now, as you guys can see, the brackets of Group B is right here. NODWIN Gaming, after that previous best-of-3 series being kicked out the tournament, now they have secured their slot, or they have secured their date against Global Esports. Exceeli, the competition is high, the stakes are high, and it's yours to try and claim it. But again, you have to go through the defending champions themselves. And is that going to be easy? Hell no.
Hell no, exactly. It's gonna be hell to pay for Exceeli right there. It's not even the fact that it's G or anything. It's the simple fact that the defending champions of any tournament, when their lives are against the line, they're sure to bounce back strong. But Exceeli looked quite good today. They've already taken a map off of VLT, who were the team to take down Global Esports in the first place. So I'm 100% sure that Exceeli will make it a match to remember. And as their hashtag suggests, they will exceed limits.
Let's see, we'll be able to find out if they're going to be exceeding limits or not, because GE is fighting back strong. And they're all the way in elimination brackets, and we know. I mean, when a person is hurt, he's the most dangerous, and you do not really want to get near them. So that's the case with Global Esports right now. They're hurt, they're down bad, and if you try to poke them a little bit more, they're going to be pissed and they'll come after you. So be a little careful against Global Esports, because I'm pretty sure they're sitting back relaxing, but at the same time, they have their coaches who are looking at you guys and trying to figure out what exactly is going on.
Or maybe they're just like, nah, we don't care. We're going to beat you anyways. Coaches, you get a day off. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
That's definitely not the case with Global Esports.
Or maybe Head Ranger is just like, he's watching himself. Head Ranger is like, all right, it's okay. We don't need a coach. I got this.
Let me get the nice shave
like,
on with the Gillette razor.
It's like, sit down. I got this.
If his agent actually says that, I will be very happy.
Oh my god. I'm actually thinking of recently maining Phoenix, but I'm going to talk about that later after we are back after this short break.
Mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened. Mistaken, if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why. We used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high.
There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I'll really give it to y'all. Brain is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we bleed vapors, green colors bleeding in streets for cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound. Realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are massive.
Celebrate right now. Pegboard nerds, mods, I have you locking at the sound. All of the gal I go passing when me boy I go drop them. I coming. Murder. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me pass it to them, watch out some mics. You better turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you cut in the middle. When the flames catch fire, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. And put your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign.
Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot. Keep it coming. Hey, I don't give a damn, I don't care, I don't care.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second best of 3 series of the day. It's going to be between Team Exploit versus God Particles. Now, we saw God Particles at the start of the day and how they were looking. I mean, God Particles looked quite iffy against, it was going really back and forth. So I'm pretty sure the mental, if you talk about it, it's not really going to be looking that great. But Team Exploit as well, they've lost their previous matchup pretty much 2-0. That's quite a huge difference too for them. So again, but we need to keep this in mind. There was a substitute available for them. They were not really playing with their main lineup, but today they're going to be playing with their main lineup. So I feel like Team Exploit, they're going to be looking really strong.
Exactly, and if they are to go into the finals weekend with a strong momentum spree, they need to try and find the win here, similar to the way they took down God Particles in the first time around where these teams faced, where Team Exploit just obliterated God Particles in every single way. Now, what I'm curious about is how the veto does end up going, because if the veto is the exact same, then I think big questions towards God Particles, because it makes sure that they're giving Team Exploit the comfort they want once again.
Yeah.
Now, the last time around, we noticed that God Particles had picked up the map of Breeze, and after banning out the map of Icebox. Now, I don't think that's going to change, but I really want to say that I think it should change. They need to try and target Team Exploit if they are to take them down. Maybe force them to play a map like Ascent or a map like Bind, really, but they might not be as strong.
Again, I mean, I do understand at this point, it's more kind of like you're just trying to find even like small bit of problems in the enemy team, and even small bit of like, like micro problems in a team over here, because I feel like both these teams are pretty good. God Particles in the past have proved themselves, but again, we talked about the momentum moving forward for God Particles. In the later stages, they have been giving a lot of loopholes for a lot of teams, not just Team Exploit. I feel like even some other teams that we did not really expect give it such a close call to God Particles. They have given quite a lot of close calls to God Particles. I'm not talking about Khumbu, but like before that too, there have been a couple of teams who had taken the series quite close with God Particles. So I honestly feel like, again, Team Exploit is one of those teams that has to be the top teams out there, or at least in the SA region. They have to be like literally one of the top teams.
Yeah, as you said it, they were top 3 in VCC 1.
Yeah.
Coming into VCC 2, definitely a team that we expect to give in a solid performance, which is why I want to see God Particles try to target them in the veto. Inherently, Exploit carry that edge. You can see immediately going for that comfort pick or split. God Particles, they default back to Breeze, and this is the exact same veto as we saw the last time around Necro. The only difference being it was Breeze split then, now it's split Breeze.
Ooh, split Breeze. Okay, I mean, Breeze is a strong map for God Particles, and Split, of course, is a really strong map for Team Exploit, so they're going to go for that. So I do want to see what kind of fight Team Exploit are going to give in Breeze, because last year Team Exploit were really strong on the map of Breeze too, so I'm pretty sure coming inside the map of Breeze against God Particles, they have realized how God Particle function, so they're going to try to take him down in their own arena.
Yeah, we'll have to see. what God Particles have prepared, because usually that map was split. For me, it looks very iffy for God Particles. They play that KO lineup, but rarely have we seen that KO lineup truly blossom against teams that have a very fixed style of playing, especially the way Team Exploit play, the exact same composition as the one Velocity Gaming like to play, that double controller in double duelist initiator lineup. It gives them so many options, a wealth of options with how they want to proceed, not just on the attack but the defense too. And usually the only problem is the lack of a sentinel, which makes them a little iffy on the defense with respect to not having a dedicated anchor. But on the map of Split, the Astro Viper more than make up for that dedicated anchor. And then the same on the attack, where you don't have a dedicated flank watch, the discipline of teams like Exploit more than make up for it. So I think right now God Particles, they're going to have to just make some insane plays with that KO. I want to see some aggressive default set up with the 0 point, and then maybe later into the half they can slow things down.
I mean, I feel like honestly Team Exploit here, the first map should be their map, because they have been looking really phenomenal even against the best of the best teams, even against a team that have already qualified. Team Exploit have been looking really good against them too, so I feel like Split should be their pick. Split should be won by Team Exploit, but I do want to eye out for Breeze now. Breeze can be a map where God Particles can try and get the grip back up on this entire best of 3 series, but then moving on forward in the decider, that's where things will again get a little too shaky. But my predictions that I went for was 2-0 inside this map, because considering the fact that these two teams clashed against each other last time too, and Team Exploit completely proving God Particles unparalleled.
Yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from. I think I went for the 2-1, but that was under the assumption that the veto would change. But the veto did not change. They've gone back for the exact same. They're running it back. So let's see. Maybe they've done some sort of next level preparation. They've anti-stratted the heck out of Team Exploit. Because I say that while realizing that I don't think it's possible, in the sense that Exploit haven't really revealed much, you know, especially on the map of Split. They just play basic fundamental Valorant. So there's not much for God Particles to exploit other than being proactive off their own accord. So I really want to see Shivy taking the lead, because right now he's fighting for one of two things. The loser of this matchup goes straight out of the tournament. The winner of this matchup goes straight into the top 4. And considering that Shivy is looking to retire after the VCC from the esports scene at least, it will mean that he needs to make his mark right here, right now.
Yeah, this is the best stage. This is the best of 3 series to make your mark against 2. Realize now, keep this in mind. As I mentioned, Team Exploit have defeated God Particles in the past on a flawless win streak, 2-0. So if God Particles do take out Team Exploit right here and now, that's going to be a huge statement in itself. And the upcoming teams as well, they will start to watch out, because they will need to start upgrading their strategies against God Particles. Because this can be a statement in a fact, or this can be a statement in a way where God Particles are actually doing a lot of research on their teams, and they will try to counter you down.
Yeah, but you also have to remember that this is the map where they couldn't close it out in the first place against Global Esports, so definitely a lot of trauma attached to them for this map, so we'll have to see how they make it work. Now, besides that KO, one consistent issue that we've seen for the side of God Particles has been the lack of lurking, really, from that Viper, and the lack of control presence established. Like, for example, with that wall setup, more of an A-ramp presence is what we usually want to see from Logi. Hasn't happened so far. We'll see. Maybe they're able to make it happen this time. Ooh, look at that.
Yeah.
Shooter in the background has
Dude, look at his
check
keyboard.
from
Oh, he's so bright.
GXR LAN. Hey,
Wait.
his keyboard is really bright. But it's from the LAN tournament that Exploit recently won. They have that massive check in the background. Shooter showing us that he is clearly a winner.
Indeed, he's a winner, man. I mean, that probably has to be the MVP prize, if I'm not wrong, or is it just the entire tournament winner kind of thingy? Oh, no.
Probably MVP, actually. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's to be MVP because he has it. Yeah, it has to be.
The MVP.
Yeah, it has to be kind of like the MVP thingy. But yeah, CA, what do you think? So how things are going to be looking like on the first one? I honestly feel like the first round should be closed out by God Particles. But Team Exploit too.
I don't think it's that simple to guess which team ends up taking a pistol of all things. So I think what we can end up talking about, though, is, again, star placement so important for these compositions, especially Team Exploits, because it tells the tale of what they want to do. Now, you see, the 2 stars played for mid control, yeah, those are going to be smokes, but the fact that there's 2 in B heaven should tell them that they might go for a mid push towards that B heaven side and go for a mid execute, given the fact that there's only 1 star inside. And God Particles, I don't know if it's on the basis of that or they just decided to push on A, but they make that A push happen. They picked up 2 key frags.
2 key frags indeed. 3-on-4 situation. And now Knight Rider as well, taken down quite low. Team Exploit, they're able to make it hurt, and they're just not stopping. They also got the site control, and now God Particles, the pressure is going to keep on building. It's going to keep on elevating over here. Shitty making a lot of comms. He has a lot of info to work off of with, but HSB and King working it to perfection. They spot out the man in the back, and now it's all down to Ember, and he wins these. Oh my god, his aim is looking so crispy right now. With the 3K2, he's feeling it. He's feeling the nerves, and there you go. Ember, a crispy man from the side of a crispy team. A nice clutch to follow it through. And the Parakeet 2 looks really happy after that clutch. Look at it.
You're like, yeah, I approve. Now, so basically, I think the Parakeet and now all the He's like, okay, I will turn around when the round starts. It's stressful for him to watch, you know. He's like, nah, I cannot watch this. It's too stressful. But once you win, I turn back around and I'll congratulate you guys.
There.
But right now,
On my way. On my way.
aggressive, proactive play was what we wanted to see with the KO. God Particles, they made it happen in the pistol. Now they're going to switch up the side where they're trying to do it. But still, simply again, that aggressive, proactive play is what we're going to see. The stage walls off A main this time while they try to take, look like B main control, but I guess it's going to be mid control.
I don't know myself.
What they do? Oh no, tech break! No! Oh no.
Break.
To be fair though,
Oh, there's one man AFK. Look on the attacking side. How is this good?
this is the ritualistic sacrifice we need to make at the start of every game to the tech break. Otherwise, the entire game will touch.
That's true. We don't want that. That has happened last time, man. There's
There.
been some nightmares. Not just game. The entire thing crashed.
Yeah, the entire stream. What especially is right here, we need to see how God Particles are going to try to hope to continue this proactive presence they've got, because again, the tail that they have is stored by their stars placement, where in the last round you saw 2 stars towards A main. This time they make sure they place the same stars, but they're not going to use it, while even in the last round they had the same stars towards B main. They're doing that, so removing that telltale factor that they might know from that the opposition might know because of the stars placement gives them a significant edge in that mind game aspect. But talking about mind games, the Viper did start moving. Come back,
Right
soulmate.
there.
We'll find you a new soulmate. But if we'll get you married to your current soulmate if you already have one.
Oh man. She is getting married soon, ladies and gentlemen.
Eh?
Ooh, little insights, huh? Little insights. So sorry for leaking it.
Can I get the dates to my own marriage, please? I did not know it was happening. Yeah. Like, cool. Invite me too, please. I think I need to be there, right?
Need a drop. Thanks.
Yeah, you need to be there. But yeah, technical break over here, ladies and gentlemen, and yeah, pretty much team exploit, dude. I don't know what's going on. I do not want to see another 4v5, please. I've already had enough of 4v5s in this VCC. Do not want to see another one. So hopefully I'm giving all my powers to Team Exploit. I'm giving all my internet to Team Exploit. All my electricity to Team Exploit. Whatever problem it is, please come back, because you can see one of your players is falling asleep. He's yawning.
Yeah, he's bored, man. He's like, bro, 1 round got over and already technique. Wow.
He's like, this matchup is going to be easy anyways, bro. So just like, please come back, please.
Yeah, he's like, alright, I'm gonna go get me some snacks.
I'm gonna go get me some snack. No, actually, he came back pretty quick.
Yeah, and then his team called him, be like, bro, we He has snacks in the game. Come, eat God Particles. And also, like, there's lots of snacks available in the city that we're in right now. As you can see, it's the headquarters of Kingdom Corporation. That Radionite box meant to represent the source of all their wealth. Without Radionite, they would not be nearly as big as they are. And Valorant would not exist either. So, thank you, Radionite.
Ooh, Radionite. I want to Radionite myself. I want to see what kind of superpowers will I get.
Let me guess. I think your superpower would be... No, wait, what superpower do you want?
Okay, so I feel like yours and mine superpower will be pretty much... Okay, so you know whenever the agents, whenever they put their ult on, there's like a huge voice line. Instead of the voice line, our superpower will be whenever we use our ult, we'll crack some lame joke in the voice line and the enemy team will just die.
Yeah, our ult will be a lame joke.
Yeah. The ult will literally be called the lame joke.
Yeah, Necros, if there was a character in Valorant named after or modeled after Necro, he would be called the joke.
Okay, dude. Alright. A little bit too much, man. That's a lot of emotional damage for me. But yeah.
Talking about emotional damage, though. Soulmate, come on, man! Why are you doing this to us? Ritualistic sacrifice is over.
What is wrong with him, though? Like, wasn't he just in the defender spawn like a while ago, and now he's right there, just facing in a corner, having a great time, being cozy in the corner right there?
I think we're gonna start 4v5. Oh no.
Yeah, we're gonna start 4v5. No wait for shooter right there, but it's okay. At least it was like an eco round for Team Exploit, so overall it was a tough one to win. Anyway, so HSB's AFK 2 CA. So I think so. It's Soulmate, or I think so. It's Solar and HSB. Both these players are having a couple of issues. No, HSB's finally back, so that's a good thing. Sheriff's in the hand of shooter. He's trying to connect some skulls. Or he's trying to put on a stellar performance. The man peeks out, gets shut down instantly. Nothing to gain from that. Not a lot of things being gained. Shibi's going to try to fall back. And he's setting up the Raze. He's setting up Scar God for succession with the flash. But yeah, there's literally no one in B main anymore. Everyone, or every single player's fall back. And, oh no, it's just in the corner. HSB, trigger discipline coming through. I feel like he should have held it a little bit more. He would have been able to get at least 2 quick kills for himself, but a decent amount of damage has already been done, and the man advantage in the hands of Team Exploit now, even on the eco round. And God Particles in the anti-eco, showing a lot of struggles. Overextension from King, and it will be put on a full stop. Shivy now looking to keep the momentum going inside this round, and they want to make sure.
Soulmate is back, and he's trying to effectively set up a flank.
Oh my God, there we go.
This is huge. He picked up a weapon from one of the dead bodies there, and from AFK to now potentially pulling back the thrifty round here for Team Exploit. Soulmate now coming in.
One enemy remaining.
Finds one
Last player standing.
another, so that will end the
There's a Spectre. Use the Spectre, dude.
Oh, he had the Spectre.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't use it. Could have actually clutched it out too, because Spectre's really good at running and gunning. So honestly, see, I'm not even lying. Even if I see like an enemy in long range, and if I'm having a Spectre, I literally just start running and just like holding the left key. And I'm not even kidding. Yeah, like, and the funny part is I actually do get the kills too, and I don't understand. Like, I myself doing so, I feel kind of guilty. I'm like, why is this even a thing?
Yeah, either ways though, really important round there.
Don't keep
I
them
think
grand.
Soulmate surprising the heck out of God Particles. They were like, bro, wasn't this guy AFK? How does he come kill us now? It's not fair. Well, it's all fair. In Love and War, God Particles, and well, Soulmate is not looking for long to you guys. He's got a Soulmate already. He's looking for war right here as he secures his spot. Looks to secure his spot in the top 4. 2-0 right now for God Particles. Still, not a bonus down. While they're getting hella aggressive, hella fast. Soulmate shuts them down, and shooter is opened up. Be heaven for them, which means B site is up for grabs. And God Particles with not much to say about it.
Yeah, indeed. not much to say about it. But look at that. Soul again is back in the game to bring in some chaos and some heat. And just suck off the enemy souls. He's able to claim at least 2 in his collection now. HSB trying to help him out. A little bit of Efaru. And how did a Frenzy take out a man with Phantom in that range? And the Phantom wasn't really able to shut it down. Wow, that's actually a bold play. I guess that's like 1 in a million moment. Has to be, right?
Yeah, has to be 1 in a million, but I think they actually did end up going for the full bonus, because I noticed now that few of them, yeah, even Logi got shorty, right? So not even a bonus, they just went with it, which is a little weird, I'm not gonna lie. What I'm concerned about is one simple fact, like, we see this in copy plays. When you go for an aggressive push like this, and you're on an equal after you've just won a round, do you really want to kill that entire fact? Because now going on to this next round, Raw Particles, yes, they have the full buys, but it does mean that they've lost a significant portion of their momentum while actually letting the economy of Exploit blossom. Look at the credits. 3,000, 3,000, 2.5, 2.9, a lot of money right here for Exploit, and they're in a very comfortable situation now. Even if the rounds go down to the wire and it keeps going back and forth between these teams, it will be Exploit who comes off of it for the better. So right now, Go Particles, they got to make the fact that they went for an almost eco in the last round, really count with the buy. They're certainly doing exactly that, but Shooter, that connection on the cross.
Oh, Shooter with his scooter is not going to stop pressing W, CA. He's just all the way directly in the sight, all by himself, is being the difference maker. And also trying to be the playmaker for them. 3K all by himself, and he's able to put a stop, or at least to mop the site up. The rest of the players are just going to flood into B site. Ember, unfortunately, thought that there was a commitment coming on the A site, but no, that was not the case. Shooter himself was able to create such a big distraction that King, with the other duelist, was able to create more than enough space. Oh no, Ember peeks out. King holding an off angle, being unexpected in that spot. Logista now left in a 1-on-2. Hopefully Team Exploit do not give these 1-on-1 duels, and that's what, and they're not really doing so, CA. Look, they're playing off each other. Both these players are just so key and calculated, and there you go.
Yesterday and today.
Yeah, told you, man.
Really creating that initial presence to get Exploit into such great positions where they can pull off the round. And I told you, like, this round was key. I feel like Raw Particles losing that round is going to put them in a deteriorating situation where back-to-back now they're just going to have to go eco buy, where Exploit keep losing their economy. And the issue with that is that Exploit are now starting to form a culture. They're now starting to get ready for those heavy execute plays that we usually see them going for in the mid parts of the round. And this is very similar to the way Velocity like playing it too, except it's the exact opposite. Velocity aggressive at the start, slow down in the middle. Exploit usually slow at the start, push it up towards the mid part of the half. Talking about pushing it up though, Shooter, he wants Logi's head on his spike and he's gonna make sure he delivers it.
Yeah, and that's what he's exactly doing. That's the opening found in the site. Shooter single-handedly is always able to cause a lot of ruckus in the enemy team, and now instant rotation coming back. Shooter was taken down quite low too, so it does make a lot of sense. Mid control is always a key in the map of Split. Opens up a lot of opportunities, opens up a lot of doors too. And that's what Team Exploit are going for. Slow and steady approach in this round. And that's what Exploit are known for, but once they do start making the executions, that's when they just start striking in at the right moment at the right time. Out of nowhere, it's just the pace that amps up, and this is what exactly I'm talking about. But that's the defending side. Cosmic Divide coming through to try and stop this push and also try and be a little problematic for the enemy team, but that's not going to stop Team Exploit. Instead, Team Exploit, they're just putting the pedal to the metal, and they've also got the site control. Now they're looking to get the client down. Ember tried his best to make some difference, but not enough.
Yeah, not enough seems to be the key right now for Raw Particles. because even in the match against Khumbu, they came
Player standing.
extremely close
Spike
to losing it. They were able to make it enough then. I will give them that, but right now, just not able to find their groove. And Necro, going into these next few rounds, you can see a tactical timeout being called. I really do want to see them shut down one side with the Viper split, or maybe even shut down mid with the Viper split, and then leave one side completely. Just leave, for example, leave B side for the retake, stack up that A side with the Sage, and then you can play the retake with that null command very, very simply. And it does really come down to that simple idea that God Particles need to start committing to one particular playstyle a lot more. That is the crux of the KO. The KO needs to be the person dictating the way the rounds goes, or purely reacting to the way the other team plays. But instead, we see the KO being played more like a breach, where sometimes he's being proactive, sometimes he's being reactive. Both cannot happen. They need to commit to one particular way and hope it works out, or rather do their best to make it work out.
I mean, for now, the competition's being really close for both sides, so God Particles are doing a really good job keeping up with the pace of Team Exploit on the map of Split. Now, keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Split is the map pick of Team Exploit, as you guys can see on the top right. So this map is expected to be in the favor of Team Exploit, or at least a dominating performance from their side. But up till now, God Particles are doing a really good job predicting what they're trying, or at least they're trying their best to try and deny some mid-control. Spam comes through. Shooter this time is going to be getting away with another frag. He's somehow able to get these frags, and that's the problem that God Particle is facing since the start of the round. And they will need to try and get grip onto a man like Shooter. If Shooter gets disabled, that's where Team Exploit are crippled heavy time.
Throwing charge.
Obscuring vision.
Command already activated a lot of resources. While Exploit is on the other side of the map altogether, I'm not sure why that non-command gets activated so early. Instead, now he goes to the 0 point, and yeah, sure, he shuts down the Raze and the Viper, but that's not going to give him much. The Viper spit is not going to get shut down just because of that 0 point. Now coming out, King will shut down Shivi. God Particles, they're tumbling apart.
One enemy remaining.
Utility utilization is not at all systematic.
Oh my god. And it's just as the HSB with the pop flashes in the sky. Classic HSB player. Oh man. Okay, Team Exploit. Another round of the board for them, and also a little bit of cushion built now. But that's not a cushion they should rely on. God Particles, they still have a couple more rounds to try and bounce back. Now keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we've been seeing God Particles for a really long time in this tournament, and God Particles is one of those teams that is really good on the defensive half, and in the attacking half, that's when they start to struggle. So if God Particles isn't really able to put a stop on the defensive half to Team Exploit's momentum, then in attacking half, it's going to get even worse.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to get so much worse on the attacking half. They need to make it out right now, but they're extremely basic. They're going for the aggressive pushes in their eco, and Exploit read them like a book. Seems to be the mindset that God Particles have in their mind right now, because it seems like they might just crash out to Split and hope.
One enemy remaining.
But that's easier said than done, because it feels like Exploit are on a tear. They're glad to have their star back, and they're making it count.
They are making it count. Knight Rider, the final man left alive on the defending side. Only the classic in the hand. HSB is ready to welcome him with the open arms and a flawless round. As expected, 5 rounds on the board. Now the cushion is starting to increase. Team Exploit, as always, as expected, they're able to dominate through on the attacking side as well, and I'm pretty much expecting the same thing even on the defense.
It's just weird. Again, like I want you guys to pay attention to the stars placement that we're going to see from God Particles in the early phases of the round, right? They're setting up that Viper's wall for the A retake. They're again going for the double A stars, but only a single one towards the B immediately reveals their intentions that they're never going to aggress B main. I don't think Exploit is paying attention to this because they don't have to. They haven't been challenged at all. But this simple thing itself, not being done well by God Particles, shows that they've forgotten to try and react and counter with their KO. If they're not going to try to counter with the KO, something like a breach maybe or a stun.
The Cosmic Device all the way in the mid too. So Team Exploit now at least, God Particles are able to put on a leash onto them for now. Nice info gathering flash, making sure that the vents is cleared, but not clear enough. 2 players in the vents, and this is causing a lot of problems, and I like the satchel placement coming through. The satchel made sure that there was a little inaccuracy added in the rifles. HSB could have just lined him on both. He was able to find the dink on the other one though, but he still gets away with 1 frag, so the other player's quite low, but gets Sage, so that's okay. He's going to be able to heal himself back up.
The 0 point might actually be the downfall of God Particles here, because yes, it catches out Shaka. Never mind. I was gonna say maybe Soulmate gets into a situation where they're not expecting him there, but it does not happen. God Particles pulling back a key round for them, and as you said, even though a lot of things done correctly for Exploit in that round, it could have gone completely different if that double kill right there was found for HSB. But instead, God Particles, they stay strong and they will push on.
I honestly feel like the main problem for Team Exploit's loss in that previous round is because we just didn't really see the pedal to the metal from their side. A lot of time taken from Team Exploit to try and figure out what to do in this round. And we know God Particles is one of those teams, if you're going to give them a lot of time to read on what you're trying to do in the game, God Particles will probably try to seal the deal in that round, because God Particle, they take round, but they make sure the time taken has to be invested into perfection.
Very interesting that they go for a late wall. We haven't late wall is rarely ever good, but it doesn't matter because they give them peaks 1 by 1. That's not the kind of peaks you want to see Exploit. And yeah, I 100% agree. I feel like Exploit are unnecessarily slowing down. I understood the idea of playing defaults in the first few rounds.
Oh my god, no.
But those rounds are over. They need to play aggressively.
1 enemy remaining.
And
Oh no.
Spike down B.
I mean, he just capped off what I was thinking. The Astra just said it. Why? Again, there's no reason for them to slow down. They've got the information that on the basis of those task placement, or even on the idea that as soon as that Sage wall goes down in B heaven, it means that A site is most likely the retake site. If A site if A site is where the Sage is walling, then B will be where the Viper is playing and trying to anchor it down. They're rarely ever going to play her together.
30 seconds.
They're not using that information at all. They're just trying to brute force the same default again and again, and God Particles are like, well, you can fool us once, maybe. Definitely not more than that.
Yeah. And these 2 kills from Scargod itself just were huge. Just saved Knight Rider's life in. Yeah, the skin speaking for itself. Cool. But yeah, 4-5 is the scoreline now. Team Exploit, it seems like they're losing the grip on the attacking half. And God Particles able to shut it down. 2 back-to-back rounds, and also gaining a fair bit of an amount of confidence.
Enemy suppressed.
Now hold on. You can see again this time, God Particles are actually looking to be proactive, getting aggressive here, getting Logi into this advanced position is really, really key. But Exploit on the other hand, where we wanted them to step up the tempo, where we wanted them to go pedal to the metal, they've got Shooter on an Operator. Or is that a Marshal? That's an Operator, right?
I think so. It's a Marshal.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
it's an Operator.
No, it's an Operator.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Kind
They've got Shooter or an Operator. This is not gonna be pedal to the metal. They're slowing things down even more, and I don't think this is gonna work out for Exploit. But let's see. They've gotten free mid control for themselves. Scargard is marking the vent area, and it really does come down to Loki right now. His position is key.
Nah, it's gonna back off though. I like how Shooter marked it. Shooter's like, okay, make sure you have your crosshair right there, because there might just be someone who sneaked up. Look at King.
Your trail.
Holds it off.
Oh,
Info.
0 point reveal King.
It did, and Scargod now revealed himself with that rope play. Cosmic divides out too. Scargod realizes it's time for him to back off, and that's what he exactly does. Shivy now just single-handedly on the side trying to hold off the flood. Logista falls down. Now he's left all by himself. The Shooter is going to deliver. And now he's able to turn around and slap him like that. But he does so instantly as well. And now it's all down to the final string of God Particles. It's Ember to keep things alive in this round. Is he going to be able to tie it up with this clutch? He does have the HP advantage. All 3 players are low. But again, not low enough. They can try and play off of with some trades. Shooter is holding the heaven angle while King is moving around on the ramps. No one's watching screens, so that can be a little advantage for Ember. Moving in slowly and steadily. He's taking his sweet little time. Smokes out, shooter's position known. He can just pop out and try and shut him down. But oh no, there we go. Ember strikes in. His main objective here is just try and get these guns off, and he's not going to be able to do so just yet. But okay, shooter's able to get away. So operator saved.
Yeah, and without that slap from shooter right there onto Night Rider, I feel like a round completely goes differently because you can see the mid-round burst, I mean the late-round burst inside of Exploit does not work out initially, but yeah, shooter just slaps them in the face. This is why we were sorely missing shooter because yes, number one, he is cracked AF. He's going to give you these rounds where he almost single-handedly gets it in the bag. But more importantly, I feel like the entire team relies on the sort of momentum he's able to create for them, the sort of space he's able to create for them, and the sort of confidence he brings with that. That confidence, I feel like, is something that permeates across the entire team and lifts them all up together. So you can see the entire team looks that much better off with shooter online, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of like similar to global esports, man.
Yeah, quite similar.
Yeah, quite similar. Like they revolve around the jet quite a lot for being a playmaker. HSB, watch out, you're knocking on the doors of your own death, but no. Okay, Night Rider falls back a little bit. Like I was tapping too.
The sound of that Phantom also sounds like knocking, like tuck 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 tuck.
It sounds like one of those kid hammers that you get in the toy shops.
It's pretty loud for a kid hammer, man.
It's not that loud.
Hammers did you play with?
Not that loud, man.
Why were you playing with hammers as a kid, first of all?
I wasn't playing with the hammers as a kid. I've seen some hammers. It's like some toy hammers. But yeah. Oh, there we go.
Night, night.
Oh no, the shot cracked as well. As always, shooter. It's going to deliver and step up to the mark. 30 seconds left in the clock. The spike will go down too. Shivy does not expect this peak. Soul just pretty much being the soul of Team Exploit. And then HSB as the brilliant IGL to close it off.
Don't you think
Last
it's inherently
round in
weird
the
that
half.
we haven't seen a single round where the Viper Split has been used proactively to shut down mid? For example, they've had the Viper Split got particles for quite a while. They used it a few rounds back, yes. But since then, every single round you can see where Exploit doesn't take mid control, they struggle. Whenever they take mid control, they're looking extremely strong. So mid control seems to be the most comfort point for the side of Exploit. So even that mid wall, that Sage mid wall, I'm actually not a big fan of it at all. But if it slows down a team like Exploit, why not?
Yeah.
Lol. Did you see that? Logi says don't get in my way and so slaps him in the face.
He does.
Make me don't get in your way.
And now look
Again,
at this.
Mid control taken for Exploit Necro. It just looks like such a simple round after they do that because God Particles are heavily relying on some individual duels to be won. Night Rider is holding down this V-main position, but not a big fan of it because the one are done. But he doesn't even get one, he's just done.
Yeah, he is. That's to shut down on the Night Rider.
And in a 1v5 Exploit fake. Nice.
Wow.
It was just like rubbing salt with it.
It is literally just playing with their emotions now. And a flawless round too. CA from
Exploit
their side.
avenging their fallen
Switching
brothers.
sides.
God Particles were the ones who took out Salt Esports in the wild card. And now Exploit rubbing salt on God Particles' face.
God damn.
And it's quite literal also because I believe Shooter and Demon are brothers. The Shooter literally avenging his brother's loss.
Interesting though.
What an int is what we're seeing.
Interesting. But 8-4 CA. And Team Exploit on the attacking half getting a dominating lead for them. And moving inside on the attacking side for God Particles, they have always struggled, so I don't know now how the picture's going to be looking like, but Night Rider's quite low. Hugh comes in through for himself, but Shooter over here with the Sheriff is trying, and he's not going to let anyone pass through by him like that. He's just waiting there, standing tall. Pain Shell's in the hand of King. Just peek out. There we go. Uses that. Look at how much time is being bought off by Team Exploit right
Oh!
there. A nice shot from Shooter though, CA. Oh.
It's not even the shot that gets me, man. It's the fact that he just taps and dashes immediately. It's the confidence that he's able to do it with. He just knows. Like, instant dash away. You're not going to do that unless you know you're going to land the headshot.
Oh my god. There we go. Another one being found. Oh, Soul to follow it through as well. And now left on a 2-on-4. 72 HP in the hands of King. Ember's gonna fall back onto B main.
No.
It's still around though, still around.
Logi, though.
30 seconds left.
Logi's managed to get a huge lurk on from A. He's now wrapping around on B heaven, and the timing is so key. HSB turns around this time, and Logi will find himself. Will he check
player
stairs?
standing.
That's the question. He will not, and HSB takes him down. The lurk is shut down, and most likely now Ember will be too.
That's what exactly
10
happens.
seconds left.
Final man left alive. And this pistol round is not going to be in the hands here, so that means we can pretty much expect double digits on the board, because after this, it's going to be an eco. It'll be 9 rounds, and then 5 rounds. What's going to matter quite a lot, but nice shots for Ember, though. Hey. Team Exploit just playing with his hearts, and look at King. He's also laughing. Funny moments.
Healer down.
And again, they're like, pistol was key. Shaka was messing around with the
He's just jumping around, dude. He's like, try and hit me. What's up? What you
That's
got?
BM, man. That's BM.
He's like, try and hit me. What you got, bro? What's up? Hit me with it.
I like it. I like it. Oh my god, man. Look at this. Talking about rubbing salt on wounds, we've got the double judge set up. King with one, he's gonna be able to shot down Ember, I thought, but no.
There we go. He does.
And another one popping up as Shooter gets one in A main. Is the duelist running the judge, and they are the executioners as well. A flawless round picked up for Team Exploit, and the smiles are on Necro. It's only Shooter with the game face. He's like, this is not enough for me. You guys lost without me. If you guys had won yesterday, then I wouldn't have to play today.
Yeah, executioners indeed. Flawless round. And double digits on the board for Team Exploit. Another factor to add on a little bit of more pressure onto God Particles. And these judges, man, they're going to be damaging, because I'm pretty sure one judge is going to be on the A side, the other judge is going to be on the B side. So no matter which side they try to go, troubles are going to keep knocking their doors. And yep, Shooter is holding the A with the judge. He's just going to be posted up.
A pure bonus right now for the side of Exploit. Scargoth picked himself up a judge, but newsflash, it's not nearly as effective on attack as it is on defense, because you can't just sit in a corner. But hey, I'll tell you what, if anyone can make it work, it is that race that Scargoth has to himself. So he's trying his best to create a lot of chaos and space. He's done exactly that. Went's cleared up, and Logi will shut down Soul's aggression down A main, so now they can just wrap A, I feel like.
They can. And Schultz out too. Ember again forced outside of his comfort zone.
Poor Flush.
Another nade to follow it up, and Scargod now pops off with the judge. It's the battle of judges. Let's find out which one's going to be the better one to make the decision today.
Best judge is Judge Judy.
What did you say?
The best judge is Judge Judy.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Oh, okay, no. That's why you gotta pick yourself up a Vandal, guys. She will pop in the heads with some clean bursts, leaving Shaka in a 1v3 now. It was a pure bonus for Exploit, so for them it's all about damage, but a bit of a panicky spray there from Shaka. Does mean that they're now wrapping it up to 10-5 on the board. The buy round, though, gonna come online in this next round for the side of Team Exploit. I wonder if Shooter gets his hands on an operator.
He should be able to.
Operator?
There we go. Yep, there we go. Light armor and an operator instantly on the board too for him, CS. So it's quite interesting.
Need a drop. Keep up. Thanks.
But yeah, 10-5 being the scoreline. Flashes out 2 on the mid.
Get it.
And I like how Team Exploit, they're not letting this mid control be that easy compared to how easy it was for Team Exploit to gain. Nice combination through as well. That's where Shooter gets shut down with the abilities.
I mean,
But
that's
he's still
also...
going for the aggro. Oh, nice shot.
Spike down mid.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's also why I feel like God Particles need to stop fighting mid so much and just go contest the extremes. Clearly, you can see Exploit is investing a ton of utility into holding this down. Even the operator to hold this down, which means A main, B main must be so easy to take if you try it.
Can be easy.
Relatively.
Ten to 5 though, still CA. Team Exploit has a
Scout just
lot of cushion actually. God Particles doing at least a decent job on the attacking side. Not as bad as I expected. They're trying to fight back in this one.
This is the first test for them, really.
30 seconds left.
Because they lost the pistol and the anti-eco. They've only won the bonus so far. Exploit bonus. So they need to win this bye before I feel like we can say they are doing well. Right now, Shooter expecting someone to
One enemy
Heaven
remaining.
There we go.
catches out Loki,
Spike
the
down
spike
B.
carrier, dropped the
10
time
seconds
running
left.
out,
Ember,
and
though.
Ember is not even
sound.
if he kills Shooter right there, there's not much he can do. The spike is all the way in heaven. He doesn't have the time.
Yeah. Again, talk about the synergy and the communication. Seems missing by big times here. I don't know what can be done to try to like bring it back into style, but
Stay down. Thanks.
One enemy remaining.
yeah, overall a valiant effort. Yes,
I
from the
think they
side
just need
of
to go
God
W
Particles.
Just
Yeah, that's what
stack
they're.
up. Just stack up on A main or B main, get an ult off.
Checking the situation.
For example, in this round, get the ult off for Ember, set up the Cosmic Divide, and just W. W for 3 or 4 rounds, and then once Exploit react to that W, then maybe you can start contesting mid control again. But instead, they're Wing down mid, so hey, I'll take it. At least they did a part of what I wanted.
Satchel out.
Talk about that part though.
Deal with my.
Oh, nice opening from him. And now he's looking to follow it up with next one. It's HSB who's lining him up. And he's making the stairs look like a graveyard.
Cranial impact.
Yep. It's a 2-on-4. Again, Shooter's operators trained. He should not give him dry peaks like that. But they do because they have no other choice. And then it's just going to be Soul who's just going to take their souls in his collection.
Match point.
See, this is the thing though. Like, you see how much utility Exploit is focusing around this mid area. They have a Raze holding it down, a Sky as well. It's so weird that, at least, okay, if they're gonna take mid control that aggressively, at least maybe try to go for Vents so you can wrap around the player on A main. That's something that God Particles haven't tried yet. But now when they're on their eco, they're gonna 5-second rush. And the point here becomes that this is so obvious. 100% Exploit is going to expect this, especially with this Viper wall coming up. They know it's coming. They bring out the showstopper, but he makes sure, Shivi, with the null command that the party will not arrive. Still though, it doesn't matter. Shooter! What?
Defenders win.
Nah, Shivi,
Oh
you
my
can't do
god.
that. You can't
That's
do that,
illegal.
That's-
That's illegal.
Shivi.
Put this
Put
man
him
in
in.
jail.
And look
Put
at
him
him,
in
he's
the
like, I hit random shot. 2 people died. I was flashed also. I don't know what happened, but I am God.
Neither do I know what just happened. But yeah, indeed he's a god
Jesus.
for doing that. Jesus, even though he's blind, he just like did a prediction shot and he
And it
got
was a
that
headshot.
collateral. Yeah, it was a headshot on the one guy and then it was pretty much penetrated through his body
like-
on the other one. And Shooter pretty much putting on an insane performance again. And we know what kind of a void it is to fill up for a man like Shooter. It's pretty much next to impossible. No other players can do that. So Shooter himself can just bring a different taste in the play of Team Exploit, and now pretty much again saving the day for Team Exploit, winning the first map in the best of 3 series over here. The second map is going to be the pick of God Particles, which is going to be the map of Breeze. Again, God Particles have been looking pretty phenomenal on Breeze, but are they going to be able to keep up the weight against a team like Exploit?
That's the biggest question right here, especially because you could see it was every single player of Exploit really stepping up to the mark. Going on to Breeze, they're going to get so much more individual agency. King's going to get to play the chamber where he can be a lot more along the lines of what he wants to do, which is lurk while still being a semi-duelist at the same time. So every single member of Exploit, I feel like, will be in a comfort zone going onto the map of Breeze. And I feel like at the same time, for God Particles, losing this map so damn quickly, like a 13-5, will only remind them of their initial loss against God Particles. A 2-0 was what... Sorry, initial loss against Team Exploit. A 2-0 was what God Particles got against Exploit back then. And surely they're thinking about it now as well. Surely they're wondering if this is the end of their journey.
Oh man, yeah, indeed. I mean, that's a big difference right there. That's a dominating steamroll. So I don't know. Maybe it is. You never know, man. But after the second map, I feel like I'm expecting God Particles to dominate the same way as Team Exploit dominated them. But again, I'm pretty sure that's going to be next to impossible, though.
No, yeah, it's not. It's very unlikely because, again, don't get me wrong, nothing to take away from God Particles. The point is simply that Breeze is one of the strongest maps of Exploit too. We had this discussion the last time we saw these teams face off. Both these maps are supposed to be good maps for both of these teams, but Exploit, they get a slight advantage because their split is their map of choice. So in the map of choice of God Particles is where they feel as strong as their split. I think hands down, Split, Breeze and Icebox are the strongest maps of Exploit, which is why I wanted to see an Ascent or a Bind being pulled out for God Particles, try to challenge Exploit in something they haven't necessarily proven themselves on in this VCC. But no, God Particles stick to their comfort. Unfortunately for them though, their comfort is Exploit's comfort.
I mean, this clearly shows too, right, Sia, is that at this point, God Particles, they just want to go for comfort. They don't want to try anything out the box. They don't want to go for any tactical approach. They just want to stay with the things that they're good at. And now this also makes us question, are they running out of strats? Do they have nothing planned up for the future? Even if God Particles do move on forward in the future, it seems like they just don't have anything lined up for the future. They have no X factor in the team anymore. They just don't have... It looks like they're running out of quite a lot of strats.
Maybe they can bring in the Neon finally, you know, just let it rip.
Comfort.
There is literally nothing to lose. Comfort is not doing anything for them. This map was also supposed to be Comfort. This is a map that they picked against a team like Global Esports. So they can't come out and say this was the pick of Exploit. Split is just as much of a Comfort for them as Breeze is, but they got smacked in Split. And at this point, it might just be like they go to Breeze but end up staying there just to take a vacation.
Yeah, I mean, here we go though, ladies and gentlemen. We have something, we have a good news for you guys. We have exclusive merchandise giveaway every single day. There will be 4 lucky winners drawn. All you guys need to do to apply for the giveaway is go out on your Instagram and make a post saying #VCC and also tag at NODWIN Gaming in that post. And if you guys also be a little bit more creative with the post, you guys will have a chance to win this giveaway. Moving in forward, we have these nice bomber jackets available on gullyactive.com. These are the limited edition NODWIN Valorant Conquerors Championship bomber jackets, so make sure you guys are going ahead and buying those because hey, those are limited edition. They might just get sold out anytime.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a situation where your friend's got one of them and he's flexing on you and you haven't really got one of them either, you know? You want to be able to flex back and then maybe flex together on some peasants.
Some peasants, but yeah. With that being said, CA pretty much being really savage over here against your guys' friends. We're going to be moving on forward and it's time for us to throw to a short break because we'll be right back with the map of Breeze.
Now let me see you go off like a bomb.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. Now, first map out the gate in the second best of 3 series of the day. Team Exploit is looking at like easy. They're just able to put the hot knife through butter. You know, it's like it's looking buttery smooth for them.
I get what you mean. Right now, the butter is not very appreciative. Got Particles right now are feeling the pressure. Necro 1-0 down in this series already. Breeze last time around, it was a much closer affair than Split, but it was a pretty simple victory at the end of it all for the side of God Particles. Now, the one thing that they can say is that they were not expecting the chamber. King's performance was crucial to the victory of Exploit back then, because that was the first time we saw the chamber for Team Exploit. So maybe they've now prepared for a way to try and shut down that chamber in the defensive half, and when the chamber comes to the attack, really exploit his weaknesses, because there are only certain good locations for the trademark, and if you have your Jet especially lurking around, coming for the flank a lot. We saw this from Deathmaker in a match against God Particles. He was able to continuously shut down that chamber, not the Cypher rather, it was in Deathmaker's case, but he was able to continuously shut down the utility bordering the flank, and therefore get a lot of value out of his flank inherently. So maybe Knight can step up in that mark.
I mean, again, Knight Rider overall, if you just talk about his individual, the way he's playing all by himself, let's keep his team aside for now. Let's talk about Knight. So Knight himself, if you compare how he came in the tournament overall, it was an absolute banger. Knight was impressing every single one. He was gaining a lot of followers on Twitter too. Overall, he was just gaining a lot of fame itself because he was able to pull off some insane plays. Knight and ScarGod, this was the two duo that these were the two main keys when it comes to the God Particles lineup, and these two were able to dominate through. That means God Particles' success is pretty much revolving around them. But now the main key are these two, and these two players sometimes both of them are not able to activate themselves at the same time. It's like in one round we see Knight Rider popping off, the other round we see ScarGod popping off, and they need to realize is that God Particles' composition heavily relies on setting these two players up for success, mainly setting Knight Rider up for success.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about setting up Knight Rider for success, especially on the map of Breeze, right? Because we see a lot of God Particles revolves around either going for aggressive A executes, or even mid to A executes, or either just slowing it down, getting Knight Rider an operator, and hoping he's able to find a pick. So again, that's what I really want to see, if they're able to change it up, because as we talked about in Split as well, it does look to a certain extent that God Particles are running out of pages in their playbook. It doesn't seem like they have any more adaptations left, and it does seem like their car is currently running on simply fumes. So they need some gas, they need some pump, and they need to try and find Breeze right here and take it to map 3, because I feel like if it goes to bind, it's a completely different story.
Oh, yeah, indeed. If it does go to bind, then that's going to be a completely new thing, because, again, Team Exploit is one of those teams that's not going to let that happen. I mean, they're just going to try to seal the deal on Breeze, because you talked about this, you mentioned this too, is that Team Exploit themselves are really good on Breeze too, so it's going to be really hard to steal this map away from Team Exploit in itself. But now here we have the Asian select in front of us, and let's take a look at over here. King pretty much going for the chamber. He's going to be another playmaker now they're going to try to activate.
Yeah, exactly. The chamber I personally love for King because, as you can see, when he was playing the Cypher back, you could really see that he was lacking in his ability and his performance to perform the same way like he would on a race, for example, the way he did on Split. So now onto the chamber, he gets to get the best of both worlds. Still has the lurking tendency that he would carry from the Cypher, but at the same time is able to really rely on his aim, rely on his awareness of where he wants to expect a peak to come through, where he wants to go for the over peak himself and try to pull it off. And to cap it off, I think what it really represents is Exploit buying into the idea, buying into the simple concept that their core identity is an aggressive, proactive team. The minute they stop being proactive, the minute they get suffocated by other teams is where they fumble and stumble. And we saw this in prime display against Enigma, where Exploit slowed down so much it felt like they came to a halt.
I mean, let's see though, right? Exploit overall, we've seen them, how they are in the map of Split. Not just this year, even last year. And last year they were able to take out one of the biggest teams out there, VLT. Breeze, everyone thought that could be in the win of VLT, but Exploit were able to show themselves up and they were able to shut down VLT on the Breeze. Don't get me wrong, it went really close. It went OTs after OTs after OTs. But still Exploit, they shut them down. So that in itself has to be a huge statement, and God Particles need to realize now there's a huge burden on their shoulders to try and move up, to try and climb a mountain with. It's going to be tough.
Oh, it's going to be more than tough, Necro, right here, because God Particles, I'm sure they have the thought in the back of their mind, we lose this, it's over, guys, we need to perform. And even if I know they are professionals, they usually are able to reset, but even if they try their hardest to do that, when you're fighting for such high stakes, at least a percent of that is going to affect your mentality, is going to affect your gameplay inherently, and therefore maybe either put you at a disadvantage or an advantage. That is dependent on the way that person handles pressure. Right now, God Particles, very simple. This is what we talked about. They love the mid to A and a direct A rushes, but Exploit, they're expecting it, man. Setting up a crossfire down A main, they already shut them down.
There we go. They do shut him down. Oh, Shooter, though, misses that shot. It's okay. Still, the man advantage is in their hand. They've also got the spike control, so now Shooter's going to try to play off of it. Spots out the man. He still connects the shot. Ember's a little low. Shooter going to let him have the elbow control, and instead now going to try to move away a little bit. He misses all those shots right there, and Solis got his back. Ember goes down. Info was gathered that Logista is on the side. How is Logista able to dance between the bullets? He's cheating his death right now. 1-on-2. Shooter. Trying to be the playmaker as always.
10 HP though right now. It is going to be a difficult affair for him to try and actually get it done, Necroba. As you're saying, Shooter trying to be that play creator, trying to be the hero for his team. He's going to go for the peak and find it and make it work. Just like that, the round picked up for the side of Team Exploit. They're going to be in a much more comfortable position to move forward into this anti-eco, get Shooter on that Marshall, and potentially even in the next few rounds onto an Operator. I feel like if that happens, it's over before it even starts. You've got to try and deny the Operator early for Shooter because you can see he's already popping off, man.
He is popping off.
Right now though, God Particles once again quite readable in my opinion. I think Knight Rider went for the Marshall again. They do this in every single eco. They, instead of 5 rushing, they leave Knight Rider to sort of lurk and try to find individual peaks while the rest of them rush. And if Exploit have watched any WODs, they know this. And to be honest, Exploit don't even need to watch WODs. They've seen this in the last game they played against God Particles, so Shooter ready for it, shuts down Scarguard again in that A main angle, and God Particles falling to the same tendencies, crumbling like a really good cake, but not in a really good way.
Yep. Not in a really good way indeed, but look at that. They're actually able to make a lot of damage, deal a lot of damage with these pistols. And now we're left on a 3-on-4. It's okay. One gun taken off, team exploit. That's not going to hurt him quite a lot. And oh no, you're not supposed to peek a angle
One
like
enemy
that.
remaining.
Especially if you know shooters on their site ready. King to follow it up. Oh.
30 seconds left.
The way that Cypher fell down after he died, I was confused. I'm like, why is Logi doing push-ups? Because his hands.
I did not see that.
Oh, I wish we get to see a replay of that. It would be quite funny. It was very obvious that he died. It was just the way he fell down, you know. His knees went to the ground first, then his hands went, and literally looked like he was setting himself off the push-up. Nope. No, we don't get to see it. Sedge.
Sag.
That works.
F's in the chat. Was not able to complete a push-up. How many push-ups can you do at a time, though? And this question is for chat too. How many push-ups can you do at a time?
I haven't tried it recently, so I'm guessing not a lot because it's been a while. Well, back in the day, it was not anymore. COVID has
Oh, but look at that. Oh my god, Scar God.
has ruined me
the
the way
kills.
Scarguard is ruining Exploit.
Oh my god, dude. Alright. Well, a lot of frags for sure on the board. Easy ace stroll. Nothing really to worry about. Just able to stroll on the ace site like a casual summer's day. Shooter as well is able to get another one on the board.
I've got your
HSV
trail.
trying his best to neutralize the man advantage, but I honestly feel like it's going to be next to impossible to do so. And Shivy with the final 2 kills.
Yeah, Scarguard brilliantly entering for the side of God Particles onto Cyber. Remember again, this was just a bonus for Team Exploit. So they're not going to be as concerned about the loss, especially since they were able to take down a couple of weapons and make sure that Scarguard had to invest his utility. He had to force his Seekers to win that round, so a key ultimate taken away from the side of God Particles just for a bonus round, whereas now Shooter has upgraded from the small sniper to the big daddy sniper. The operator coming online, he's going to go for the aggressive peek down mid. I wish he had someone to take off that Trailblazer. He did, but a second too late. Now they know that the
I'm pretty
operator is
sure.
mid.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they saw him. Yeah, that's why they instantly backed off too. They're like, all right, there's no need to challenge the operator unless you're able to find some sneaky kills. So I
Bro,
guess no.
Spike down.
Why?
I don't think so. They saw him then. Yeah,
No,
and
they
also
definitely
got the
saw him.
spike
They
control.
definitely saw him because the Tiger jumped towards him as well. They 100% saw him.
Then why is Ember so unaware of that fact?
I don't know.
Okay, kind of weird. But Ember, yeah, he could have literally moved behind the cover if he wanted to. But yeah, he also gives the spike control, and now Shooter is just going to camp it out. He's going to be a happy camper. All he needs is that spike, and his eyes locked on the spike, and he's pretty much just going to stay there. As you can see, the rest of the players of Team Exploit 2, they're trying to isolate the spike. Recon darts out. I don't think so he's going to be able to scan Shooter. Yeah, it's Shooter's out the range. So nothing really to worry about. Shaka there too. He's not really able to shut down Knight Rider. Knight Rider this time. Wide peek in that angle. Shaka not expecting that wide peek coming through. Shivi realizes the exact same fact, and now
30
Shivi's
seconds
waiting
left.
for the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, wait. And yeah, exactly. He's hoping that his teammates can wrap onto them from whence, but
Oh, no.
they missed the
It's
shot. The tailwind comes through, and HSB's got his stars back. The double kill taken away, and yeah, sure, Shivi retrieves the spike in all of that time, but time is what is going to hurt him right now because he's
10
got none of
seconds
it.
left.
Shooter's ready to shut him down, and that's exactly what's going to happen. A 3K for Shooter, the third round picked up for Exploit, and this is what I meant. Like, that was just a bonus. Imagine if they were, even though they did really well on the bonus, got Particles to win, imagine that they did not have to commit the Seekers. They could have really helped them out in this round where, because of the way Ember died that early, there was no way to retrieve the spike without that controller. But again, missed comms, Necro. There's no reason for Ember to peek that mid angle. He's got to expect Shooter will push on through. Even if he's not expecting it, he should just respect it.
Hawk out.
I don't even know. I mean, if that's missed comms or not, because okay, well that's completely lucky. I feel bad for Knight Rider right there, but nothing much can be done if you're in his shoes. Soul now trying to put on a performance, but it's okay. At least they're able to stop all the pushes that came in through on the site. Shivy's not going to be able to find anything with this Hunter's Fury. It's going to run out of time too. The spike goes
planted.
down. Team Exploit, of course, have the man advantage. This gives them the mental edge too. And look at Shivy. I was waiting for the recon dart from the
I
solo.
think right now Loki really needs to start wrapping around elbow. I feel he's a little too late now because they've already taken sight back. Loki is not going to be able to help his teammates or wrap around, but it's all okay because Scarguard is on a tear. One with the Vandal and he pulls out the Classic as well to make it a double, and suddenly King is the one under a lot of pressure. Snake bites from one side, birds from another, but King don't care. He wants the crown and he wants the throne, and he will look to make it happen right here, but Scarguard is so sneaky. It's okay.
No,
He
it's not
dies.
sneaky
He's bought
enough,
the time.
though. He doesn't have a lot of time yet.
He's bought the time. It's a round win for God
Thrifty.
Particles. If it's not for Scargod's heroics, they don't win that round. I really
Gonna
do
go for
think
the op.
that
Yep.
either Logi needs to start rapping early or needs to be helping his team from B main itself. A lot of indecisiveness right now from God Particles. They cannot keep relying on these hero plays to pull off rounds.
One enemy remaining.
Hero plays, yeah, indeed. I mean, look at this freaking King. Indeed, being the hero player. Technical break from God Particles, ladies and gentlemen. 13-5 was the scoreline, and the first map was split, as you guys can see on the top right of your screens. We're currently on the Breeze, which is the map pick of God Particles. And Team Exploit and God Particles, this again is looking really close. It does come down to how things are looking like in the first half, because in the second half, it's just one team who's going to be able to steamroll it through.
Yeah, exactly. It is quite interesting though, because right now we've got that situation where we think about the simple fact that Exploit, they're a team that excels on the attacking side, Necro. In most maps, not just in this map, even though this map more so than others, in most maps they excel on the attacking side. So again, I just want to point out that even though Scarguard is playing brilliantly and pulling out rounds that he's not supposed to, it's not something that God Particles need to rely on to actually find consistency. But at the same time, they have significantly hurt the economy of Team Exploit, and this is where the value of the chamber really comes into play. He's playing on his ultimate. If you notice his shields too, he hasn't bought any shields. He's just continuing on from the shields he had from the last round. So able to drop the operator, he saved a shooter, and then play exclusively on his Tour de Force, which effectively now sets up a double operator presence. Shooter, knowing that the camera was set up, spots out that Cypher. He's going to be able to shut him down. Nope. Kind of has to curse them there, I think.
Yeah, not that easily. He misses that shot, but it's okay.
Maybe,
Tour de Force
correct.
still has 4 bullets in the magazine, CA.
Only 4 bullets, so it's not like a full magazine the way you get with an operator. I'll tell you who does have a full magazine. Shooter right now, but he doesn't even need it. 2 shots, 2 kills so far for Shooter. Can we make that 3 out of 3?
Can we though?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he has a lot of utilities used on
4 out of
himself. He's
4.
also getting spotted by the Cypher Cam. Able to make it back to safety in the nick of time. And now Shooter still
Spike planted.
with the
Exploit have-
operator in the hand.
Exploit have the Seekers though. They can just easily pop the Seekers and go for the retake right here.
And that's what they exactly do. Seekers being popped, info being revealed, and now Shooter's going to try to work off of it. Here comes the spam, and he connects it. 4K on the board. He's looking to get the ace. CA, will he find it though?
No.
I think so. He finds the connection. Yeah, the Viper's taken down low, but Ember is too sharp with the aim too. He's one of those mans. He's not going to crack under a lot of pressure. So Team Exploit will need to make him crack. They will need to apply some more pressure. And I think so Exploit, yeah, it's really hard to win this. Snake bites popped out too. HSB has no clue where Ember is, and Ember clutches it out.
What? So weird from Exploit right there. As soon as Shooter gets that 1 kill, I understand why he's holding down the angle and trying to fight Ember. But what I don't understand is why his teammates aren't right there with him. Like, I think we're going to get to see a replay. Yeah, right here. Because of the Seekers, he gets information of where Shivy is. He shuts him down. But why are Shaka and HSB playing so far apart? Why aren't they rushing him down together? That's the biggest question. One by one, they try to fight Ember. And one by one, they die. Exploit throwing away around that Shooter effectively handed to them in a brilliant platter with the beautiful gift wrapping, and then they just see it, they're like, no, we don't like this wrapping, let's throw it away. Huh?
It's okay to not like something.
God Particles be like, thank you for the gift. We like the wrapping.
But yeah, tactical timeout definitely needed. Team Exploit trying to figure out what went wrong in that previous round because it should have been won. Makes sense too, because Shooter went pretty huge in that one, and still losing it out on that.
Right.
Yeah, he did. Not even talking about right. He was just able to pop off solo, single-handedly. He got 4Ks here. Like that's.
No, but even the decision making, right? It's not like he's shooting in advance into the Viper split, trying to guess where they are. He waits for the seekers. As soon as he gets information, he takes a shot. So you can see he did literally every single thing, right? It was just Shaka and HSB not coordinating. I'm not sure why.
But now this is where Team Exploit will need to try and retrieve back, I guess. Shooter, try to be aggressive there. And King 2 is now being aggressive. King's position, though, is still in the range of a teleport. But got instantly shut down even before he could teleport back to safety. Knight Rider over here on the A side, trying to find a little opening. If Shooter peeks out, his head should be cut out instantly. And that's why he's not really doing so. Playing so safe behind the pyramids. He's going to let God Particles have their own comfort level in the game. Trailblazers out too to try and scout some areas out, and there you go. Trailblazers should spot out Knight Rider, spot out Shooter, and that's what he exactly does. Shooter's position now known that they know there's someone available on the site, and Shivy finds the frag on the Shooter.
That was the eco round for Team Exploit, but momentum is such an important part of this team that you have to start feeling. Even in eco rounds, they'd want to pull off a lot of damage so they can carry that momentum into their buys. And Soul actually spotting out the feet of Starguard. Does give him a decent chunk of damage, which followed up by HSP with the key headshot to, as you said, make him sit down. The round is not going to be won. Now it's just a matter of getting back some of that momentum that they have lost. But I don't think that's going to happen. The recon now available. Shivy is going to get to know the exact locations of HSB and Soulmate.
Still not tracked though, so it's okay. Oh no, she was trapped in the site. HSB now pretty much trying to make it hurt. He's just on a run. HSB should die from the impact. There you go. It does.
I feel like in that situation, if HSB does not die from the spike, we should actually let him live. Because he has a 950 credit Marshall. It's like, he wants to die so that he doesn't get the 1000 credit penalty. Instead, he gets all of the money he gets. So if you let him live, you're effectively making him lose all of the money he would get and more. Because of that Marshall that he has to play. That's very hard to do because then you'd have to just stand in front of him and not shoot him. And it's not like he's not going to shoot you. But hey, right now this is going to be the buy down for Team Exploit. I believe Shooter's got himself an operator again. And they're playing B anchor off of that operator. A main being shut down with the Viper's Pit, which leaves two players pushing down elbow to try and get some info. But they get none because all of God Particles, they've taken Hall's control. They're going for a split A execute. They've wrapped around Soulmate with Knight Rider shutting down Shaka. And the Viper's Pit rendered effectively useless. The Neural Theft as well coming out, telling them that all three players remaining are out of sight.
They indeed are out of sight. And the rest two players are in the defending spawn. Exploit slowly moving in, and what a distraction though. They double peek it out. And Team Exploit now again looking to get the control on the site. Instantly switches back to the Phantom, does realize this is where he needs to take the control in the hand. But God Particles too, puzzle peeking him out, and they shut him down too. The Parakeet still not looking at the screen, not interested.
Yeah, God Particles playing with the minds of their opponents. They've gone A so many times that I don't fault Team Exploit for thinking that they might go B this time and going for the B elbow push. But they've done it so many times that Exploit are like, oh my god, okay, this time they'll probably just keep going A again. This is when God Particles actually go B. So Shivy getting his mind games on point, playing around with the fear factor that he's created in the minds of Team Exploit while destroying their economy to now set up a heavy B execute. God Particles are playing fundamental Valorant, so Exploit really just need to try and match them in that and shut them down, and the double peaks are perfect from Exploit, but can they make them count is the question, because now they have to go back into elbow to try to retrieve that Vandal, and they got it. Give it to Shooter.
My eyes are down.
No, Shooter's just jumping around on the map here. Shooter's like it. Oh, he does. He does have the Blade Storm. And oh, he finds that
Last
too
player
somehow through the smoke. And now it's all down to, within a blink of an eye, it's all down to Ember. Ember trying to be the assassinate. Or trying to be the assassin. But not good enough.
And after this round, it should be a thrifty. It's not a thrifty. Okay, interesting. I think it was a thrifty. Like, at least in the conceptual manner. Maybe not money-wise entirely. But as you can see, just the Headhunter, a Marshall, the Blade Storm. Exploit went for the eco in this round, but on the basis of two key ultimates. One, the Blade Storm, Shooter able to pick up a key kill. And two, Shaka with the Hunter's Fury and a Shock Dart. Doing a ton of damage to the planter, shutting them down. And I think now the question becomes, how do you play this God Particles? Because they went for a 5-stack push down elbow, which was the weird part. Like, I didn't mind the B push at all. I would have rather seen them go for 3 down B elbow and 2 down B main. But as soon as they lose a 1-for-1 in that B elbow, they got to protect the Vandal, which they didn't.
No, they indeed did it. And then Knight Rider finds one too. It's a 4 and 5 CA. And Team Exploit.
Spike planted.
Spikes on the board too. And Team Exploit again left in a retake scenario. A lot of utilities to spare. For God Particle, Hunter's Fury utilized too. King seems like he didn't really have the teleport set up, so he couldn't really just TP back somewhere. But now here we do have God Particles doing a really good job on the post point. Nice peek coming through from Scar God. Trying to play a little mind games over here, but this time peeks out in Shooter's operator. Shooter's not going to spare him. Gets one kill, and now the back off call's being made. He needs to save the operator from the next round.
I think, given the fact that out of the 6 rounds, after this it's going to become 6, so out of the 6 rounds that God Particles have won, at least 4 have been on heavy executes. Team Exploit really do just need to start committing to retaking one site and stacking up another. I want to see like maybe a 3-man A stack, because they've gone B twice in a row, and just play with the Viper retake wall on B, where there's 2 options. You can either go for the diagonal wall, which cuts them off, or you can go for the horizontal wall, where you have to first retake the back part of B side and then retake the front part of B side in 2 separate manners. But no, they're just going to play the greedy setup, the standard setup rather. 2-1-2 with the Sova covering mid, and it's really weird because the strength of GodP has lied in their ability to rush them down. But what's even more weird is that GodP are like, okay, we don't want to play with this strength anymore. They're playing default.
Oh, misses that opportunity, and now it's trapped. Shooter being a little too over-aggressive this time. The overconfidence being punished. And now Soul left all by his lonesome to try and stop this entire flood. That's going to be flooding in. God Particles also getting the operator in their hands, and Knight Rider is not a man you want to gift the operator to. And that's what they exactly do. Knight Rider with the operator now is going to be in the prime form. Hopefully he is. Logisto finds one. Scar God as well finds the entry. And this is the duo I'm talking about. Knight Rider and Scar God. They're finally able to activate themselves, and they're getting the site like it's nothing.
Heavy burst onto that A site. The only change being it was precipitated by Shooter aggressive peek. I don't think actually the peek was the problem. I think he messed up his dash to the right instead of back. And now HSB with faced with an impossible task, likely getting the calls that Logi and Scargod are very, very low. So he's gonna go for the play. I really hope he doesn't use the Seekers, because that would be a key ultimate down. And given the fact that the next round is the last round, that ultimate can be the major difference. Doesn't use it, does go down, and now 7-4 the lead for God Particles as they go into the final round of this first half. An 8-4 and a 7-5 can be a massive difference against a team like Exploit, who will excel on the attacking half, especially given the fact that God Particles have been sort of nullifying Shooter by just being extremely aggressive, forcing him to either come forward and peek or stay back and lose the round before he even gets a say in it. So if they're able to get an 8-4, I can definitely imagine us going to bind, as long as they pull off a great second half.
No. Birds out to CA. Tour de Force online. And this is going to be the battle of ops, and there you go. It's going to be King who shuts down Knight Rider this time. Knight Rider not really in his true Super Saiyan form right just yet. But it's okay. Scar God's able to activate, so as long as someone is there to try and be the playmaker,
Hey,
God
I
Particles
did
can
shut down shooter. Definitely did a lot of damage this round. The main top fragger taken away, but talking about damage. Shaka knowing exactly where Logi's gonna peek out from. A little
my
weird
God,
from Logi. He's
boy.
gotta expect that position. But as you said, Scargod is activated on this map. But with Soul trading out for Ember, they just gotta back up, use the Seekers, and retake. They use the Seekers a little too early though. So kind of weird.
Spike planted.
I think so. It's okay. They're still
it's
gonna
okay.
be able to find. Yeah, it's okay. It's not that.
enemy
It's not
remaining.
that early. There you go. The info was collected, so Soul peeks out, and now it's a 2-on-1. Scar got all by himself, left in a clutch scenario. Shouldn't really be that tough of a task.
Oh, this
Shots missed, and now Scar God's activated, but it doesn't matter. HSB is like, not in front of me, kid.
It's just so weird that they solo peek though. Either King right there needs to be in a slightly more backward position, or
look,
HSB
his
needs to
bird.
be faster on moving forward.
What
is he doing?
Why did I sign up
He's
for this
DMing.
shit?
He just lost out by throwing it away. HSB just messing with his opponents, you know. But after you've lost it round and the
Switching
opponent
sides.
doesn't defuse immediately, you kind of get annoyed, like, bro, just get it over with.
One
So
enemy
maybe
remaining.
he's trying to play mind games.
One enemy remaining.
But right here, weird that HSB is crouch walking. I mean, not crouch walking, shift walking, while his teammate is moving forward aggressively trying to find a peak. It doesn't matter. 7-5 on the board now. Again, like you said, Knight Rider hasn't been in a Super Saiyan mode. He's had a decent performance so far, 8 and 10 on the board, but he's not been the godlike Knight Rider that we've seen in so many different series.
Yep. Okay-ish performance, but
Also, I just realized what I said, which is cool. Because Knight Rider used to be a part of godlike before, and I did not mean that godlike Knight Rider. Because he was not as great in that roster. He never really got a chance to perform.
okay.
Okay, let's not get into the
And
politics.
it's throwing a
of
little
godlike
hate.
Oh, he'd agree with me.
There we go. Team Exploit the CA. It's 2-on-4 though, CA. So Team Exploit still having a fair bit of chance.
Enemy remaining.
Little concussion coming through, but Shooter, wow, his aim's trained, man. It's gonna be really hard to sneak by just like that. Pretty much with his plain eyes out there. Shooter's gonna be a man who's gonna have his crosshairs locked onto you. But just at 55 HP, will be shut down too.
Necro, remember, God Particles 1-0 down in this series, fighting for a spot in the top 4. Looking to become the 3rd team, joining Enigma Gaming and Velocity Gaming in the finals weekend. But so far, it doesn't look like we are going to be able to make it happen, because look at Shooter, man. He is on a
27. Yeah.
completely different level of form. You know why? You know why Shooter is popping off today? Because every single gamer pops off the day after his exams. It's when you're truly free.
Take flight.
I don't know, dude.
Why have you never written exams?
I have written an exam, but I don't know if I'll be able to pop off after my exams.
I 100% do, man. Like, all of the exam stress gone once you write the exams. You just feel so free, and you start popping the heck off.
Okay.
Spike
Maybe
planted.
I guess I gotta forcefully then go on a rank up. But Team Exploit. There we go. Another round on the board as expected. And now they're going to be able to close the lead off and also tie the score line up. And yeah, as you rightfully pointed out, they're fighting for the lifeline in the VCC over here, ladies and gentlemen. There's pros and cons for that. If you win this, you're going to be directly securing your spot in the top 4. That means the VCC Grand Final itself and top 2 will be moving in forward. But if you get taken out, your journey ends here.
And
A
this
huge
is,
full stop.
I just noticed on the buy, like, this is what I love about Exploit. They're like the antithesis of global esports in a way, where global esports do the same thing. 3 of the players buy, 2 don't. But they always go for Spectres. Exploit always goes for Phantoms and Vandals with light shields. And because of that, when they get into their bonus, it doesn't look like a bonus anymore because they have these Phantoms and Vandals. Now, a 1-for-1 trade, worth it, even though it's on different sides of the map. Ember doing really well to make sure it's a 1-for-1 trade, though. What is really key, though, is understanding that now Exploit, with the wall set up on A, they're always going to look to, in the early parts of the round, take control of mid or take control of B elbow, and then come back to this A side through halls. Go for that split A execute inherently. Right, yeah. Because of the fact that they go for those Vandals in their anti-eco, they have so much of a better chance of actually pulling out their bonus.
And Team Exploit, they're able to breach through quite deep in from the metal door, so that's a big shutdown for Logista. A huge side relief, second one follows it too. The Cypher truly able to stand his ground.
30
And now
seconds
two
left.
players left. It's a 2-on-4 CA. 30 seconds left in the clock.
enemy
Two
remaining.
times running by. And HSB did not expect anyone to be there. Got spotted by the cam. A huge distraction to take care of. Roll two on the side. Only steadily moving forward. Finds the opening. But that's all he's going to be able to get.
I feel like instantly, as soon as I talked about how much of a better chance they have of pulling off a bonus with their Vandals, they both just die one by one to Loki.
Yep.
You can't call that the casted
remaining.
curse. Why do they have to peek one by one? It's just so weird because in some situations when it's a spontaneous double peek, Exploit do it perfectly. Like you remember the one with when they were trying to retake the A site and King jumped from bridge while Shooter peeked at the same time? That was a spontaneous double peek. I don't think that was calmed inherently, you know, they just did it off of the position of each other. But when they actually need to calm and double peek, suddenly they don't do that.
Yep. Shooter gets the info on the mid. Knight Rider's available right there, so Knight Rider's position known now. Soul is in the metal doors too. Still no connections being found just yet. Shooter too. He's taking his sweet little time while his team is setting up for success. And look at the defaults from Team Exploit. They have control all over the map. It's like 70% of the map is in the hands of Team Exploit, and they can open the floodgates anytime they want. But no, God Particle denies it. They're trying to get the control back in their hands too. Somewhere down line, sensing the presence heavy on the B site. You can also see the spike rotating towards that. King takes care of the tripwire that's in the close, and a nice double peek followed up, and Logista is on fire.
Fire. A flawless round for God Particles in what was the buy round for Team Exploit. Gives them a huge boost, Necro. Now, not just in terms of momentum, but also economically, because Exploit will be fumbling and stumbling. They won't be able to afford a full buy into this next round. God Particles able to pick up their lead, get Knight Rider. Okay, never mind. I was going to say get him on the operator, but maybe he's not feeling confident enough to pick up the operator.
Which is okay.
No,
You're
it's
not feeling confident enough.
I don't know. It's like, given the history of Knight Rider, this player is...
You want to play?
It's almost like he's
Play.
Diamond when he's not confident, and he's beyond Radiant when he is confident.
I mean, look, if Knight Rider's having a great time, or at least he feels like he is going to be able to do better with a rifle.
Yeah.
Because again, you need to understand, there's a lot of pros and cons, even for the operator. If you do go for the operator, that means your entire team's pace is going to be slowed down. It really does matter if God Particles on the retake side. Yep, exactly. This is the reason why he's not going for that. If he had the operator, he wouldn't have been able to find those two. With a cheeky angle like that, and then Ember to follow it up as well. God Particles, every single player able to step it up to the mark. And this is what they really needed. These are the moment that God Particles really thrive in. The momentum is what they need. And once they taste it, they're going to start popping off. Final man's position revealed too. King now is going to be having a lot of players to deal with. 5 bullets in the magazine of Tour de Force. But he has 4 enemies to deal with. Kind of aware of the flank coming through, but Scar God is a man. He's not going to let him have that frag that easily. Scar God too is taking his time, while King
30 seconds
is running
left.
out of time. 30 seconds left in the clock. Is he going to be going for a full commitment? I feel like over here with the Tour de Force is going to try to do at least some damage. Slowly and steadily, being really sneaky with his feet too. King is probably going to peek out. A nice fake reload, CA. And Shivy pulls him out from the little rat hole that he's got for himself.
Yeah, another round picked off for God Particles, and just like that, a huge lead taken on their half. And yeah, that Phantom from Knight Rider definitely paying the dividends. We'll see if he sticks to it, because the idea once again becomes that Exploit, they're playing very slow. Like again, we saw this from Exploit on their attack on Split 2, where the first few rounds where they play slow, that's understandable. That's defaults. They're trying to get information. They're trying to understand what kind of setups the enemy really has going. They're trying to decipher the loopholes through which they can break through on their attack. But now that there's over, let's see, how many rounds? About 5 rounds done is when you start being really aggressive. Now is when your key ultimates start coming online. You go for burst into the site where you think the enemy is at their weakest. And so far, you look at the key pieces of information that Exploit have retrieved, is that usually that the Cypher is playing A site. You don't even have to think about the Cypher that way. The idea becomes that it is anchor on one side and anchor on another, and rarely ever do God Particles push and take mid control. So what that opens up the option for Exploit is just go for a mid to B or a mid to A execute. It is a very simple matter, and it allows you to play aggressively the way you like. Ow.
Playing aggressively, man. Look.
I just stubbed my toe
Wait, with what?
on the table.
Perfect. Oh no, wait. Hold on, the table's up there. And how did you do that?
What do you mean the table's
you-
up there?
Did you accidentally do it on the table feet or?
Yeah, the feet of the table, I mean.
Okay, I thought you did it on the surface, and I'm like, how?
I was
Like, I want to see your
Here.
pose.
Here.
Perfect. See it. Over here, it's God Particles trying to fight back, and
Nice.
now you're trying to fight back
Very
against
nice.
the table.
The Cloudburst, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to fight the table. But the Cloudburst very well set up to mask that trademark. King is not going to be expecting this flank, and neither is Exploit. But they're actually infiltrating the attacker side spawn. Is going to become a matter of timing. HSB
Now
comes
they
around
do.
to time. He spots out Scargott, but they don't know
Not
Knight
anymore.
Rider is here as well. He's going to find
Oh
new
my
kills
god.
before he gets traded out. And even though the Seekers give HSB a
1 on
lot
2.
of information,
Found
he's got
one.
to know that at least one player towards that. No, he knows the position of both of the players. Look, the Seeker's telling him that both of them are in that CT spot. So now HSB
Planted.
can try to just use one of his guiding lights to get himself into B main and hope he can clutch this. But
Blinded.
it's looking really hard, Necro.
Yeah.
Some information, but the bald Cypher buff too good for him. I think we're going to map 3.
It's like Bald Cypher actually looks really scary.
Right here.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Omen when he's TPing?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Or when he's like almost about to TP on the other side? Have you seen how scary he looks?
Yeah. Not that scary.
He looks like a smoke himself, a man of smoke.
Well, he is a man of smoke.
I've got your trail.
He's a smoke himself.
Spike down mid. I got this spot.
I guess in his past life he was
This
a
is
big smoker.
potentially. This is what I'm talking about. Like, these are the issues with the chamber. Much harder to do against the Cypher Trapfire, where you can't really use a Cloudburst to shut it down. We talked about how we wanted Knight Rider to go on the flank. He takes Scargard along with him, shuts down that trademark, and just because of that, they're able to make
Oh
sure...
no.
able
The
to get it
momentum
through.
C8.
But yeah,
Technical break.
a tech break coming through, that's going to hurt the momentum of God Particles.
Yeah, this also gives Team Exploit to talk to themselves and try and figure out what the problems are. Also at the same time, a huge sigh of relief. So this technical break is going to be hindering God Particles' momentum moving forward. But again, it does come down to how they're going to be able to bounce back from this technical break. Overall, Team Exploit, now they're being exploit from all the different sides, and Team Exploit should be able to know how are they supposed to counter these things. Because the Cloudburst was there to try and shut down the trademark, so they did not even get notified when the flank was coming through.
Again,
You cannot just rely on pure utilities. Now you need to rely on your own eyes.
exactly, and that's why I think they need to just go for aggressive rushes. I feel like I understand why they wanted to play slow. They even mentioned on their interviews that their new coach has made them a lot more systematic, but systematic only works for long. I want to see the old exploit return, the aggressive exploit, and it seems like they're trying to make it happen. Full W gaming by Soul. He's picked up the first frag sector of the Viper's Pit to allow Shaka to come in, but do they know that Scargard has sneaked in here himself. He's in this cubby. Scargard sneaking up. He's gonna drop the spike carrier,
Spike
and Soul is not
down
able to get the trade.
Only on 1 HP too, and he's still playing inside the Viper's pit.
Oh.
How is he able to find
It's the
that? That's
Seekers.
illegal.
No, the Seekers.
Yeah, the Seekers, but okay, I guess. But still a great find through the smoke, and now Shooter's 2 over there. Shooter's alive, so that means the threat still hasn't been neutralized. You can go for some solo plays, but Knight Rider almost gets caught off guard out in the open. Smoke coming through on the right side, just trying to play a little bit of mind games with the enemy.
He did not even land the shot on Shooter.
Oh, but it's okay.
30 seconds
HSP's
left.
got his back. And HSP's trying to be the
remaining.
impact player in this round, but HSP shut down 2 from ScarGod, and ScarGod able to step it up to the occasion.
Let's go bind. Because that was a full buy from the side of Team Exploit. They're going to only be able to afford broken buys, and right here, extremely questionable, I think.
Enemy remaining.
That trade needed to come through from Soulmate. I mean, I get that he missed his shots, so I'm not going to blame him for missing his shots. I just mean what's questionable is the fact that they're not together when they're moving in the first place. Soulmate doesn't see Scargard when Scargard can see Shaka. So maybe they can be a little closer. Either ways, though, God Particles are playing phenomenally on this defensive half, Necro. Holding down their ground and holding down the site. Again, a little weird that Exploit haven't even tried going for a burst yet. I mean, now they're going to go for one because their eco is broken. But it's a little weird that before this, not in a single round, had they tested Logi's setup, had they tested the Viper setup on B, they just tried to play slow every single time. But hold on, Shooter is not about that slow play style anymore. 2 key free frags picked up, and he's going to pick up the spike as well and look to get it planted. It's all going to come down to Shooter.
Spike planted.
It is going to come down to Shooter. Spike's also planted on the board, so it's now a 3-on-3. Equal man alive on both the sides. But the utilities, if you talk about it, it seems like God Particles are having a decent amount of that. Hunter's Fury out and trying to clear out some part of the sites. And Team Exploit, they're having no problem dodging those, but a nice shot from Shooter to open the fray up. And Shooter now is hunting for the ace.
Last player
He's on a 3K. Definitely can go for a ace too, but he misses out on a couple of Blade Storms right there. And Soul pretty much steals it with that kill. 58 HP in the hands of Knight Rider. Blade Storm still active, but he's not going to be able to do any damage because all the Team Exploit players, they're just funneling through from the defending side.
Exploit keep themselves alive in this map in the hopes of their chances to secure that top 4 spot, to try and get themselves redemption for last VCC, because last VCC they took down VLT. They looked like they were about to make it to the grand finals, but in the last moment they fell short, Necro. And
They did.
Finished 3rd instead. Did not get a shot at the grand finals, did not get a shot at the APAC LCQ spot, but now all they gotta do is make it to the top 4, and then 2 spots available in that APAC challengers. But look at this, I love this, a lot more aggressive already from Soul. He's picked up that first frag, and he shut down one of the key players from the side of God Particles. The operator gone, Knight Rider taken away. Even though Soul gets traded out, they should just be able to execute onto this A side.
Oh, that's a great shot from Logista too. Struggling a little bit to find a man like Logista, but it's fine. Finally, they do shut him down. Shaka in the mid. Just gonna try to catch some players funneling through. Here's a lot of footsteps too, CA. Probably should be able to catch ScarGod right here on the return. ScarGod's really over here. I don't know if right click was that good of an idea at that range. Should have just let go of it.
Last player
King over here peeks out a little bit of questionable to the side of King. A little too confident, but it's fine. Shooter is the man to rely on. They rely on him heavily.
Little too much reliance, I will say. Especially in a situation like this where Logi's back was turned against them. He still managed to get one frag, but hey, what matters is they're able to get the round. And at this point, what is key is now they've finally managed to put a dent into the God Particles economy. I still think that if God Particles lose this round, they will be able to afford another bye. But if they win back-to-back bye rounds, it effectively guarantees them an overtime. And finally, we get to see that burst come out from Exploit. The Seekers use, they aggressively get into sight with the help of the Seekers. King and Shooter open up the scoreboard, and just like that, God Particles crumble before they can even think about, wait, what?
Before they can even think about anything. And now they're just trying to play it off a little post-plant. Look at how safe Team Exploit are playing it. They're like, it's okay, they can have the site control, but we're not going to let them defuse the spike. They're going to play it off of the utilities. They're going to play it off of these shock darts that they have available. King! You're not supposed to play with your knife. I understand you've got a really good knife, but that's not the right time to show it off. Whips it out while he's trying to make the flank happen. Should have expected the swing coming through. And God Particles making the right call. They do realize they have a decent cushion to work with, and they only need one more round to seal the deal on the map of Breeze. But again, they will need to make sure they're not giving a Breeze off comeback to Team Exploit. If they do, Team Exploit's going to punish them hard.
Exactly, Team Exploit. It is still, I will repeat, a little concerning that they don't make the burst plays happen till they're desperate. But hey, better late than never, right? We're talking about better late than never. This timeout was crucial for God Particles because they've been in this position so many times before, Necro. Everyone remembers the 12-4 comeback of Global Esports against God Particles on the map of Split. Everyone remembers the 36-round overtime of God Particles. They're a team that is very much used to not being able to close out a map. And they're in that position now. 12-10 on the scorecard. The final remnants of their economy giving them one last bye. They lose this round, they go overtime.
Yep. But God Particles too, man. They're not going to let that happen that easily. So one more round needed for God Particles to push it on forward on the third map, which is going to be the decider. And both the teams are equally good. It's not going to be like, okay, one team is really good on this map. The decider is going to be the map where both the teams are equally good on. So this one's going to be an interesting one because this is getting a little too close. And Team Exploit, I did not really expect they're going to be sweating this hard, but they're still able to hold on barely on the edge. And this time trying something different. Metal Door's presence being shown from Shooter, and a nice tag to flow through. Ember, though, is able to dodge it with a nice maneuver coming through. King finds the opening on the Logister. That's the big man taken out. Cypher not really going to be on the board anymore. And now the B side too left open. No one to guard the B site. Guardian Angel's out the gate. Scar caught over the aggressive play, is able to shut it down, but it's okay. It's just B's got his team's back. Tracer there on the board, and a nice shot! A fadeaway shot coming through from HSB. Didn't expect Ember's peeking out there, and Ember's head gets cut off, and a 2-1-4 situation, CA. This looks highly unlikely for a retake unless Knight Rider is able to find 2 kills right here.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that the flank seems to be on as well for HSB and Shooter. They need to push into site, isolate the site 2v2 right here, right now. Otherwise, HSB and Shooter will just shut them down. But no, they're going to go for the save. They're going to keep some hope alive for that final round before they go into overtime. And I actually think this is a smart decision if they can shut down Shooter. And they do exactly that. So a Vandal and a Operator will mean that overtime is not guaranteed just yet. One more round Exploit have to actually do.
Oh man, that Operator is going to be something. That's going to be a sign of worry. So yeah, overtime is just not going to be guaranteed just yet, but after this round, the economy is going to be in tatters for God Particles. It's going to be shattered in particles. But yeah, Scargod right here with the push. I feel like this was the right move from Scargod, but it's just overall, Team Exploit trying something new, getting the Metal Doors control was a little bit out the box.
Oh my god, I feel for God Particles right now. I can feel how much their heart must be pumping, their heart must be racing, because Knight Rider is going for the aggressive peek. He finds that first pick, and he shuts down that chamber. He tells, I am here to play, my boy. Knight Rider now looking for more, but he's done his job already, Necro. He's slowed down the push. He's made Exploit question themselves. He's made them hesitate. And in every single round on this attacking side where Exploit have hesitated, they've lost.
Yeah. He's being a big difference maker right here.
Knocked him.
Oh, the hesitation seen, and Scar God knocking him off the board. 3 on 5 CA. And for Team Exploit, they still need to find those bodies on the deck. 3 players in the hand.
Imagine Logi presses his W key by mistake and falls into it.
Poison's off.
I don't think so that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's
But he's
not.
just-
That's why I said imagine.
yeah, that'll be funny. Yeah, he'd be like, oh no. 2 players in the
That's a
front. What am I
perfect
supposed
real
to do?
moment, you know. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh my god, this can be huge though.
Exactly. They're being
There's
very
no
sneaky.
down.
They need to wait for HSB though. They cannot
30
peek
seconds
till
left.
HSB gets the full flank around. If HSB finds Shivy, then they can start pushing it inside.
It's going to be tough. No, Shivy knows now.
Ah,
They've
it's
got
over.
the entire mid control, and yeah, it's gone. Knight Rider pretty much spilling the water on the entire strategy right here. It's all done. Shivy should be capitalized from the back lines now. HSB still doesn't peek out,
Okay.
but it's the 2-man duo. They're trying
don't
to
know
they're
about
on
Scar,
Mission
though.
Impossible. Yep, but they don't know. Logista's all the way in the mid, and there you go. It's GG's got particles. Seal the deal on the second map of Breeze, and well, guess what? We're going to the third map. And the third map is going to be the decider. As I said, both these teams are going to be equally good on that map, so it's going to be hard to say who's going to be sealing the deal on that one. But wow, honestly, I did not expect this to be a best-of-3 series right here. I expected Team Exploit to pretty much cap it on the 2-0. I guess next time, any other team, if you guys are trying to face off against God Particles, make sure to ban Breeze because that's their strongest suit. But again,
I'm not sure
not
about
as-
that. I feel like,
Yeah.
again, if you look at the last few rounds, right, you notice that when they started bursting, God Particles were really struggling. And we saw this in India Qualifier 2 as well. Velocity literally just did W gaming their entire attacking half. And that's not because Velocity only does W gaming. They did that because they acknowledged that God Particles are weak against that. Now, it makes you question why Exploit the first 2 to 4 rounds on their attack, they play defaults, I understand that. But the whole point of playing defaults is that you turn them into at least 1 or 2 round bursts and then you go back to defaults. But they kept trying to play slow, kept trying to play defaults. It almost became a matter of, we believe this will work, so we're going to keep trying to do it, even though you can clearly see it is not working.
Unfortunately, it's not working, but let's take a look at the scoreboards here and let's find out how the story really looked like, how the individual players were able to perform, how many kills were they able to get. Shooter, of course, going to be top fragging on the side of Team Exploit with 27 kills and 15 deaths and 5 assists. On the other hand, it's going to be Scar God who's going to be top fragging with 23 kills, 15 deaths, and 2 assists. Knight Rider not really far behind, but he still doesn't really have the KD of 1. So overall here, we again have been talking about how God Particles heavily rely on Scar God and Knight Rider, and this is a clear demonstration of that. This is a clear example of that. If Shooter doesn't pop off, it has to be, if Knight Rider doesn't pop off, it has to be Scar God. If Scar God doesn't pop off, it has to be Knight Rider. And if
Yeah,
they both
100%.
pop off, then enemy teams stand no chance.
Then it has to be the trophy.
Yeah.
But yeah, 100%. But at this point, what is especially important for both of these teams is going into bind, remembering that it's a double-edged sword, you know. On one hand, God Particles have considerably more experience in the VCC playing on that map. That 36-round overtime that I talked about, they won that against Global Esports. They've been through unimaginable highs and unimaginable lows on that particular map, so they have a ton of experience. But that also means they have a lot of WODs that I'm hoping Team Exploit, their coach, their analyst, whatever they've got, have reviewed and have got ready, because otherwise Team Exploit are going to play that standard Jet double initiator composition, and God Particles, they know exactly what parts of that composition to break down and exploit.
Well, yeah. Now, God Particles pretty much taking the second map. I expected this to go close, but I honestly thought Exploit would be able to seal the deal on Breeze too, because both the teams I feel like are equally good on map Breeze. But moving in forward on Decider, I don't know what's going to be looking like, CA, because again, Team Exploit, the struggle that they showed in the last time, it seemed like they were second guessing themselves. Also, we saw a little bit of indecisive nature kicking in through.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going to happen. As you said, if God Particles, and I was mentioning this over and over again, if God Particles are given enough time to think and know what you're trying to do in the game, they will punish you, because God Particles, their brains work a little slow. I'm not like literally saying their brains work a little slow. It's more kind of like they work a little slow in itself. They need their time. They need their comfort space to try and figure out what the enemy team's doing. But with that being said, that's the second map off the charts, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be moving on to the third map, which is going to be the decider map of Bind. And to find out which team's going to be coming out victorious. Without wasting any more time, we're going to be throwing the break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. Second map out the charts, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be moving in forward on the third map of Bind, which is going to be the decider map between Team Exploit and God Particles, just to find out who's going to be kicked out the tournament and who's going to be moving forward and securing their spot in the top 4.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting affair because last time around when we saw these teams face off against each other, it was a 2-0. We never got to see the decider map. So coming into this third map, into this map of Bind, I believe, is going to be a completely new surface for us to witness, for us to see which teams can paint the better picture, and for us to then really enjoy as we get to find out which team will be the third team into that top 4 mark into the finals weekend. I think for Exploit, Breeze was a big wake-up call. they need to realize, like you said, you cannot give God Particles so much time to think, especially on the map of Bind, because this is an issue that Global Esports themselves have clearly shown when they play against God Particles. You take it too slow, God Particles are going to smack you left and right.
Yeah, indeed. They're just going to start smacking you left and right. So overall, if you're on the attacking side, just do not give them enough time to get the reads on you. If you're on the defensive side, try to be a little proactive. Try to get some early peaks. Try to just surprise overall. Have the astonishing factor against God Particles, and they will be astonished all the time. Trust me, this works.
Yeah, it does. It 100% does. Like, VLT is a great example. Yeah. I think when they played against Khumbu, that was a great example where it's not even about, you don't need to be aggressive as such. You just need to commit to one particular playstyle. When you think back to Haven, for example, it did really look like a simple case of the fact that God Particles were like, okay, we want to do this. We will try this. And Khumbu was just like, nope. And every single time, that commitment is what ended up getting them that victory. Now, same thing on Breeze, right? We saw where every single time Team Exploit went for the rush. I'm losing my words because it's honestly, I feel like the third time I've said the exact same thing, where they went for the rush, they were stopped. Even in that last round, without Knight Rider's key peek down B main, I feel like they would have just lost the round because they would have been rushed, they would have been overwhelmed. So that's there it is. We'll have to see if Exploit actually have learned their lesson, or if God Particles, like, can you imagine the storyline? After almost beating GE in Q1, after beating the defending champions in Q2, but crashing out after losing that wildcard qualifier to make it to top 4, all for Shivi's retirement. Like, damn, that's an insane storyline.
Yeah, that'll be for a while there. I don't know what's going on overall, and now look at what's. This is good. Okay, I don't know what's going on. A lot of issues going on for me, ladies and gentlemen.
Being haunted.
I'm being haunted, man. I'm being haunted over here while casting. But how the competition's going right now between these two teams, and I'm being haunted somewhere over here next to me. Hopefully, I need to watch out.
Necro's being haunted by the God Particles member. We've actually got a former member of the OG God part of our production team, so I'm pretty sure he's sending the ghost to haunt you. We're like, how dare you make it 2-0 against God Particles?
Yeah, his name is Magician, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But moving forward, yeah, we have the map of Bind, and the agent select is already there. Damn, that was quick.
Yeah, a quick agent select, and you can see for the side of... Oh, wait, hold on. Shooter on Raze is not something I'm expecting whatsoever, and I'm not sure I like it. I'm really not sure I like it, man. Because I can definitely imagine this player doing brilliantly. I know they have the chamber to make up for the lack of that operator, but I don't know. When I think Shooter, I think Jet. So hopefully, by the end of this map, I'm going to be like, Shooter on Raze, I love it. I absolutely love it. I want Exploit to make me do a complete 180. But I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Especially because King plays the Race too. Like, why not put Shooter on Chamber then? Let King play Race. It's a little weird.
King on Raze makes some kinky plays.
Okay, Necro, where's your mind at?
But yeah, King over here, pretty much going for a chamber, I guess. King doesn't want to leave his comfort level right now. He played it in the previously too, and now he wants to keep playing that. So understandable, I guess. Also has the Headhunter out in the pistol round. Has to be one of the best guns that he can try and opt for. Decent amount of damage being done on the Knight Rider. No other option than to back off, and that's what they exactly do. So Knight Rider now realizing the exact same fact. Now the stars are being placed too.
If you remember the map yesterday on Bind between VLT and GE, this Sova composition without any flashes, it really struggles on the attack, especially if a team is not willing to go for the burst. And we saw that issue on Breeze, so they've got to make sure they make that defense count, and HSB doing exactly that. 2 shot darts perfectly landed, and Shooter capping it off too. They've started this pistol off for the bang.
Yeah, they did, and they're looking to keep on banging the enemy team. But now here we do have, oh my god, Team Exploit. Okay, they're able to open the floodgates out and over, and now it's all down to Logista with only 20 HP.
30 seconds left.
Spike's still in the hand. The spike hasn't went down yet. 25 seconds. The time's running away, man. And so is everything, because the enemy team is able to close the distance on the A site. Logista trying to play a bit of mind games, trying to buy as much as tie as possible. As we know, God Particles, if you give them a lot of time to work off with, they're going to strike you down. But there we go. King this time says no.
Where's your mind at, Necro? First
What
with
happened?
the kinky place, next with the keep on banging.
By that I mean bang with the bullets. Like, what?
Okay. Okay, Necro. I see you.
Where is
Wait,
your
actually, no,
mind
I don't
at?
want to see you. Wait, what you mean?
You're taking it in some different way. Hello? It's not my fault.
I see you, Necro. I see you. We're talking about a different way right now. Exploit off to a better start than they were on towards the end of that second half on Breeze. Will give them some momentum back that God Particles should have in their hands, especially considering that usually when we see these teams on Bind with the Astral Viper, attack is where they excel. Even though Bind naturally is more of a defense-sided map, the Viper makes it so that the attack can be a huge presence. Now, B-long control for God Particles, they pick up the orb, go for the instant TP, but what they're going to learn is that Exploit is extremely disciplined. Not a single member rotated away from A.
Yeah.
Bomb buddy out.
So, overall, discipline shown from the side of Team Exploit. Shooter kind of miscalculating some things here. Was backing off, but now it's coming back in the groove here. Spike is present, but it doesn't seem like God Particles have any intentions of bursting in onto the A site. Instead, they're looking forward to go on the B site.
It is farming orbs. They took the B-long orb, they took the Shower's orb, and there's like, okay, we're gonna make the most out of our eco round. But now they have to
30 seconds left.
burst into side because they're running out of time. Shivy wins the duel against the King, missing all of his shots, but Shooter Shaka just mow them down. The spike is dropped as well,
One
but
enemy
hey, I'd
remaining.
still say a decent round for God Particles. They got 2 ultimate orbs on an eco. That's lovely.
Yeah, that's all they're going to be able to get, though, so... Yeah, they did get a lot of value, so it's
30
okay.
seconds left.
But overall, the round win goes in the hands of Team Exploit, which was as expected. Moving in forward, they're going to be having Forest and Cheese in the hand. That means pretty much a bonus round to keep things going.
Did you say Forest and Cheese?
No?
I don't know why I heard cheese. I
There.
would like some
Dude,
cheese. though.
it's...
On
I'm
that
not
note,
gonna...
Necro.
Listen, your mind is somewhere else at this point.
Yeah, I'm asking you now. What cheese do you like? What's your favorite kind of cheese?
I don't know, man. I just go in the store and I just get a cheese. I got no, like...
We need to introduce Necro to the fine arts of cheese, guys. But after this map, because right now it's going to be the buy round for God Particles, the bonus round for Team Exploit, and right here it's all about trying to get the side ASAP for God P. But you can see the way Scarguard is positioning with the spike. I think they're going to go for the TP once again, but it's a little risky, Necro, because this time they don't have Shower's control. Especially with the trademark set up, the plan for Exploit is clear. Stack B side play with the double anchor on A because the Chamber has got the trademark set up for his teammates on A.
But yeah. King 2. Overall, I mean, Team Exploit, they're looking really in discipline. If you talk about in the defensive half.
Why?
I mean, they're just gonna, they just want to let them flood through, I guess. Because look, King has the Phantom in the hand, and King can try to at least get 1 or 2 men down here. They're heavily relying on King's presence in the Yaputa right there.
30
Gets one,
seconds
but was
left.
not able to fade away instantly. So King goes down right there with the Phantom. That's big gun out the board now, and God Particles will have less things to worry about. But these 2 frags right here, they line up, and Shaka's gonna make it hurt. Left to the 2-on-2, it's still the bonus round for Team Exploit. It's not a lot of things for them to lose, but for God Particles, the entire economy to lose. So Scarguard will get the plant down, but still, look at how confident he's being with the peaks. Peeking out on top of the tube. Soul still not able to find the entry on the B side just yet. He's being held off at Bay by Logista all the way back in the hookah. And yeah, he also has the advantage of a rifle because he's just playing the headshot angle. And the Spectre isn't really that great with the accuracy in that range. So Logista exploiting that fact.
Logista exploiting that fact very, very well. But again, I'm not sure why you feel they're indisciplined, because I actually feel the exact opposite. They're not over peaking. They're not trying to get...
I said they're disciplined.
Okay, I heard indisciplined.
CA,
I'm not sure.
okay, hold on. CA, what's going on, bro? All good?
I just want to point out that when you said Ruski, you did not realize you said Ruski, and it was Ruski, and I'm just going to end the conversation right then and there. But right here, that was the bonus of Team Exploit. They're going to continue on with the buy over in this round. And for God Particles, this is going to be the true test. Already though, Shooter taking a lot of damage and really missing his dash, I think, right there.
Oh, but King's not going to miss the shot. And Scar caught this time. He was lighting some skulls up for sure. He was just lighting things up with the bullets, but this time he got lit himself. Lit AF with the dope headhunter. And God Particles left on the 4-man stand to try and execute the site. They have the Viper's Pit available, which Logista can try and use if he gets the site control, or at least his feet on the site. But that's not the possible case over here, at least for now. He's just not able to get the mark on the site because the rest of the team, they're still trying to set themselves up for some success. And Team Exploit overall, they're trying their best to get a grip on what God Particles are trying to do. Knight Rider finds an entry on the site. The dash comes in through.
30 seconds
and now
left.
Soul's position is going to be really key in U-Haul. If Soul even gets away with one single frag, Team Exploit, that's going to be a huge part for them. And yes, he does. So that trade's worth it for Team Exploit.
Welcome to my world. Toxins going up.
Viper's Pit out too.
Viper's
The
Pit.
rest of the players are just
The Viper's
moving in
Pit set
shooters,
up
though.
to deny the retake angle will mean a lot for God Particles right here, because they get to play not for the plant but rather for the retake denial, but they have no idea that the diffuse is just going down. God Particles, King with the sneaky diffuse pulls off a huge round. And Exploit get away with murder right there, Necro. Again, that Viper's Pit to cut off the CT entrance only means so much if you've got one player like lurking towards the truck default version or playing U-Haul so that he can spray down the diffuser. You can't have all three of your players wait in that Viper's Pit just to have King sneak by you and go for the diffuse.
That's what I exactly said. The trade right there on the U-Haul, that was the most worth it trade they can actually go for,
Make
because
some
they're
chaos.
already down a man in. Then they go for that. Then they go for like one-on-one peek like that. They did get the trade, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't really a double peek as we expected. At least the first man should not have went for that much of an ego peek or confidence peek, but it's okay. Knight Rider now again with the aggressive approach into U-Haul. Still hasn't really got the control because Team Exploit are being really proactive, but now with this flank coming in through from the back lines, the judge should be able to put a stop to his story, and that's what exactly happens. A nice Viper's Pit to deny the entire U-Haul's control. Again, Team Exploit, they're trying their best to hold on with each and every single part of the map. Ember shut down with the judge, and the judge is just been so strong in these moments. Another one to follow it up.
Down A.
I don't know why they're
One
not going
enemy
for the
remains.
spike plant. They're just being so paranoid, and now it's all down to the final man with the Hunter's Fury. I'm pretty sure he's not going to go for it, so Shivy just doesn't have any utilities left.
Yeah, like after Knight Rider dies, I don't think they should ever go to U-Haul. But as soon as Shivy dies, they don't really have a chance. Sorry, not Shivy.
Dude,
as soon as
judging those close quarters is OP. Just don't challenge a fight against him. Let him
Exactly.
have the U-Haul control. It's okay, have it. You can feel free to be there.
That's what I'm saying. As soon as Knight Rider dies, I don't think they should go there. But as soon as one person goes there, the rest have to. They need to trade him off. Otherwise, it's literally worthless. But right here, as soon as Knight Rider gets 1-for-1, Scargod should not try to move in. I think it was Ember before that who tried to move in and shut him down. It should just, sorry, no, Logi, I believe it was, who tried to sneak up on him and shut him down. It should just not happen. They can just as easily go for the TP, because they couldn't go for the A-side plant since all of Team Exploit had appeared onto site. They had backside control, and without U-Haul, you can't really plant for truck either, because you can get surprised by that U-Haul player. But a simple fact remains, Necro. Indecisiveness is the loss of God Particles right now. It's all about decisiveness. Like, even if they wanted to kill that judge player so bad, maybe they can wrap him from both angles. Maybe Logi can wait for the Trailblazer from Skargard. The point being, there's so many better decisions than the one they made.
I just won that parakeet, man.
What?
I want to steal it.
Just
And
buy
be like,
yourself
"Bobber
one."
now. No, it's too expensive, dude.
Wow.
Just want to steal it and be like, "Mobber now."
He'll probably peck you to death.
No, it won't. Oh, we will get along pretty well
Why?
because a parrot tries to crack some lame jokes too, I guess.
But it's not a parrot. It's just it's a parakeet.
Same thing. It has a
No,
parrot,
it's
though.
not the same thing. And this is why you and the bird will not get along. You don't even know what it is. But right now, Shaka, I'm not sure why he wants to play that position. That position would be perfect for Shooter or for King with the Chamber who can rendezvous. But instead it's the Astra who's going for a broad daylight fight. You know, just I will stand strong and fight. Like, why? You're the Astra. You don't want to die.
Well, Knight Rider wants to die though, and he dies.
I don't think he wanted to die.
But he died anyways. It doesn't matter what he wants. He will get it.
Oh,
Because Team Exploit is really giving. But now it's a 4-4. But the problem for Team Exploit is that their controller's out. On the other hand, the trader was really worth it for the enemy team, which just got particles. Hunter's Fury out. Nothing really found from the Hunter's Fury. That's a huge investment being done. The judge is not going to work off in that range. Yes, try to be really aggressive with the judge though. But nice shock dart from Shivy. Still a lot of damage done, CA. And Team Exploit, another round on the board for them.
Again, questionable decisions made from God Particles. They walk into A shot, they get U-Haul for free, and that should tell them, like they decipher, that Team Exploit, they're playing to just hold on to shovels. They try to rush them down and trade it out instead of just going for the plant. Why? I don't understand why they make such hasty decisions almost, where they're like, okay, no, they are sitting there, we need to go fight them. I understand it's their eco. I understand the mentality that they want to fight so that they can get better weapons. But if they plant and actually go for the post plant, maybe they pull off the round or at least get the plant guaranteed money. Instead, they go for such a risky play and they get jack.
Do you want to complete the Jack
No.
sentence or phrase?
No, wait, no, I
There's
actually
another-
meant to say jack. Oh, I
Jack
see what
mean?
you're saying. No, I actually meant to say jack.
Okay, well now it's a 3-on-5. The control, Astra's still alive, so they have the Cosmic Divide available, which they can try and use for the retake. King spots out one man in the A short. Teleport ready. Trying to set up the teleporter. Shooter is able to find these solo engagements, and he's gonna cause a lot of trouble. Skargard all by himself with the parakeet in the back. And also a single bird in his hand too. Oh.
Don't
trying
pop
to
the wrong
pop the
bird,
bird.
Skargard.
The other bird's
He
not
popped
going
the
to be
right
able to blind.
bird.
There we go. He pops the right bird. And also gets the entry on the site.
He can just TP back. Quickly, go be long, TP back.
30
Go, go,
seconds
go, go, go.
left.
Nah. It's Dunzo. GG's, Skargard. In this round, it's going to be really hard to do anything. Shooter's low too.
Or is it?
Hold on. Hold on. He's
TP.
making it look hard though. He's still not going to go for the TP because he doesn't really have a lot of time. See, I think he only had like 12 seconds left.
He had
in the clock,
18,
so-
would have been enough.
Nah, I don't really think so. You should have taken the odds, but whatever. Dealt a decent amount of damage. Team Exploit able to win another round.
See, I'll tell you why he should have taken the odds, because in a 1vx situation, you always want to make sure that the opponents are the ones, the opponents with the man advantage are the ones without the information advantage. Right there, as soon as he found the 2K especially, they know exactly where he is. They know that he's going to go for an open plant and then maybe try to go to long or play site, which is why he needs to try to take the TP so he can get on out of there, especially considering that he has no information about the CT players. He knows that there's players in that defender side spawn entry into B site area. but maybe they're coming from elbow, maybe they're going to board push in from side. Too many maybes. He doesn't have any information, but if he takes the TP, he goes for the plant and sets himself up for success, then they don't have any information about where he is on site, and he can wait.
But here's my number, so call me maybe.
What?
Moving forward. Technical break again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. See your thoughts on the technical break. Go ahead.
No thoughts. No
Pretty much
comment.
the same. Pretty much the same. I mean, the matchup's going great. Don't get me wrong. Not so great for God Particles, though. It's just a steamroll in the first half. Now, we talked about the struggles are being seen from the side of God Particles on the attacking side, no matter what time it is, all the time. On the attacking side, God Particles have been struggling. On the defensive half is where they're really strong and at their prime. But if on the attacking half they're only able to get away with one round, then I don't know what I should expect, because if Team Exploit is able to get a humongous lead over them, that means already a lot of rounds are flown off their hands.
I don't know about that, Necro. Like, about them being better on the defensive side, because I understand what you mean with respect to the idea of bind as a whole, but if you look back to the match against Global Esports, in both matchups, both of the teams are better on the attack. Even earlier today in the matchup against Khumbu Esports, it was the attack where they went 6-6, and the defense where they pulled out the win. So they build up momentum from the attack every single time. And like you said, a single round is not going to give them any momentum going into that second half. But more importantly, it's not going to give them room to try and build up for the operator for Knight Rider. And confident or not, the whole point of this jet in this map is the operator. If you're not going to op, then you play the race. You don't play the jet. No point.
Okay, so yeah, they won't play the jet. Forgive them.
No, they're going to op. What you mean?
Okay, they're gonna op CA. So technical break over here, and Team Exploit. Momentum
Or they can play Neon.
Unstoppable. Not right now. They can't right now. Like, it's already in the game.
I mean, I might try to finagle a restart if they agree to play Neon. I'm kidding.
Finagle. Nice word. What does that mean?
Like, try to maneuver a restart.
Ooh.
Like sneak in a restart. I don't know. I don't know how to it's that. Contextually, it's that. But right now, Necro, again, the strength of Team Exploit's composition, yes, it does lie on the defense, okay, and that's an important point to note, because they have a single duelist, unlike Velocity, who could burst with their composition. Exploit can't do that. This composition is just purely play on default, and then maybe once you've got a Viper Spit or something like that online, then you can think about bursting. Otherwise, just no bursting for you ever. You're going to have to just rely on God Particles over-peaking, on God Particles making mistakes, which is why I'm not a big fan of this composition. I think if you are going to play this, at least replace the Viper with something like a Breach or something like a Sky, or even a KO for that matter. Or even replace that chamber with a Jet or a KO or a Sky or something like that. But either ways, without that second initiator, it severely limits your options on the attacking side, unless your Viper is Nats and he can just create some insane space on Viper. I mean, even he can't do that recently. Ascent has been shutting him down, so yeah.
All right. But this technical break is something that is going to be at least causing a little issues on the side of Team Exploit. Maybe if you talk about the momentum, sometimes can be stopped. But it's the technical break taken from Team Exploit themselves, so maybe they're having some technical issues right now. Hopefully,
Yeah, King was AFK, he's back.
Okay, he's back. Maybe he went to, you know, maybe it's the nature's call.
Where does nature call him for? They don't have a Sky. Nature should call God Particles because they have a Sky.
Listen, sometimes you got to get your head off of the game.
I know. I'm just
Yeah, I could definitely sense the nature calling me though. Like,
oh, okay.
This matchup is getting too intense, bro. Yeah, great flash to blind King. And King still and looking around. I mean, this is quite understandable, right, CA? Well, the flash to pretty much gather the info. Now they know where the Tour de Force is available. Where Tour de Force is. Yeah.
They don't. He didn't really take any shots. They just know that someone is there. Which is why I'd like to see them play as a duo unit. Like the way they're playing right now, trying to play make with the Sky, that's not how you want to play with it. That you get a breach along. If you want to just collect information, you get a KO along. The whole point of that Sky Guiding Light is that while you get info, you can also get a peek. But they never went for the peek.
Yeah. King, though, trying to be really aggressive.
See, now they're going to go back, be long. They're going to do the same flash, except they're going to peek. And I wonder why they couldn't have done this earlier.
30 seconds left.
There we go. King instantly TPing back all the way.
Wait, why?
U-Haul, but unfortunately, he just second-guessed himself. He played himself right there. The rest of the players are trying to follow it up. Shaka misses a couple of shots in the Vandal spray. This time he's not able to spray on that point. A nice find from Shooter, though, but that's all he's going to be getting. Now it's a 2-on-2 situation. Viper's down quite low, too, so Ember will have all the burden on his shoulders. King is also walking away. Ember's not going to be expecting King to be here, but King a little too late to react, and this leaves Soul all by his lonesome. Does not really check out the Cubby just yet, but the man in Cubby as well is giving a lot of time for Soul to work off of with.
Thrifty.
Oh no, Thrifty round coming through. A great round followed up, and this is what I said exactly, right? When you're going to have a technical break, this is going to be affecting a lot of your momentum.
I don't know about that momentum. I mean, I do get your point is 100% true, but I think this is just a decision gone wrong or a read gone wrong for the side of Team Exploit. That TP was not at all necessary. 2 points. Okay, I understand that he made the TP because Knight Rider had started pushing in from Ace Showers. He was causing a lot of distractions. But the main point being that you have two key players holding him down. Knight Rider hasn't killed anyone. Spike hasn't been planted. So a proactive teleport that late into the round is asking for them to hit you in the face and tell you, boy, we were just faking. And that's exactly what they were doing. They were just faking. So unnecessary from King right there, or whoever called it from King. Either ways, not so great decision, but King more than makes up for it with that aggressive peek, compensating for the lack of that jet. That's how you play the chamber.
And exactly, we talked about this. You've got to be proactive even on the defensive half. That's the first attack we found it, and now HSB is going to be able to follow it up. HSB clearly pumped after finding that initial pick on the Shivy. That's the Soa taken out. Now this leaves them in a pretty much a crippled fashion. I don't know how they're going to be looking out now, because even Knight Rider's down quite low. 70 HP to work off with. Shooter is still second-guessing himself if he should peek out that angle or not. 6-2 is the score line, and Team Exploit finally able to realize that if they give a lot of time for God Particles to try and realize what happens, even on the defensive side, they will keep on punishing you, and there we go. Ember finds a solo engagement, and he will seal it.
Yesterday against Enigma, Exploit played the exact same composition, but the key difference in it was that the simple fact that Zaryub was not seemingly coordinated with the team the way King seems to be now, and you can see how much of a difference that coordination is starting to make. Yesterday, it was Zaryub on the chamber, King on the raise. Today, Shooters picked up that raise and Kings picked up the chamber. And that simple fact, like in this round, when he goes for the hookup push, at the same time, his teammate Shooter is slowly starting to take B-long control. Because of that flank, his teams get a ton of information that King has only spotted out one player, which means there's likely a heavy presence towards A. And that little bit of coordination, it goes a long way. Because yesterday, they lost 11 rounds on attack on their defense. Today, they're smashing God Particles on their defense.
Not just defense, they're able to smash him even on the offense.
What you mean? They haven't reached the offense yet.
God Particles isn't defending CM.
Oh? Petro?
It's Team Exploit who's defending.
Are they okay?
Not a fuel.
It's the nature's calls, guy. It's the nature's call.
Team Exploit, though, on the B side here. Trying to hold the site. And God Particles on the offense.
Toxins going up.
Trying to breach through it. CA. Wapper Spit activated. And Knight Rider over here on the long side. They still haven't really gotten a grip. They did get it once. But Knight Rider now trying to breach in through the smoke. That's going to be happening. The opening frag's being found though, so this is where Team Exploit will have a huge advantage for themselves. There we go, the peek comes in through. Knight Rider finds the opening on a soul. That's the big find too. This Viper should not have been taken down that early. But a nice flick from HSB to shut down the push, or at least try and stop the floodgates. And now 7-2 is the scoreline. Keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But somewhere down line, Team Exploit, they're just making it hurt back and forth. Both the teams are equally good in this round. Talking about getting a grip onto each other. Equally reading the strats out, but a nice flick from Shaka. Lifts Shivy in a 1-on-2 situation. Kind of uncomfortable in that spot too.
I'm still wrapping my brain around the fact that you said golf particles are on the defense.
I said Team Exploit on the defense.
Okay, Necro. I will send you the clip like the Ruski clip. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Anyways,
all right.
back to this map. Back to this map right now. A really key round. Again, one more time because the amount of utility invested by the side of God Particles with the Viper's pick coming online too. Winning this round was going to be crucial for either team. But again, you can see it's the discipline of Exploit that really matters. Every single time they hold on to their side, they don't over-rotate. The one round where they over-rotated with King's Rendezvous, they lost. So it's really that discipline that makes the difference in these attacking halves because of the slow playstyle that God Particles play, which is why in these last two rounds, I want to see if maybe they can rely on their major ultimates and go for the full execute.
Talk about the full execute, dude. There's technical break again on the board. I don't exactly know what the issue is on the side of Team Exploit, but should be sorted as quick as possible. Are we going to be seeing a 9-3 soon? That's the question, what I'm wondering for now. But, again, overall, it's like God Particles, if they're only given a lot of time to understand what exactly is going on around them, that's the only time God Particles are actually able to breach through the defense of Team Exploit. Or are the rest of the times, if Team Exploit are being really proactive and finding those initial duels and engagements, and if they're able to get the opening frags, that's when God Particles, they start to second guess themselves and they start building a lot of paranoia.
Taking that back.
Talking about paranoia though, I don't think they realize that they should be afraid of a potential flank because look at King moving in. Amongst all of that, the Hunter's Fury coming out for the side of God Particles. They've committed every big ultimate to try and win this round, but so far all they've got is an even trade. Finally, Logista able to get Shooter down and secure the site for the side of God Particles. They will go for the defender side spawn plant though, but still King on that flank. If he can isolate Ember, given how low Scarguard is, the retake should become a simple matter for Exploit right here. They have to know exactly where God Particles are because CT was covered the entire time by HSB. King came from long and he knew that only one player was in showers. They know both are on U-Haul. They're going to hold down the diffuse and it's an easy peasy lemon squeezy round picked up with the flank I was talking about at the start. King again. That paranoia you mentioned, Necro, God Particles just don't have that fear in them. They needed to make sure they mark the flank and it's just, we've seen this so many times with this non-Sentinel lineup with Global Esports. Every single time these teams just forget that they can get flanked.
I honestly feel like they're just building like so much pressure on the back of their heads at this point. It's like they're forgetting to do some basic stuff. Yeah. And this does happen quite a lot. It's kind of like a brain freeze moment in a competitive tournament like this. The brain freeze moments do happen where you do forget to do some basic stuff and there's a lot of pressure on your back. You forget to think some normal stuff that you usually know when you're pretty much calm and composed. But Team Exploit doing such a great job over here on the defense. And God Particles, you mentioned God Particles look really good on the map of Bind, even on the offense, but they're not able to obtain anything against Team Exploit.
Oh, but in this round they've already obtained 2 key frags.
Yeah.
And they've opened up this A side, but again, not checking for the flank on time. It's all about timing here. And oh, look at that. Loki actually turns back on time and shuts down Shaka. So this time, learning from their mistake made in that last round, expecting that flank, they shut them down and flawless round, most likely to be picked up for God Particles as they try to make the 9-3 curse come alive.
He knows it's done. This man is actually trolling. Anyways, though, yeah, a great first half, ladies and gentlemen, being concluded on a 9-3 scoreline. And, yeah, God Particles, not really that great of an offense from their side, but now I do want to see on defense. I mean, they have been looking pretty good overall in the defensive half, but let's see if they're going to be able to do even better this time on the map of Bind, because they need all the odds with them.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it does end up working out. Because as you said, they need every single odd. They'll need every single advantage they can get. And they'll need that momentum from the very start. The pistol, oh so crucial. You lose this pistol, you end up at that 11-3 mark where you're not able to make it work. And at that point, I don't think Exploit is the sort of team who's going to give up that sort of momentum and let them come back even. Nevertheless, again, Exploit's composition much stronger on the defense as compared to the attack. Yes, they're not going to get flanked on easily. They have a chamber for that. But entry into the site is where they're going to put a lot of pressure on Shooter's shoulders. So far, he's shown us that he can most definitely handle the pressure, but can he do it again? That's the question.
Spike down A.
Over 2 for 2 picked up, and just like that, Shooter did create that presence, but Logi with the aggressive push, making sure that Exploit does not get free control. Knight Rider with the flank will shut them down, and a nice round indeed, Jay, for the side of God Particles as they pick up that pistol. And this is so crucial because now not only do they get to play on the anti-eco in the next, they get to build up for Knight Rider's operator, a core reason for why they even play the Jet in this map. Besides comfort, that operator on that Jet, one of the strongest aspects of that comp.
They really needed that round too. Now, pretty much able to kick things off really well. If they did not win this pistol round here, that means it would have been double digits for Team Exploit. So they strike in at the right time. And the defensive half is already looking really great. Knight Rider, look at this. He's going for some heavy saving right here in this round. That means if they do win this bonus, they're probably going to be whipping out the operator right in the next one. Setting up for U-Haul's control, Team Exploit. All the players are slowly and steadily starting to funnel in, but a nice shot from King to shut down Knight Rider. And now the U-Haul control's gone, but still, it's going to be hard for them to do anything on their eco round because, yeah, God Particles stepping up to the mark, shutting them down one after the other.
Exactly, and at this point, because Knight Rider went for the full save in this round, all he had was the frenzy, as you can know. He's going to get that operator guaranteed for himself, and they're not even going to care about that one player drop. Knight Rider, the only player who did not buy in that round, so effectively a full bonus, except with, of course, that operator coming online on Knight Rider's hands. Now, what I want to see Team Exploit do is the only way I think they can circumvent the lack of that second duelist or the lack of that second initiator in their comp is start really aggressively taking a control of one part of the map in early stages. Do it for 2 to 3 rounds, and then you force the other team to react to that, change up their defaults, and you can start exploiting that part of the map from where they've taken away resources to put it in the place where you've aggressed. They're going to try to do that on a shot. Shooter finds that first frag, and this is lovely because they get U-Haul's control. Now they just need to do this for the next 2 rounds, and they can start creating that fear in God Particles.
4 and 5 though, CA. And the plant goes down this time.
Spike planted.
This is bonus round for them. Oh, I did not really expect that late of a flank. But there you go, Shaka doing a really good job. A nice pink shell. That also adds on a little bit of inaccuracy with the gunplay. And now, blink of an eye, Knight Rider down to the only man left alive for God Particles. He is going to probably go for some exit frags and also try to save this operator. Oh, man. God Particles, again, they're just letting off this momentum that they've built.
Yeah.
Double digits for Team Exploit.
It's okay, though. It was just their bonus. Knight Rider able to save that operator. They'll be able to get the full buys online in the next round, but yeah, it is quite unfortunate they're not able to do any damage to Exploit because, like we talked about, Exploit is the sort of team that once they get a taste of victory, once they get that momentum going, they will just go pedal to the metal and keep pushing for that victory. Now, what I do want to see is if they continue this A-shot default, the way they took control of the boxes using the drone and then moving forward and taking control of U-Haul inherently, if they keep doing that for 2 or 3 rounds, force God Particles to commit maybe a Viper to try and shut that down, maybe even the Operator to try and shut that down, that's when they've got the victory inherently, because they're forcing God Particles into a situation they won't want to be. What is that wall? I don't think that Viper wall is intentional. I think Sobe just slightly messed up that Viper wall.
Yeah, interesting wall indeed. But yeah, Knight Rider holding a really aggressive angle. But again, the problem is wherever he's posted, there's not really a lot of Team Exploit members available. But a nice find from Shaka on the Viper. That's the Logista taken down. And now pretty much just trying to bait through. Soul gets the information and instantly backs up. Paint Shell's out too to try and force him out of his spot. Viper wall goes up. Ember posted up pretty close. Ember's going to be expected in that spot. The rotation is hurt too, so Skarkov's ready. He's looking to take him out one after the other. Nice Paint Shell to try and distract a little bit, but nothing much being found from that. Info gathering flashes, now knows there's another one available right there. Skarkov is just giving so much info away. Taking a decent amount of damage with that snake bite, but not enough.
Simply not enough. And I think, again, what's especially key here, they're trying to switch up a simple default, trying to go for effectively an RNG read every single time. There's no way they can read GotP to a T. They don't have nearly enough information, which is why they need to play that same default again and again. But they don't do that. Instead, this time they try to go for the hookah approach. They have no idea what kind of setup God Particles has played in the last few rounds in hookah. Neither do they have an actual way of getting guaranteed information besides the drone of what is going on in that setup. So Skarkov just shuts them down, and a great round pulled off for God Particles, because remember, this was the buy round of God Particles. Still, Exploit should be able to afford a buy, and it will mean that, in general, Exploit gets put in a position where this becomes their true test now. They lose this buy, that comeback is most definitely on.
Comeback is indeed on. They only need 4 more rounds, so yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done. 4 rounds can be a lot to build up enough pressure on a team. But a tactical timeout too called from the side of Team Exploit. Already having the lead and also calling for a tactical timeout. I do want to see what kind of switch-ups we're going to be seeing from Team Exploit after that tactical timeout, because on the offense, again, God Particles are making it hurt for Team Exploit. Team Exploit, they'll need to start to find some loopholes to try and work off of with. The Viper wall from Logista also is kind of being a troublemaker for them. Nice quick flash. Skarkov isn't really going to be able to get anything done. Shock dart sound from HSB2. Skarkov gets the info that there is someone available and still is going for a really aggressive peek out long. He gets the long control in the hand. Knight Rider posted up pretty aggressive over here on the A shard, and I feel like if he misses this shot, he's not going to be able to get anything done. He does, and he's also able to get away. No scratch that he isn't. So that's a fair trade, I guess, for the side of Team Exploit. Yeah, that's way much more than a fair trade. That's the operator off the board, so that's going to be a huge threat. Neutralized for God Particles. Also gets scanned through the recon dart. Shivy gets shut down. Ember now all the way in the backside. Has a lot of burden to carry on forward. God Particles, man advantage also not favoring them, and after that, scratch that once again. Trades happening back and forth, and now we're left in a 2-on-1. It's all down to Logista, all eyes on him. Oh my god, that TP.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, nice shot though.
Huge shot. Logi able to at least make it back to a 1v1. Pro King's got the spike, and Logi's got no idea where he is. Should be a comfortable plant right here. And I think he has his rendezvous back. If I counted the cooldown correctly, should be able to set up his rendezvous and get into a more comfortable position. But he's actually just going to go for the aggressive peek right here.
Oh my,
surprise the heck out of Logista and take him down. I don't think Logista is expecting him to be there in such an aggressive position. Maybe, like you see, he was checking the tube. Maybe he thinks that he'll hold the tube angle, but never is he expecting him to just be standing right in front of the screen's entry and go for the peak.
That's actually a really ballsy move, CA. Damn. King actually goes for against the odds. Wow. Wow. I'm honestly surprised. How does he win that engagement? Like, he did not even have a clear view compared to the amount of visual Logista had on King. But King still somehow wins that duel and surprises all of us. And Team Exploit, we've talked about this. They need to be really aggressive. They need to keep the pedal to the metal, and that's what they're exactly going for. But the gravity well kind of buying a decent amount of time for them. And God Particles getting a really nice read. Paint Shield's out too. Skargod's going to be taking a decent amount of damage with that. He falls back instantly. Recon Dart revealing his position as well. And Shaka over here in Bathroom will shut him down. Expects a follow-up, but there's no follow-up for Shaka. So Shaka gets the entire Bathroom control, and also now the Asteroid's going to be in a way comfortable place. King shuts him down, and this side should be easy. This round should be in the pockets of Team Exploit. You might as well just call it a match point, CA.
Yeah, everything's going to just end up being match point right here, right now. Exploit much more quicker on the execute in this round, and Raw Particles just overwhelmed, unable to respond, putting themselves in a position where Knight Rider just has to save the operator. You can see all of Exploit, their economy is blossoming. They don't really care about the money. Every single one of them is now on the hunt, trying to take him down, and it will be almost HSP finding it, but Knight Rider be like, okay, thank you for the safe spot. I'm just going to chill in this TP now.
Yeah, no one's looking to TP through, so yeah, Knight Rider, as soon as the spike goes off, he's probably going to get the operator in the hand too. What he goes for. And what is he doing?
Oh my god, so wait. I think he was BMing his own teammate, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was BMing HSB.
Was he? But that looks so weird in the POV of...
Yeah, no, but that's almost exactly where HSB died. Yeah, look right there. So I think he was either BMing HSB or he was doing what it exactly looked like, you know, showing a certain part of his body.
Right, part of his body.
A certain appendage of his body. But either ways, right now, Exploit realizing that they found success in these quick bursts, so they're going to go for it once again. Extremely proactive on the move. The rendezvous set up to try to get that early peak, and it's King doing exactly that. He's found one. Shooter will find another, and double duelists or not, Shooter and King will make sure they work together to find the same impact.
Yeah, it's done. Team Exploit, again, the pedal to the metal. Getting these 2 quick rounds in their pockets too, and it seems like now we might as well just call it God Particles. Their lifeline in this tournament is looking next to impossible to try and survive, and what a shot from Shaka to end things off, but Emperor is trying his best to keep hopes alive. God Particles, you guys had an amazing journey in the VCC. There's nothing to be sad about. You guys were performing at the top of your game at the start of VCC. Then later on, somewhere down the line, it did feel like you guys were losing the grip. But it's okay. You're a team that has a lot of capability in you. Please do not be separated, because I'm pretty sure a little bit of more time with each other, and you guys will have one of the best teams out there in the India region. But Team Exploit, congratulations.
They're not going to get that time together. This is the end of Shivi's.
Yeah.
At least in this recent next few months esports journey. I'm not sure what his plans are, when he's going to come back, if he's going to come back. But either ways, this is the end of the God Particles as we know them. I hope the other 4 do continue together, but without an IGL, they're going to have a big set of shoes to fill into, and to try and find a new player to not just like come into the squad, but even IGL. Maybe Skargod takes up that IGL role, you never know. But for now, I think Team Exploit are the ones to talk about. They are the team that have made it into that top 4, the 3rd team overall, and the 1st team from Pakistan, once again, being Pakistan's sole representative in the top heights of the VCC. So well done, Exploit, most certainly deserved.
Yeah, exactly. Good job, Exploit. You guys have secured yourself the 3rd spot in the grand finals of the VCC. Congratulations. That's a huge achievement in itself. But as I mentioned, nothing to take away from God Particles. An amazing run. Came in as Dark Horses. Got so much recognition that later on they weren't even called the Dark Horses anymore. They were pretty much the known individuals. But still, it's okay. You guys are going to be having so many more opportunities in the future. Each and every single individual has a lot of potential, and try and embrace it throughout your careers. But over here now we have Team Exploit with 19 kills, 10 deaths, and 3 assists. With Knight Rider with 17 kills, 14 deaths, and 3 assists. With the ACS of 255 and econ rating of 58. They got steamrolled through from Team Exploit on the 1st and the 3rd map, but the 2nd map, Breeze, this is where God Particles made it look pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. God Particles did certainly try their hardest on Breeze. They got the victory too, but I feel like they could have made Bind look a lot better if their attacking was just a little more refined. Unable to adapt quick enough to the style of Team Exploit right here did mean that they just ended up faltering, Necro. And you can see, stats-wise, these teams are starkingly close. And it was that case throughout the series as well. But I will say, at least from a 2-0 to a 2-1, God Particles did show that improvement. And damn, man, God Particles made us go through all of the emotions. First with that comeback in Q1, then with the victory against GE in Q2, then with wildcard to even qualify for this top 8. All this entire journey from God Particles has been a phenomenon to witness, and I'm sure an inspiration to every underdog team out there who's working harder and harder to try and get here.
Exactly, man. Always try to follow your dream, try to follow your heart, whatever it says. But that doesn't mean you actually start ignoring your responsibilities too. You gotta focus on your studies as well. Your responsibilities with your parents, with your relatives, whatever you guys have. But moving forward, man. In general, talking about all the esports, talking about all the potential God Particles has, the upcoming matchup is going to be between Exceeli and Global Esports. Now, we've talked about Exceeli. We don't really need to talk a lot about Global Esports. Everyone knows who they are. They are the defending champions themselves. They have cracked individuals. We don't even need to talk about the individuals themselves. For now, I'm going to hold on to the conversation and take a look at the brackets. As we do know, God Particles, now the journey ends in the VCC. Team Exploit secure their spot with Enigma in forward from Group A in the top 4. They're the 3rd team to make it in the grand finals. And congratulations to them, of course. But now I'm going to be talking about what I was talking about again. As I said, Exceeli, they are one of those teams too that tried. They gave a fair chance. Last year. They weren't really able to get this far. But maybe this time they can also be potentially the 4th team that can secure the spot in the front. But unfortunately, they have to face against Global Esports.
Yeah, it's either defending champions or Bangladesh to finish our finals weekend offs, and we'll see who's able to really find the victory. I do think Exceeli have the raw talent to be able to get it done, but Global Esports have swaths of experience. They have a wealth of knowledge, and they're going to be able to continuously adapt and persevere as they try to get to the stage where they can truly defend their championship. Hey, Exceeli, I'm sure you're going to give it all they got.
I'm pretty sure they're going to give it all they got. I mean, players, like, they have such incredible players underneath your sleeve. Having Sami over there, who's going to be pretty much top fragging on the board. And we were talking about how these two teams have the same kind of strategies, right? Setting up their duelists for success. And now we're going to be seeing pretty much 2 teams who have the same strategies revolving around their star player.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to witness, and I'm just excited for the match as a whole. But once again, big shout out to Team Exploit, our 3rd team in the finals weekend. A big congratulations for them, and I think a huge moment of celebration for the entire Pakistan region as well. Because after yesterday and the big loss to Enigma, for a second it did look like, especially after the way Breeze went, that this might go either way. So big win for the Pakistani region as well as for Team Exploit, because I think they are trying to make a point, prove a point really, over their improvement from VCC 1 to VCC 2, and there's been a significant amount of that. Hopefully they're able to make it count in the finals weekend as well.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they will be able to make it count. But now again, CA, over here, I feel like celebrations, I do understand it can be done, but sometimes, man, celebration can also lead to your demise. So make sure you're celebrating, but celebrating in some limits. Because if you're going to be celebrating a little bit too much, you might just forget to practice. Because the competition now is just going to keep on elevating, CA. These are the top 4 teams in the SA region. It's not a joke. These are some of the best teams out there. You will have a decent amount of break. I think it's a 4-day break again before the actual grand finals of the VCC from the grand final playoffs. So you will have 4-day break to try and make as much as research as possible, and overall just implement all the research in the actual games, Team Exploit. But we still need to find out who is going to be the 4th team who will secure the slot in the grand finals. It's going to be between God Particles or either Exceeli. Both the teams are really great, but I still feel like Global Esports still have a little bit of odds with them, and Exceeli have a couple of odds stacked against them.
Yeah, I think you meant Global Esports. But yeah, exactly. As you said, it's between Global Esports and Exceeli. And we'll have to see where either of these teams really come and show up, because yesterday's loss against Velocity Gaming, it felt like it could go either way. The day before yesterday's match between Exceeli and VLT, where they looked dominant in map 1 on Haven, they just completely fell apart in the other 2 maps. So maybe the map pool is a bit of a question for Exceeli. Either ways, we'll have to see in the veto how either of these teams elects to proceed, because their tournament lives on the line. And that's not a statement I expected to be saying with respect to our defending champions. So I'm sure they're going to be feeling the pressure as well.
Oh yeah, they're definitely going to be feeling the pressure. Now, another question that I really wanted to ask you, what do you think so, the map pool, is it going to be looking like a comfort pick, or do you think so Global Esports or either Exceeli are going to go for target bans?
Exceeli is definitely not going to go for target bans. I think they are, they unfortunately definitely have certain weaker maps, like Fracture is a big question mark. Breeze was a big question mark when we saw it against Velocity Gaming. So the ban likely to be one of those. And I would be very surprised if Global Esports didn't just ban out Haven. They struggled against Velocity Gaming on Haven. Exceeli beat Velocity Gaming on Haven. So I think Global Esports should just target ban that map out of there.
But I mean, again, we've had some moments where even Global Esports they have looked phenomenal on Haven. Maybe just like how all these teams are actually challenging the teams on their own arenas, maybe Global Esports will try to do that as well.
Maybe. I'll have to see.
Because that's the case. That's been the case at least today, because we saw even Breeze not being banned right there against God Particles, and they were actually able to steal a map of Breeze through. I do understand even Team Exploit were equally as good, but but I'm gonna hold on for now, because we have some exclusive rewards for you guys. All you guys need to do to apply for the giveaway is go on your social media accounts, make a post saying #VCC, and also tag @NODWIN Gaming in that post for a chance to win this exclusive VCC merchandise. It's pretty cool. Trust me, I've got my own hands on it, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. I've got that pop socket on my phone right now. The mousepad especially is something I wanted.
Can you show it when the camera's back? I want to see the
Sure.
pop socket. Because I actually was wondering, are you supposed to put it on top of a phone case or
Behind the phone case?
Oh yeah, so like you're supposed to put it on the phone case. I thought you were just like supposed to put it on like an actual body. But over here we have limited edition bomber jackets for you guys. A special NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship are only on gullyactive.com. As I said, limited edition, so they're probably going to be running out of stock soon. So make sure to order them as quick as possible. CA, what do you think of the bomber jackets, man? I mean, I'm personally kind of like a hoodie person. I haven't really owned a lot of bomber jackets myself. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Oh no. Oh yeah. I mean, never mind. I thought I showed something that I was supposed to show, but I did not.
Try to hide the brand name.
No, there is no brand name, thankfully, though. But yeah, as you said, the bomber jackets are fly, man. I definitely wish I could get me one of those. But yeah, I hope the viewers get them before they run out.
Yeah, okay. It seems like it's time for us to push the break as well, because the upcoming matchup between Global Esports and Exceeli has to be a really great one. So do not go anywhere. Stay tuned, even though it's going to be a waiting screen. But we'll be right back.
Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out, some might sting ya. So turn it, I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, we all go on them. Listen to the word and they buy your cuts in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger, gun finger trigger, gun finger trigger, gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire, it's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. Put your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Put your gun finger trigger. Now let me see you go off like a bomb.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship. Now we've moved on forward with the 2 best-of-3 series, and of course, one map from yesterday that was left over. Now we're pretty much going to be moving on forward to the 3rd best-of-3 series of the day, and also to find out which is going to be that team to secure the 4th spot in the grand finals of the VCC.
Exactly, that 4th spot of grab Necro is going to be the entire region of Bangladesh against the entire fan base of global esports, the defending champions versus a region, and I feel like we're going to miss both, irrespective of who wins or loses. But I know it's going to be a great match.
Indeed, it's going to be a great match because we have seen Exceeli, how much they have been able to exceed their limits. Compare them to last year, CA, like how weak they were. I mean, I might be a little sharp with my words, but they were way weaker when we saw them last year. They went through a little bit of changes here and there, but those tweakings are working out perfectly for them, and they have made it up till pretty far now, at least today, or at least this year. Now they're pretty much going to be facing off against a huge team like the defending champions who won the VCC last year, Global Esports themselves, to fight for their lifeline in the entire VCC all the year. They have worked hard for this moment right here.
And I do agree. I 100% agree on the idea that the entire team seems to have gotten better. The mentality that we heard in all the way back to the VCC launch party from Exceeli was that they're trying to build a super team. And even then, with that super team, they've been able to accomplish without that 5th person, without that 5th consistent person, so much so props to be given to them. And yes, I love this. Thank you, GE. The Haven band coming through, just giving Exceeli the respect they deserve on that map.
Seems like Global Esports as well have realized the capabilities of Exceeli, and they're also expecting, or they're also respecting their opponent on the map of Haven, so they're going to be banning it out. And on the other hand, Exceeli pretty much going for the comfort ban too, because Global Esports, they have been seen struggle on the map of Fracture. So comfort ban coming through from the side of Exceeli, and pretty much a counter ban coming through from the side of Global Esports to try and counter the map of Haven, because they have seen Exceeli has been really phenomenal on the map of Haven. Overall, moving in forward, it's going to be the pick of Ascent from the side of Exceeli, and Global Esports, I feel like they're pretty phenomenal on the map of Ascent too.
Yeah, 100%, but I kind of wish that Exceeli did not ban Fracture and ban Breeze instead, because Breeze is a known evil, you know, like, you know Breeze is a good map for GE, you know Breeze is a bad map for you, but Fracture is an unknown evil, in the sense that it might be a bad map for Exceeli, but it also might be a bad map for GE. So you'd rather face them in a situation where you're unsure about whose worst map it is, as compared to Breeze, where we saw Exceeli, they were not even close to good against Velocity Gaming, and it only is going to get worse, I assume, against GE.
Yeah, of course it's gonna keep on getting worse, because you're gonna have having your nerves rattling itself, because Global Esports is one of those teams. They are, okay, I do understand at the start it has been kind of like a tipsy-turvy start for them, but then later on they were actually able to get the grip, but then later on again they started falling down. So it's kind of like high and lows over and over and over again for Global Esports. But again, we never know when Global Esports will get the grip back up on the game and they will just start dominating through. And you never know. Maybe this can be just a flawless 2-0 from their side. Exceeli, on the other hand, no, they're going to try their best to keep their nerves in calm. And also realizing all the odds are against them, they will still try to fight back. Don't get me wrong. When I say odds against them, they have the individual capabilities of taking down a team like Global Esports, but still, they just don't really have as much as experience compared to Global Esports.
Yeah, exactly. That experience factor is what is going to make the biggest difference, especially when you look at the first map, right? As soon as we go into Ascent, Global Esports has a ton of experience playing against that Breach Sova composition because it's their composition. It's what they used to run way back in the day when they first started out with this roster, all about setting up Rossi for success. But since then, they've evolved. They changed up their composition. They now prefer the Sova Sky, where they get a lot more options. So I'm expecting Global to come out strong on Ascent as well. But at the same time, if Exceeli is not able to pick up the map on Ascent, I feel like it's just going to be a quick 2-0. So Exceeli need to make their map choice count.
But again, I mean, map of Ascent, I've said Global Esports 2 have been looking really strong, and we've seen Rossi, he just tries to be really aggressive from all the different angles. He's probably going to be whipping out the operator as quick as possible. So Exceeli, they will have another thing to watch out from. But from Global Esports shifting our attention to Exceeli now, they have another star player coming through, SS Sami. Now, Global Esports have seen what kind of an individual solo player this man can be. Even if the rest of the team isn't really able to play that well, their team will try to set him up for success. So what do you think? So what can be the game plan to shut down a player like Sami?
I think just that, because what you said is a double-edged sword, right? Where he is an insane individual player, but that individual player part is what I think I want Global Esports to pick up on, because there's several moments we notice where he just sort of goes ham, where sometimes he can pop off, but sometimes he's just solo pushing. So if he gets punished, the entire game plan of the team just falls apart. So I feel like as long as Global Esports stick true to their style and stay disciplined, it should be a comfortable process where Sami starts getting desperate and he starts making those hero plays, which he doesn't need to.
Talk about the hero plays, man. Now, again, SK Rossi 2 will need to activate himself, because if he doesn't, then the rest of the team will also start struggling. I'm telling you right now, because just don't get me wrong. SS Sami, of course, is one of the men who just steals all the spotlight from the side of Exceeli and who gets it onto himself. But then you also have the players like Fancy9 who can be the clutch players. But we're seeing Doomsday being pulled out over here, CA, a substitute.
Oh, that is quite weird.
Yeah.
Doomsday coming in. Oh, so he's their 6th player, actually. I just checked real quick. And it is quite interesting because Fancy goes back to his OG pick, the Killjoy, and the Sky coming through for Doomsday.
Games.
But I don't know how well this works with the team, because usually we see the Breach set up Sami for success, or at least against the side of GE, we're expecting the Breach. You can see so much so that GE themselves have gone back to that Breach composition. Recently they were playing the Sova Sky, but I assume they played the Breach here just so they can match that enabling playstyle that Sami loves to go for. But I guess they didn't get the memo that Outlaw is now playing here. It's going to be Doomsday coming up.
Oh, man. What do you think? So, I mean, Outlaw, I feel like, has been a pretty good player when it comes to all the utility utilization, but sometimes we've seen clearly Outlaw sometimes struggling in those aim deals too. Don't get me wrong, he has the capabilities for sure, but if you compare him to the consistency factor on the kill department, we have seen him slip by. So what do you think? So Doomsday, is he going to be able to fill the shoes?
I think those shoes, yeah, but the problem that I am wondering about is now that individual player aspect of Sami, that we know he exists even with the team that they've been carrying through the Bangladesh qualifier, through the early parts of the grand final playoffs. Now that that team changed, the comms are going to get that much harder. So if Sami isn't necessarily playing on that synergistic note, not his fault, not his team's fault, it's the entire ecosystem's fault. Might hurt them, especially if Rossi is activated like that, man. What a shot.
What is that shot? It's actually hard to believe that he actually hit it with a skill, but I'm pretty sure he did. That was so quick, too. He hit it with a little jiggle peek, too, with the shoulder peek, too. Add on with the mix, but...
And he dashed away instantly.
Yeah, that was a quick flick on his head. But they're ready with the breach stun. Look at Hellranger. He's just waiting for the push to flood in. Now Sami's found himself a little nuke and cranny to try and make it on the site, but the rest of the players as well will be able to follow through. Nice shot from Doomsday. Will at least try and trade things out. But that's all he's going to be able to get. Now the rest of the two players from Exceeli, they should just fall down. It's all down to Fancy, and Fancy knows it's a done. It's a dunzo round. Oh no! Oh no!
Cast a curse, Rossi. Cast a curse, Rossi.
We praised him too much.
Yeah. He used more bullets to not kill that person than he did to kill the first two.
Oh, that shot though, it's just
One
impressive.
enemy remaining.
That's impressive. No, it's not impressive. I'm gonna use the Killjoy's tongue there. That was impeccable there. My lightning fast too. But yeah, I'm a little worried, Necro. Don't get me wrong, Doomsday clearly doing well. The only player to pick up a frag in that phase though, but that's not the point here. The point being the team synergy for Exceeli. I'm worried about that because Global Esports are on the defense right now. If Rossi is activated like this with the breach, especially on the attack, they're going to run rampant.
They are, and Global Esports taking a couple of shots onto themselves. It's the Ares being pulled out from Kappa. Oh,
yeah.
nice dink at the start, but only 5 HP though, CA. I don't think so he's going to be able to make some stylish plays now. He needs to play pretty much hidden on the site. Rossi peeks out in the open. The confidence is there, but the shots are not landing. And now we have Skills peeking out on the jungle area. He will be shut down too. Global Esports are taking a fair bit amount of damage onto themselves in the second round. 16 HP. Sami is able to connect that headshot. Okay. That's impressive too.
Talking about impressive, man. Earlier today for Exploit I was talking about I love the confidence when they go for these Vandals in their bonus rounds. In the anti-ecos I mean. And it lets them carry that Vandal over to the bonus. Lightning Fast 2 does it every single time. This player throughout VCC where Global Esports have been through their ups and downs, Lightning Fast has been oh so consistent in almost every single match. So again, starting off with the 4-0, he's got himself a Vandal, and you can see Global Esports, they don't want to worry about playing a bonus. They want to continue this momentum and keep it going forward. We'll have to see if that ends up hurting them in terms of economy, because if they do lose this round, then suddenly they won't get that free buy in the next.
Oh no, Rossi. Overconfidence punished. And now Skills and his teammate, but Lightning Fast is just lining him up. What is going on? One after the other, 3 quick kills on the board. Dink coming through from Fancy, but he's going to be able to get the kill. But that's all he's going to be able to get. 3-on-1 CA. It's looking highly unlikely. Doomsday pops off. A nice tap coming through. Now on left with the 2-on-1. Both the players in the front. Double P comes out. And not a lot achieved.
Not a lot of achieved indeed. And at this point, for the side of Exceeli Esports with this buy-round loss, Necroy, I think it is doomed to a certain extent. Maybe I'm a little too early. I would definitely want to say that I'm counting GE's chickens before they hatch, but the reason I am counting those chickens is because of this comp, man. Again, like, it's not even Rossi popping off yet. Rossi is actually whiffing a shot here and there. After that first shot, he hasn't really been on that one-tap, one-shot Rossi style. But once it comes to the attack, he's just going to go ham. And that's why every single round that Exceeli lose on the defense hurts them that much more. Now both of the Jets trading out half of their health bars before dashing away. Round 2 anime battle fight.
Grounded.
Oh, there we go. And it seems like Rossi's a better anime character. Or a waifu.
Wait, you want a waifu,
One
Rossi?
enemy remaining. Spike down.
Okay, that sounds really bad. That sounds really bad. Just take it out. Just take it back right now. It's all down to Fancy.
Necro's partner will come slap me then. Like,
Listen,
no.
I literally said waifu Rossi because he's playing Jet. That's all. Nothing else, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, do not take it the wrong way. But yeah, that's 3K for Rossi, say, not a 4K today.
Yeah, to be honest, we have discussed that though. Like our favorite Valorant agents, like in terms of looks. I think yours is Jet, right?
No, mine is Sage.
Ah.
Sage. I think so. She looks really
So
nice.
did you enjoy the Lunar art here? All of the like artwork that came out on the Riot page with Sage and all kinds of different costumes?
Oh yeah, I did. I was actually looking at that. I was like, yeah, that looks really cute.
I hope they release a lot more stuff like that. Maybe for
I
Astra.
honestly want to see like a Valorant Asian movie, dude. Just like Arcane.
Maybe
like,
5
you know,
years down the line.
Like
Don't think
Valkane.
earlier than that.
Like Valkane or something on it.
Ooh. We should trademark that name, maybe. So when that movie comes about, right, we'll have to pay us for the name.
Ooh.
Or we can be like, give job,
We'll
take
put
name.
copyright on Riot. We'll be like, oh, copying our name, give us money.
Okay. We might be getting ahead of ourselves there, though, because right now in this round at least, Exceeli want to get ahead of what they want to do. Setting up the Seekers for the execute. Global Esports have resigned themselves onto site and have elected to hold it down. But Sobi with a neat flick with a shot.
Oh my god, Sami's like, alright, let's get Rossi. You step up, now it's my time for my team to step up. And he steps up, but unfortunately, Skills is still able to shut it down. Look at that. The scans are coming through, though. Skills taking a fair bit amount of damage. He has the positive give out available, but is he going to be utilizing it right now? He's actually going for the clutch. 3 bullets!
Oh my
and he clutches it out! A 4K for Skills, and clearly just skill diffing them out the game.
I don't know.
Just like how Skills slapped them, right will slap us too, just like that.
Look at his laugh too, man. He's so adorable. And like he said, Skills just too sharp for Exceeli right now. Knew exactly where to expect that fourth player to come to. Was able to shut down Sami, hunted down the hunter, and then right here against his mirror, knew exactly where it was going to come through. A slight crosshair correction needed, but he is able to do that with relative ease. A 4K for Skills. If the scoreline itself, 5-0 on this map, is not going to make them feel desperate, then I think that round, Sami be like, bro, I hit some insane shots. If you don't win that, then I don't know what to do.
I think the Outlaw is not playing because he went to make some content for his own channel, but... Ooh, Trey's okay. But, yeah, look at Esker Rossi. Are you kidding me? He's able to find so much space, and there we go. Fancy goes down. I think so. Outlaw is actually went to make some content for his channel. What do you think?
He's like, Skills and lightning fast can be popping off. I want to pop off too.
But they have also
like, guys, I need to battle for MVP, guys. $1,500, guys. Come on.
Planted.
$1,500 sounds sweet to me. But ooh, Odin go brrr, and Kappa looking to find some openings. Oh, nice thing coming through. And there we go. Rossi's just single-handedly popping off. Rossi's like, I don't even need my team. Just let me off the leash, and I'll put these players underground.
Talking about let me out, at this point, I think Exceeli might just be feeling that way too. They just, even this round, right, it feels such a resigned moment because if you look back to other maps of Exceeli, like for example on Haven, they're rarely the sort of team that play defensive post plants. They like playing aggressive post plants. They like funneling the team into choke points, but right now, 6-0 down on the map of their own choice. The defending champions, they're not here to mess around, Necro. They are obliterating Exceeli.
And it's like you cannot even say that Sami's not able to activate himself. It's like Global Esports is not just giving him the chance to activate. Like, you see the time, dude. Compare the tempo of this game to the tempo Exceeli have faced the opponents today. It's nowhere near even close. The duels are just happening, and it seems like it's all just aim duels. Oh my god, Rolling Thunder out in the A main too. That shit gives them some free, easy kills. And it's Doomsday trapped pretty much on the attacking spawn. Doomsday's trying his best to fight back, and he does. Rossi shut down. Now he has to surpass through another beast. It's going to be Papa. Oh. That's a trick shot. I think so. He actually hit him with the recon dart, CA.
Wait, like the body of that person?
Yeah, okay, he did.
Did you just see what that? It was like, shake my body, buddy. We're just vibing themselves. But maybe we can get to see the recon again. I'm not sure. Oh, actually, yeah. Given where the I'm not sure what it's called. The thingy, the recon thingy. Scan. Yeah, that's the name of the word. No, given where the scan came from, I think you're right. I think he did actually hit the person itself.
You see? That's Papa right there, dude.
Yeah, Kappa being like, alright, you guys are taking all the kills, I'm just gonna make a montage of cool recons. Talking about cool recons, giving Rossi a ton of information as he looks to just pop heads left, right, center.
No!
Hunt down that Astra.
Yeah,
don't let him take the ace.
Don't let him take it, Global Esports. Hunt him down, and I already do see the two of the players trying to hunt him down, and look at this. Rossi's just moving out in the open. Is he gonna get the ace? And he does!
No!
It's 5K Rossi this time. He breaks the curse.
I blame Lightning Fast. I blame
Hellranger.
I blame Lightning Fast. He died to Zolo. He should have killed Zolo. Like, come on, Lightning Fast.
Okay. That's true. But where's the other man to get the trade?
Rossi got the trade. Lightning Fast was just trying to hunt him down. He should win the duel. That way we have 4K Rossi.
8 rounds on the board too, CS. So Global Esports are looking unstoppable and a force to be reckoned with. On the other hand, Exceeli, they're still sleeping.
Have to see, but right now, Exceeli, they need to wake the heck up because Rossi is not like Rossi is just like, okay, if you're going to sleep, I might as well put you into a coma. And the rest of GE are like, okay, well, Rossi, don't go out alone. They are here to beat up Exceeli, and I feel really bad because Exceeli don't deserve this kind of exit.
Perfect.
Yeah, they really
One
don't.
enemy remaining. Spike down. Attacker
wow.
spawn.
Wow, I'm left speechless with how Global Esports is making Exceeli look right now. And the funny part is, this is the map pick of Exceeli, and Global Esports, if they're able to shut him down like this, then
Spike down.
it's
Attacker
just gonna be wowzers coming through from my mouth. Because 9-0, and imagine if they actually get the first map 13-0. And this is what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. We were saying this over and over again. They have to go through again. They have to go through the defending champions to try and book their slot in the top 4.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. It feels like Global Esports are here for business, and even the return of this breach composition on Ascent, I feel like a clear indication of what teams can expect in the finals. I'm just gonna say it, man. 9-0 and Ascent Breeze is gonna be easier. I don't know how it can be easier than this, but I promise you Breeze is gonna be easier.
We never know, CA. Maybe. Oh, okay. Hold on. Opening frag being found for the first time. Exceeli getting the man advantage
Take flight.
for the first time here. Cop on now, pretty much. There we go. Disciplined Global Esports again. They're not going to go for aggro plays anymore. Spots the man out, and now it's probably going to try to spam through. Unfortunately, wasn't close enough. Needed to climb back up. Wish he had stronger arms so he could have just pulled himself up, but I'm going to hold on to my words. Sonic peeks out in the mid, and unfortunately, Kappa as well gets caught off guard. That's a nice play through Exceeli.
What you find it? 30 seconds left.
Well, Exceeli, right now they're gonna set up the Cosmic Divide, try to go for the side execute. Maybe they can finally get one round on board, Necro. But Lightning Fast, he's looking to make that not happen. Reduce the man advantage to just one. Has this lockdown available, so the call's gonna come through. They need to just clear the front part of the site so they can set up the lockdown around that switch area and go for the execute. Instead, though, the attacker lockdown setup, I'm not sure about that, man. Against the breach, you shouldn't be doing that. The aftershock instantly clears it out, and instead now, the Cosmic Divide of skill setup, all to enable Lightning Fast's lockdown, but Sami is a man of the dude.
Yeah, the trades are happening back and forth, and now it's just, okay. Well, Exceeli, though, a good round take, and they really needed that. Exceeli finally seems like they're able to get a grip on what Global Esports are doing. And now Global Esports, I'm pretty sure they're like, all right, you just found out how we're able to use our first card, but hey, look at the second card that's going to be coming through.
Yeah, it's a bit of a yikes in that round, but I'm really glad that Exceeli at least able to get one round on the board, Necro.
Yeah.
It's not a complete whitewash.
Yeah, complete whitewash.
Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah, we like colors, right? Talking about colors, SK Rossi is going to be seeing colors in his screen after he gets taken down that easily. And okay, at this point, Rossi, that was a bit of an ego peak. No, he's gone B main like what, 5 times now?
Yeah.
Like just like ego. I will kill them. To be fair, Rossi does almost deserve to have that ego. But that's why I say almost.
Almost he deserves, guys.
Because he's that player, right? Even last VCC, he would peek the same angle again and again and again and again, and he would kill everyone again and again. And
yeah, it's like, I don't know, dude. This man, it's like, even if he does go for the ego peaks, we've seen in the past, yeah, sometimes he does fall prey, but over here, I don't know. Exceeli seems like they're just not able to stop him. But they finally do. In the past 2 rounds, they're able to stop Rossi, and we've seen this. Ascent, they're able to stop Rossi. They're able to win the rounds too. But the Astra Wastelands are just being a little too toxic towards Exceeli. They're already struggling quite a lot, and Astra is making them struggle a little bit more. Skills. Oh, he has no clue, but there's a late lurk around. Spikes one, and the second one is being found too. And it's Zolo's Astra being toxic now.
Yeah, I don't know about too easy though, Zolo. That's just 2 rounds picked up, but 2 key rounds, because even if they're able to get this final round right here, it's going to give them a decent bit of momentum and belief that they're able to pull it back with the 9-3 curse. I don't think it's going to happen, but Hopium is always nice.
Actually, I think so. It can be a 9-3.
Yeah, it can be a 9-3, but I don't know about the comeback. That's what I
Oh, Rossi pulls out the ops here.
So does Kappa. He's like, I'm bored, guys. I'm going to be Rossi now and up. Rossi, you go away.
Oh no. Peeks out of the mid too with the operator, dude. This is kind of scary.
Kappa will be happy.
Dashes back. There we go. Kappa now finds the opening over here. Hellranger has the camera of Rossi over it. I found that kind of funny for a while, but yeah, trades are just happening back and forth here, and it seems like Exceeli, they're able to find the reply to each and every single tactic that Global Esports is able to put on the board. Hunter's Fury coming through as well. Not really a lot of tags found.
Someone please just learn Sova on GE so Kappa can play Chamber on every map. Like, that guy is just so good with the operator. For Global Esports, making it clear what they feel about Exceeli. The experienced Hellranger calling out the amateurish displays of Exceeli right now, but still a 2v2 situation, very much possible. We'll see if Doomsday can indeed live up to his name and shut down and be the kryptonite of Global Esports. Plant will go down. I think they have the recon available in about 5 seconds, so if they're able to hold on, they should get a lot of information on the basis of the double initiators being here.
They indeed should. Shield Spreak is all the way at the back side. He's trying to peek around the corner too, so yeah. Oh, he's trying to hold off a little bit of off angle.
One enemy
Almost lining fast his aim off, but not enough. Second player will peek out. The duels are being isolated by Doomsday, and now with the footsteps, too, he confirms it. But a little too late to react. Their Hellranger this time is going to be raining down terror again. And now it's going to be a 10-2 half. No 9-3 curse. 10-2 curse?
10-2 curse? Yeah, maybe. I think that almost happened yesterday, right? I forget which match it was, but that was a...
Yeah, it did. I think so. They were able to get like 7 till 7?
Yeah, 6 or 7, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
I forgot which teams they were at, though. Shows you how many maps we've seen the last weekend.
Yeah, dude. It's been like jam-packed. It's been like action-packed week, dude. Not just this weekend, this entire month.
Yeah. And it's kind of happy and sad that it's almost so close to ending. We're in the second last weekend. Next weekend will be the finals weekend. Ooh. Also, by the way, talking about happy and sad, the anthem is out, guys. So make sure you go check that out. But right now, Rossi on the attack with that breach. This is what we talked about, running rampant, but the gravity well pulls them back and sits them down. Calm down, GE, says Exceeli. We're not out just yet.
Last player standing.
Yeah, Exceeli, they're trying to fight back fire to fire. And finally, they're able to give fire to Global Esports now. Global Esports, there is something to worry about, because after winning that pistol round, that means they're also going to be securing the upcoming anti-eco round for themselves. So Global Esports will need to start worrying. Did Hellranger just pull out the knife to try and knife him?
No.
Did I just see it right?
I don't think so. I mean,
I feel like he did.
If he did, I don't know what he's on, because he's nowhere close enough to knife him, actually.
I think so, he did.
Maybe just a misclick.
Yeah, I think so, maybe, yeah. But, I don't know, it's weird.
I kind of do want to see a knife, though. That would be pretty cool. But talking about cool right now, Exceeli on the anti-eco. Sami's got his hands on the Marshall. Oh. And wait, that was Rossi, right? Yeah, that was Rossi with some nutty sheriff shots. Almost taking out Doomsday, but not just yet. Doomsday on 9 HP, and quite unfortunate for him. Literally everybody else on his team can be killed except him.
Thank God he's not being over-aggressive this time, though. It's because Exceeli are able to step up to the mark, and as I said, it's not even something to take away from Sami here. Sami just didn't get a lot of time to activate himself in the first half because Global Esports was just keeping the pedal to the metal. It's already double digits on the board for Global Esports. If Exceeli are even able to extend it as much as possible, that can bring down Global Esports mental.
So they heard the turret being in the pizza area, they smoked off the turret, and now they're just gonna walk in. The turret not giving them any information, but it doesn't matter. The weapon advantage is too good. Nice idea though.
One enemy remaining.
The turret gets shut down with that, and now it's all down to the final man. Lightning Fast is trying to turn the tables. But yeah, Exceeli, as expected, they're going to be winning this anti-eco.
I kind of, in that situation though, I wish teams wouldn't go for a full smoke and instead go for a half smoke. Where, because of the, if you go for like a half smoke as in a dissipate, a fake smoke, because then 2 seconds later when you've crossed the market ankle, the turret will activate, but anyone who's playing contact of the turret will still think it's normal activation. You know, that you're still at the entry to market, you're not behind market itself, and they might try to swing and kill you, but you're right there in their face and you kill them instead.
But don't you think so that Killjoy is a little too close, so she could have heard the smoke or dissipate coming through? I think so she could have
hear the star being placed, but there's no audio for the dissipate.
Interesting, okay. But moving forward, Shuvs now, it's all the way here. So they are somewhere down line sensing that there can be a B take. Two players pretty much tucking themselves all the way to the backside. But shock dart's something that's going to be chipping off a lot of HP. Steely, they're letting them have the sight for Global Esports. They're also keeping the rifles advantage on perfection. Sami with the Vandal in the hand now has to be the difference maker right there.
Run, Sami.
Gets spotted by the alarm dart. Alarm bot, and no, he's not going to run.
If Sami don't run, then SK Rossi run and gun.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was just...
Kinda works, but still pretty cringe.
Yeah. So is running and gunning. Pretty cringe, right?
Yeah, true. Dude, don't even talk about running and gunning in front of me. I'm gonna start an entire rant. Literally, casting would be on the other side, and it would be me ranting about running and gunning on the other side. It's like if I start ranting right over here, Rai will actually acknowledge.
Do it. No, not yet, actually.
No.
Save it for the next GVLT matchup, then do it, because there's gonna be a lot of running and gunning there. Right now, though, Global Esports, I think the economy of Exceeli has been broken. And at this point, GE for them, it's all about closing it off nice and early, making sure Exceeli are not able to take away anything from this map up or even pull off a comeback, but already they give up a key frag. I feel like Rossi's forgotten that just because he's on the breach doesn't mean completely be W.
Oh no, he missed! Okay, I honestly thought Lightning Fast was gonna die there. Almost whiffed, but yeah, luckily was able to get the grip back up on the spray. So he connects the final couple of bullets on the man. Oh no, look at the off angle that Shoes is holding. He does find one, but that's the only thing he's gonna get. 2-on-3 situation, CA. Man advantage in the favor of Exceeli. They can try and save the day again. But already a lot of rounds given away in the first half, and those many rounds should not have been given away to Global Esports. Now, because they have such a huge lead, Global Esports, they don't really need to worry about a lot of things.
Deploying drone.
You do need to worry about this round right now, though, because 2v3 situation. Exceeli are in a great position to pull it back. But Hellrangers used the drone information to equalize that, and I think Kappa is going to now play on the contact of Hellranger.
One enemy remaining.
Ranger with another, and now both of them knowing that given the fact that the cloudburst came from the first lane, where Sami was, a horrible retake from Exceeli. They went one by one, and they gave away their man advantage for free.
Yeah, Zola crazy over here, man. The opening frag being found. And,
yeah, they even had weapons, Necro.
Yeah, the overall, they were really looking good at the start of the round, but then Global Esports were also crumbling down. It seemed like this should be in 5th round on the board for Exceeli, but they just flipped the tables against him. I guess global esports. It's not even about we're like seeing some insane executions here. It's just some like normal executions that we saw against a couple of teams, or a couple of days back.
I mean, I think Rossi is just in practice.
Yeah, he's like all the every single player from global esports. They're just trying to play for aim. Literally, they're just playing it on aim.
There are moments where they're clearly using the strategy. For example, the smoke and the turret. You know, so I think it's more of a chill game for global esports. They don't have to overthink it. They're just playing their natural game. And as you can see, for a crack player like Rossi, natural game is just kill them, shoot them, kill them, shoot them. Very simple.
I understand his mentality. I'm not gonna doubt it.
I mean, that's your mentality.
Sami though, again. I mean, unfortunately, man, I feel really bad for Sami. And this is also the map pick of Exceeli, so I don't know what to expect in the upcoming map of Breeze, because Global Esports is going to make it hurt. Rolling Thunder's out too on the site to get the site control. And Global Esports will be able to get the free stall on the site. A nice cloud burst on the defender spawn to make sure all these sites are being denied. And also not really having a lot of info to work with now. The visual info just absent.
And retaking so difficult because they haven't even got mid control, so they have to just choke, funnel in from this point and try to pull something back, but they just can't. All of the Astra utility focus around that area, while the Astra herself holds down mid. Skills is literally the Astra personified, influencing the map in every single way. A flawless round for Global Esports to cap off a flawless map win.
They're not even celebrating. It's like, yeah, it's just whatever. It's like, all right, guys, you guys had fun? You guys had fun playing scrims? All right.
Okay.
But yeah, overall, Global Esports, man, this is what we were talking about when we said they have to, they have proved themselves pretty well against these teams. They are really good. They're taking the matches close, but Global Esports, you never know. Yeah, they have been going things up and down for them, but you need to realize they're struggling against the best of the best teams. They're not struggling against someone who is not known.
Exactly, and for that point, definitely give it to Exceeli, but I do feel bad that Outlaw wasn't able to make it. I assume he had a shoot to get to. You know, he's a big YouTuber, has prior commitments and responsibilities, which is
he did have to
unfortunate. I assume so. Otherwise, I don't know why he wouldn't play, right? Because he's played every other match.
That's true. And this is why I feel like Doomsday, when he comes to the individual play, we saw the same thing last time too, a substitute coming in. It's like they're able to perform pretty well on the side of Team Exploit. I forgot the name. There was substitute through as well from their side, and he was playing Chamber. He was able to do really great for himself though, but he wasn't really able to play around the team. He wasn't really able to play for the team. So that's what it is. Substitute will fill it. It will try to fill in the shoes, but it won't be as perfect.
I'll tell you what is perfect though. That fade on Zolo Crazy. Sick fade, man. Nice hairstyle.
I actually thought you were going to talk about some food or something that you ordered. But
no, the hairstyle fade.
Okay.
But wait, we don't have
like
ice cream Doomsday. Kind of. Oh my. Wait. You're saying his face looks like ice cream?
No. The hair.
Oh my God. Now I can't unsee it.
You see?
Yeah, I see it. I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
What ice cream would that be? Like blackcurrant ice cream?
I don't know, honestly. I haven't really ate ice cream that's black color though. Have you?
Yeah, blackcurrant. Or Mississippi Mud I had, which is dark chocolate ice cream.
If he colors his hair to like white or blonde, he'll look like a vanilla ice cream.
So you're saying Rossi looks like vanilla ice cream?
No, but his hairstyle isn't like that though, you know?
Yeah. Anyways, though, back to the statistics. You can see Zolo had a great map. Rossi did too. Both of the teams very close in terms of the aim game, but that's where it ended in terms of closeness. Damage, frag wins, objective wins, every single way. Global Esports far, far ahead. And at this point, I think Exceeli, you're most likely out. I'm not trying to throw shade here. Breeze is one of their weakest maps, that's why. But what is important to note is, even though they did not have a stable 5th, they made it this far. Clear-cut objective for what they need to achieve after VCC. Get a stable 5th.
I don't know. I honestly don't know if this was like their strategy to pull out Doomsday, because I do understand the 5th man they have, Outlaw. It's kind of like a well-known star himself. It's kind of like a well-known YouTuber, food vlogger. But again, he should. I think so. Even he's a man who should be able to realize that this is something really big, right? This is something where everything comes down to, like, all the efforts he has put. Unless if he's having some $1 million deal, then I would be too. I would be like,
there you go.
F it, dude.
I mean,
I'll just
I don't know
do
if it's $1 million, but I'm sure it's a big commitment, you know, because of course he's where his priorities have lied with the team so far. He's given his utmost to try and make it for the team. I'm sure there are certain commitments that he just cannot let go of, and I think that's why he's not able to make it. Maybe it was a strategy to bring in Doomsday, and if that was the case, then I do think it kind of backfired, because I feel like Fancy was popping off today on the initiator role.
Yeah, Fancy was actually doing a really good job. I'm not gonna lie. Fancy was able to step up to the mark. So Sasami was also playing really good. Overall, the entire roster of Exceeli seemed in sync. But I don't know what just happened against Global Esports. Global Esports just held W. It's just like the matchup of VLT that we saw in the past. They were just not leaving the W key against God Particles, and yeah, it's pretty much the same thing Global Esports replicated here. And as I said, Global Esports pretty much played that off like a normal scrim or even a normal competitive game where they just 5-stack. But with that being said, that's the first map out the gate for the third best of 3 series of the day. We're going to be pushing to a short break. We'll be right back.
Yes, tell the people right now. Pegboard nerds, mods, I have you locking at the sound. All of the gal I go passing when me boy I go drop them. I coming, murderous. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting. You better turn it. I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, me I go on them. Listen to the word and the fire you caught in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire. It's a bad man signal. Give a sign. I pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire. It's a bad man signal. Give a sign. I pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger. Me are the burning fire and natural born killer. When me bust into flame, watch out some might sting. You better turn it. I am make the bad boy bigger. When they come around, me I go on them. Listen to the word and they fire your cuts in the middle. When the flames get higher, put up your gun fingers. Return all of the fire. It's a bad man signal. Give a sign. I pull your gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Gun finger trigger. Return all of the fire. It's a bad man signal. Give a sign. I pull your gun finger trigger. Your gun finger trigger. Pull your gun finger trigger. It's a bad man signal, give a sign. Pull your gun finger trigger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to NODWIN's Valorant Conquerors Championship with Gillette as a grooming partner. Now, moving on forward in the second map, pretty much a steamroll. I would say steamroll is less of a word for that, but yeah, it was burning roll, I guess. Do you have any good word?
Burning roll? That's interesting. I wonder how that would go about. No, I think
exactly.
steamroll is apt. Maybe bulldoze? Bulldoze could be a better word.
Wait, isn't bulldozer slow though?
Bulldozer
heavy.
is slow, but like it's
slow.
Like it, boom! It just booms you. You know, I don't know.
Hydraulic press.
Yeah. That was a hydraulic press from Global. Esports. They just slammed them.
Yeah, they just
and I'm concerned that it might be worse on Breeze.
It's like, have you seen the hydraulic press video where they put a paperweight under the paperweight under the hydraulic press, and it just like presses the paperweight, and it's just like.
What shape? Is it a circular paperweight?
Yeah, like the circular, which has like a little bit of flat
just
surface. Yeah, it just
cracks, and then poof.
Poof! It explodes like literally like a dynamite or something. I don't know. It's weird. So yeah, it's pretty much like that, you know. It was just a hydraulic press through Global Esports, and Exceeli, they were just not able to find the reply. In a couple of rounds, they were. Don't get me wrong. When they started putting a leash onto SK Rossi, and when they started finding out how SK Rossi is able to get the rhythm through and aggression through, they were able to stop SK Rossi's aggression. But moving in forward on the map of Breeze, much more wider map for a player like SK Rossi to flank around, much more opportunities, and also try to be aggressive. It's going to be hard to get the control.
Oh man, not just hard. It's gonna be
Impossible.
like if it was a hydraulic press now, I think it's gonna elevate itself to an atomic bomb coming into Breeze. And
Nuclear
nuclear
strike.
Oh jeez. Because don't get me wrong, guys. I think we all know how much we appreciate Exceeli. Sami is someone that I've personally known for a while. He also, I'm sure, will agree with me right now that Breeze is just not a map of Exceeli's strength. Maybe they just looked weak against Velocity. Maybe that was a one-off. But I don't think it was. And I think Global Esports are at least as good as Velocity on the map of Breeze. So it's going to be a tough ask. But hey, I believe in the capability of Sami to pop heads. So maybe at least he'll try to make it slightly closer.
Slightly closer.
What else?
Yeah. Alright, you know what? That was a toxic line.
Wait, what? They're playing? Huh?
Doomsday again pulled out.
No, wait. Exceeli win this. No, I'm kidding.
Wait.
They're playing Viper Astra, man. Let's go.
Double controller, okay.
Yeah, this is my ideal comp on this map.
Okay.
Except
so
I would
go ahead and explain it. What do you? So you want to execute a site where is a 4-stack? How do you do that? One player's on the mid door, other player, two guys are on the pyramid, and the one player's all the way in the back holding metal doors.
You don't execute with this comp.
W key.
You don't W key with this comp. You can't.
You just smoke the whole site.
So I would slightly change up this comp, like in the sense that I wouldn't play the Sova. I don't think it needs a Sova. I would rather play a KO, or I would replace the Jet first of all. I would play a Neon instead of the Jet, and I would play a Chamber instead of the Sova. Okay. And then, to answer your question, how I would execute, every single time the Viper is like my lurker. The Chamber is not. The Chamber is like my entry duelist with the Neon, and then the Viper would just lurk. So she would set up her wall. Every single round she would set up her wall at A, the exact same wall. And maybe the first 2-3 rounds we would rush A, like set up the Neon wall to wrap around Kit Kat and catch the guy off guard, have the Chamber go for the aggressive peek on the boxes. But then after 2-3 rounds, we would just have Viper lurking solo. Or vice versa.
Oh no, SK Rossi just got a little pat in the head from the back, but skill saves him from being slapped. And now Hellranger follows. Yeah, that was a little pat. He was like, hello, SK Rossi. But yeah, there we go. Lightning Fast realizes there's a couple of players, or at least a decent amount of players present all the way in the front. The A side has to be cleared because 2 picks were found right there.
Poison orb
They're
emitted.
moving. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
One enemy remaining.
There we go.
Jump peek coming in, but Hellranger pops ahead like it means nothing as well. And Sami's just left wondering, why did I come here to fight? It's a nice...
I want to go home.
It's a nice background. I don't think he wants to go home. He's like, alright guys, let's just end it right here. I'm gonna chill, have some fun on Breeze. I'll catch you guys later. Like, have a beach. Do they have beaches in Bangladesh?
I got no clue. I've never been there.
No, I've never been there either. I'm just thinking geographically,
There
should be, right?
Coast. Yeah, I think there is a
There
coast.
should be, yeah. Have you seen the
not in
movie
Dhaka.
Extraction? I
Yeah.
think so. In there's like a pool and there's like a huge.
No, that's a river, because that's Dhaka. I
Oh.
don't think Dhaka has beaches, but I think Bangladesh should have beaches. I'm not sure. I might be wrong.
No clue though. No clue.
Yeah, definitely have seen Extraction. What's that guy's name? Chris Hemsworth?
Cool movie. But yeah.
Shot done.
I've also heard the second part is coming out, but I'm going to hold on to my words for
Taken
now.
out.
Oh, Global Esports. Of course, as expected, they're going to make it hurt. This round should be in their pockets, but unfortunately, it wasn't really a flawless one. Sami's trying to back off over here. Sami gets a lot of
Enemy
cues
remaining.
away, but SK Rossi's not going to fall for the trap. Ooh, nice shot, too. But yeah, did you hear the... I think so. He will probably pull out an op, yeah. But did you hear the second part of Extraction's coming out? So when he jumps down in the water, he's actually alive.
Oh yeah,
Taken
that's
out.
not a surprise.
I don't know how, but he's alive.
Exactly.
He got shot in the neck too.
Those are the kind of movies where miraculous things happen. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, this is not that kind of movie. It doesn't seem like there is going to be a miracle for Exceeli. Global Esports off to a great start, and now on the bonus looking to continue it. But hey, I just want to see Exceeli making it close, man. I want to see Exceeli giving it a fight. I know they're capable. I know they have the talent. I just want to see it in action.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a great dodge, but
Poison orb
Trace
emitting.
is there from... Oh, that's a really great angle, CA. Look at that. He's also keeping his position anonymous at the same time. Trying to play for the crossfire and also trade things out with a teammate. Fancy9 doing a really great job with that trade right there. Now left on a 4-on-4. The man advantage equalized. Exceeli, they're going to start to sweat. They're seeing a couple of utilities being placed too, but Global Esports, look at how sneaky they're being with this push. They're just not known, and now finally Doomsday gives the calls away that he does hear a push coming through. Pop, flash out. Nothing really, no info gained just yet, but the owl drone from Kappa is going to be giving a lot of info. Wow.
Last player standing.
A neat shock dart
planted.
will show you exactly what we've been expecting all along. Even though it was a decent start for Exceeli in this round, even though that trade was a good one for Fancy9, that trade did mean that Hall's control was given away to Global Esports. As soon as they get Hall's control, the door opened up, they get the site inherently, and they get the round as well. Sami not able to show much of his influence, and not much of his fault either, you know. Wasn't involved in most of the round. At this point, I think the best thing Exceeli can do is just press W on defense itself. They're like, Sami, go kill. We will give you all the utility you need. Recon one area, flash another, give a gravity pull as well, and maybe let the Viper play the other side and anchor.
While you were talking all that, I was wondering now, they have Doomsday here as a sixth man. What if they get Missile back in Exceeli?
That would be really cool, but I'm not sure if that is an option.
Yeah, me too. But that should be an option, or at least for the next year. But yeah, nice opening from Rossi. Solo crazy shutdown. Sami's able to shut down Rossi too. So that's a worth it trade. Keep this in mind now. They're forced on an eco. 2 quick flashes. All the Global Esports players are blind, but that's not gonna matter. They got the eyes of mind. Or they got the mind of eyes.
Third eye.
Third eye, yeah.
But right now it is looking exactly like it did on Ascent, and there's not much to analyze right here. I don't want to go into the boring details of how the Astra Viper would work, because I don't think Exceeli are going to do any of that. This is more of a case where Zolo's like, yeah, why not? What else am I going to play? He doesn't want to play the Sentinel, so he's just playing the Astra, so just plays the Astra. Because if Outlaw was here, then Outlaw played the Reyna, I think, on this map, and Zolo played the Chamber, if I'm not mistaken. I guess he could have played the Chamber.
But a quick stroll on the site from SK Rossi is expected. And Exceeli, they're going to let them have the site control. Instead, they're now going to try to flank all the way from the back. See, 4 players are trying to wrap all the way around. Is this flank going to be expected? That's what I want to know. SK Rossi catches a couple of bullets onto himself. Zola crazy all the way in the back. The info is given away. But where are the rest of the players? That's what they want to find out. Info revealed. Now this is where they know. But Kappa's position is just so instrumental. He finds the trade right there and instantly repositions on the right side. Sami trying to cause a lot of distraction. He will shut down Kappa though. And now it's all down to skills over here. Exceeli, they're still trying to bounce back in this position. They're looking in a really bad spot though.
Fast though. He's able to get into sight with that dude. Make sure backside is opened up, and well, his position doesn't even matter because skills got them kills, man. Some nutty spray transfer right there.
I feel like over here, Hellranger is just like to Global Esports, guys, go crazy, go stupid.
No, I think what's been told is that, guys, if you want like you know, a 1 or 2 hour celebration dinner, like a small celebration at the end of this, finish this in the next 15 minutes. Otherwise, no celebration.
Not even about celebration. Maybe like Hellranger's like, all right, you guys are not going to eat anything throughout the day. And after the matchup, if you guys do really good, I'm going to buy you food personally with my money. I'm going to give you guys a treat. Global Esports like, all right, we're already hungry, man. Just finish the rest of possible. Talking about day. I want to hold on to my words for now, but 2 quick kills on the board from Exceeli. Aim's on point for sure, but they need to get the strats on point too. This is where Global Esports are finding those little loopholes, those little nooks and crannies on the board, and they're able to at least kind of abuse them. 49 HP in his hands, and 5 rounds back-to-back won by Global Esports. This is going to be building up so much tension on the players of Exceeli. Trailblazers out from skills. They just don't have a lot of info, CA.
On Ascent, it took them 9 rounds to win 1 round.
Yeah.
So if they win right here, already almost double improvement from 9 to 5.
No, look at the amount of control Hellranger has here. This is what we talked about. The control that Global Esports get, it's going to be really hard for Exceeli to put a stop to.
Yeah, and with 40 seconds left on the clock, gee, they should be rotating, but they're actually just going back into this site where all of Exceeli is. The recon instantly being broken should tell them that they should rotate, but instead they walk in. Hellranger's flank is shut down, but Kappa with a spray trust.
I have the spike.
Keeps the hopes alive. Not for long. Double improvement indeed. 5-1 with a thrifty round pulled up, and you can see Exceeli, they're just having fun. I want to know what joke that was.
I want to know too. What just happened? It's so unaware, but they're having a fun time. We're having a fun time too. It's all that matters. Hopefully the viewers are enjoying the matchup too. It's going to be hard being the fans of Exceeli to watch them get rolled like that, but you guys need to understand, Exceeli themselves are having fun, and Exceeli are going to be pretty satisfied with the way they play throughout the VCC, because there's going to be a lot of third-party events, even in the Bangladesh region itself, where Exceeli is going to be able to dominate.
Yeah, of course, it's just the start of the year, I'm sure. There's going to be more opportunities like this, so... Right now, though, it's about this map, and Global Esports, they are angry, they are fuming, they're like, how dare you beat us in just 5 rounds? You're supposed to wait at least till double digits on
Spike planted.
Exceeli, well, they've been pushed back, and they've been denied. Wait, that's not... That is an operator. Why does shows have an operator?
Wait, what?
Why do they have 2 operators?
Because why not? Because why not?
Global Esports have literally just been W gaming. I don't know if 2 operators works against that, but hey, whatever is fun for Exceeli right now. Plus, we get to see this cool chroma. I don't think I've ever seen that. Yeah, what skin is this?
I don't like it though.
It looks good.
Shot down.
Reaver for the win, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
Just
Reaver.
the sound, man.
No, I think Ion Operator is the best though.
Oh yeah, Ion Operator is kind of like the. It's kind of like okay. So Ion Operator is kind of like the water gun, right? When you use the Phantom, it gives you the feel that you're actually shooting out waters, like actually shooting out water. But when you're using the Operator, it's like a big water impact, you know.
So you're
I don't know
like
how to say it.
spitting on someone?
I said water.
Well, your spit is water.
It is a form of liquid.
Most of which is water.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, I guess. Talking about spit though right now, the Viper spit coming out trying to deny Hellranger entry into this fight, but he decides to fart his own Viper spit.
Wait, did you say Viper spit?
Yeah, the Viper spit, which is the snake bite, and then the Viper's fart, which is the Viper spit.
Cage trigger.
I can't. What is this? But yeah, moving forward, 6-1 is the scoreline. Okay, then what is the Viper's wall?
R-rated.
Huh?
Cannot be explained on the official stream. It's R-rated. But hold on, back to this round. Because Exceeli are pulling off an excellent retake. Solo and Doomsday have got one each, but it's still a 2v3 with time running out. Hellranger spots the gun barrel, takes down Doomsday, and just like that with the snake bite set up as well, the spit will make sure that GE put them down. Okay, I'm gonna stop calling it that. The bite will make sure that GE put them down. Exceeli trying their hardest, but just can't succeed.
Yeah.
Because they're not comfortable on this map. Unfortunately.
With the spit, they're able to slap him out.
Last player standing.
I really want to say something, but I'm concerned he'll be racist, so I'm not going to say it. Not racist, actually. Stereotypical. Yeah, that's the right word. It's not concerned with race. It's not racist. I guess if I say it, it'll be stereotypical. So I'm going to stop talking about it, instead talk about the map. Because right now, Global Esports, they're like, okay, we're getting bored of hard rushing a site. Let's hard rush a site, but from 2 different angles.
Yeah, this is like, let's experiment, guys. But Doomsday over here trying to put a
Okay.
stop in a nice 3K with a Sheriff too. I said this, Doomsday individually is a great player, but he just doesn't have, he just haven't had a lot of practice with the team, and that clearly is seen. And Rossi again with a 4K.
Why not? Why hasn't Doomsday had a lot of practice with the team? He clearly seems to be a pretty good mechanical player. Why is he not their permanent 5th?
I got a clue. Maybe they should try and make him permanent 5th. But
Maybe
I
they
honestly...
Enemy remaining.
Okay, look, I'm not gonna lie, this seems really weird to pull this man out all the way in the elimination bracket if this was a strategy. So it has to be because Outlaw is busy doing something.
But he stopped fragging.
He's
So
top
clearly
fragging.
he has the aim. If you
I'm
give
not
him
gonna
some
lie.
practice, I'm sure he
Okay.
has the game too.
I was playing this third-party tournament against VLT back in the day. Don't get me wrong, I was not as equally as good as any of the players, but I was still top fragging in my team too.
Necro, I just want to say, if your team has 0 frags and you have 1, that's not.
No, I had 11 or 13.
Down A.
I know.
I had 13 frags.
Hold on, though.
VLT.
Doomsday is still popping off. He's got 2 key frags. Makes that. A trade does come out, makes it a 3v2. But the issue here right now is Sami on the retake has just an operator, but Doomsday says, I got this, brother. Kappa. Sami Shaw will miss out, but Doomsday with the 4K. I think he's hearing us and making his case to his team. Like, guys, come on, make me the main. He hasn't got the MSI gaming shirt.
Oh, that means he's not the main roster. It's like you screwed up and then you announce that you screwed up.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, that's some next level screw up right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Nah, to be honest,
It's
clearly
okay, it's okay,
obvious.
come on.
Yeah.
It's
But yeah, like, he clearly seems to be full-on gamer, is what I'm trying to say. You know, he's got the equipment, he's got the game, he's got the game. Now he just needs that permanent spot in the Exceeli lineup, unless
Now
he's
he
not
needs a team.
available like Outlaw 2. I don't know. Maybe he's not.
Yeah, maybe. He's kind of like a busy man. But moving forward, SK Rossi. A nice shot through, follow up, and now it's Cypher. Ultimate being spammed through. They finally find a corpse, and now they get all the info in the world to work with. SK Rossi now, they're probably going to let him off the leash, and that's what exactly is happening. Look at this man just approaching, but a nice shot from Shield Freaks is going to stop the story for SK Rossi in this round. It's a 3-on-4 situation. Global Esports having a man advantage. Exceeli highly unlikely to retake this entire site. The Skilled is trying to waste as much as time as possible. Great blind. Sami will be forced all the way to the back. Time's running from the hands of Exceeli, and so is the man number from it, Global Esports.
Last player standing.
Time though, time is what is going to end up hurting Exceeli in this round. Some geeky shots pulled off by their team to even give them a chance. But Hellranger was stabbed Shusfreak in the back. Well, not stab, shoot him in the back.
And the funny part is, even if he dies and he realizes all the team has died, he like takes a sip of the coffee. He's like, yeah, pretty good. It's kind of like,
Oh my god, that. give me a.
Enemy remaining.
give me corpse.
DJ Cypher in the chat. Let's go.
Ooh.
We got Bald Cypher, We've got Pop-Off Cypher. Now we've got DJ Cypher.
Imagine Valorant starts making emotes too.
What do you mean? They make emotes?
No. By emotes, I mean like the actual like animations where they dance and stuff.
What are you talking about? There's emotes who actually are animated.
I'm not talking about those kind of emotes. I'm talking about like the actual player avatar, like the actual, like.
I get you.
Yeah, something like that. And they give the Cypher like a DJ Cypher emo where he's like, you know, having like a whole table in front of him and he just starts playing the DJ.
I see where you're getting the reference from. Don't want to name the game.
Yeah.
100%. That would be really, really cool.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people will go crazy and buy all those emotes. Not even lying. $1 million idea, Riot. Steal it from me.
And then please give us royalties.
Yeah,
Necro
please.
because it's his idea, me because I'm just here. So why not?
So why not? Give it. We'll split it like 40-60. That's good enough.
Wow, okay. I would be happy with 2080, but I'll take 40-60.
You can take 40-60. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah,
Because
you're not
I'm
going to
pretty
get
sure-
anything anyway, so doesn't
Yeah. Might as well just go ahead and take it 40%. Because if it's Riots and if they're actually paying us, it has to be huge amounts. So you can have the 40%, man.
Yeah, I'm down. Let's go, Riot. Let's make those agent emotes happen, I guess. Agent animations.
I honestly feel like it shouldn't be that tough for them to actually implement it in the game, too. If you think about it.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing would be that they got to make sure it's only usable pre-round and post-round. If someone tries to do it mid-round, then I don't know how it will work.
Or maybe they will just need to make sure that the emotes are actually like proper. And no, okay.
Poison's off.
Okay, nice. Snakebite coming through, and Hellranger is able to pop those skulls with the Sheriff. How is he able to make this happen? He's going for the ace too, and he gets the ace in the pistol round in the second half. Look at how happy this man is. Clearly deserved. He's like, Rossi, you think you're good in the pistol round with the Sheriff? No, I am way better than you.
Poison's off.
Yeah, and I think there was a Rossi Sheriff too. If I'm
Oh,
not mistaken, some heavy got the Rossi pop from that Sheriff, you know?
Oh yeah, it is. I see the Halloween little charm too. Yeah, it is. It is
it's
Rossi
Rossi
Sheriff.
So that Sheriff is just made for aces, man.
Hell yeah, I would steal it too if I find it somewhere like that. But I won't, because Rossi won't play with me. He's too famous for me. But nice opening shot though, Sia. Doomsday shut down. That's the top fragger right there.
Here.
Doomsday, unfortunately, not able to find the same vein of form which he'd exhibited in multiple rounds. And it seems like it's the same can be said for Exceeli. Hellranger, on the other hand, though, with the Rossi Sheriff clearly hitting some nutty Rossi shots.
One enemy remaining.
I feel like at this point he should just get Rossi to drop him a Sheriff every round, man! Hold on, what the heck? Jet for Hellranger? Neon?
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like when the Global Esports realized that they were able to steamroll it through that easily, they should have just locked in Neon. It would be so cool. To actually see. And Hellranger just popping skulls. Again, another 4K.
I think they might be worried about the last time they decided to lock in random agents, what happened. So, might be
See, from that I remembered from the emote all the thingy. You remember on the outside the teleporter, it was him crouching around in the map of Vine.
Oh,
Right outside.
exploit.
Imagine if they actually had an emote like that where.
Oh my god, that would be ridiculous. BM, by talking about ridiculous right now, it seems like Global Esports might just finish it off right here, right now. Yeah, Doomsday is back.
Player standing.
Oh.
Solo with a nice shot as well. We'll make sure that this buy round for Exceeli Esports goes in their favor. And at this point,
Spike planted.
let's see. Lightning fast, you're not going to win the round. Let's see if you can pull off some montage-worthy clips.
Yeah. They're trying to pull off some montage-worthy clips for
360
sure.
headshot.
No, that's a little bit too much to ask, but okay. Missing the first shot is okay. And this time the setup is pretty well from the side of Exceeli. Still able to keep themselves alive, right? On the edge. They're just barely holding off on the edge too. And finally you can see Sami is not that happy. He knows he's given it.
No,
he's given all he had.
No. I think he's actually just like tired of laughing. You know, when you laugh so much, you're just like you can't anymore. You can see he's a safer fancy. They're all just literally LOL. They're enjoying it, despite the scoreline. They're enjoying it. I'm sure Doomsday is too. He'll be like, "You nubs, why you didn't bring me earlier? I would have carried you."
Ooh.
No, I'm kidding. No, I do agree. Like, bring Doomsday if you can.
No, Doomsday is honestly the way he's playing right now. He's a solid player! Blinding fast, okay, trying to redeem himself because the team is lost. And Rossi 2 on the side now, you might as well just call it. It all's down to Zulu crazy, but he's still able to get those 2 quick kills on the board. Also has a Cosmic Divide available as expected. He's instantly going to try and utilize that in the game. Zolo crazy doesn't expect push coming through from the back. Skills heard. Still looks back somewhere.
What?
70 HP in the hand. Solo crazy. This clutch is certainly possible. This clutch might just activate them, but no, it's going to be the answer. Hair Ranger finds the final frag. A little disappointment through on the Zola face, but it's okay. They still have gone quite a lot of name and fame for themselves, and they have made it quite far. Overall, Exceeli roster has been looking pretty phenomenal throughout the VCC. Keep on going, ladies and gentlemen. But congratulations, Global Esports. You're the 4th team to book your slot in the grand finals of the VCC.
And after all of the competition we've seen in the VCC, after all of the great teams almost rising up, the top 4 of the VCC is exactly the same as the top 4 last time around. VLT, Global Esports, Enigma Gaming, and now Team Exploit joining us as well. Sorry, it was the other way around. VLT, Enigma, Exploit, and now Global Esports joining us. But boy, oh boy, man, it's been a thriller of a tournament so far. And Exceeli, you have impressed every single person out here. So I think nothing to lose for Exceeli from this matchup itself. I think they should walk out of it with their head held high, but with a clear-cut mission statement. Find a stable 5th. We need that stable 5th. We need to see Exceeli in future tournaments coming back with that much more practice to be able to show off all of their talent, because you can see some of the shots they were hitting.
Oh yeah,
absolutely not here.
It was absolutely insane. Yeah, Doomsday especially, if possible, just make him your stable 5th. I'm pretty sure if you give him if you give this man enough practice to play with your team, it's going to be more than enough to activate a player like Doomsday. Maybe you try and experiment around. Maybe you try and make him your second duelist, or also the second impact fragger in your team, or try and pretty much build a composition like God Particles, you know, where they have Knight Rider and Skarga to pop off. But moving forward, you have the scoreboard in front of us. Of course, Doomsday doesn't really have his own picture. Okay, so the man's anonymous. But yeah,
no,
with 14
he's
kills.
Doomsday. He's too hard. Like, if you try to take a photo of him, the camera will break.
That's true. Oh yeah, I didn't think about it. But the joke is kind of bad.
Yes,
but if you think about it logically, I get what you're saying. But I don't know why I'm gonna try to find logic in your statement. Moving on, taking a look at the damage numbers too. Of course, Global Esports is going to be all the way far behind, 12.77k, with the headshot percentage of 30.57.
Yep. Both of the teams clearly cracked, and I think this has been a recurring theme throughout our Grand Finals playoffs. We've rarely ever seen a map where the headshot percentage is quite low. It's always been so damn high, showing us that we've got the best of the best talent in South Asia, and we've got a ton of talent in South Asia. But talking about talent, SK Rossi, he's now crossed that 600 mark. I'm not sure if that's something he should be proud of or not, because 600 kills, more than 600 kills itself, that's huge. But the fact that he played so many games, which is why he got 600 kills, I'm not sure if it's that huge.
I mean, again, it's not really going to be helping him out quite a lot in the MVP run, but that's something that he can flex, you know? Be like, hey, I was the most killing person in the VCC.
No, but if he tries to flex that, most people will probably just say, well, that's because you lost India Qualifier 1. You lost
no, he's
India
like, that was all planned. That was all planned, dude. Your brain is not mature enough to get it. That was all planned, dude. My team wanted me to have these many kills. They wanted me to set up, like, as always, how they set me up for success over here too. They try to set me up for success. But yeah, these are the teams that have been qualified for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, of the VCC. Congratulations to every single team: Enigma Gaming, Velocity Gaming, Team Exploit, and Global Esports, to making it this far. But now this is where the real deal is, if you guys are able to pull off some insane plays over here, if you guys are able to win over here, then pretty much if you also qualify for the grand finals, that means you've also got your slot in the future too, because top 2 teams move on forward.
Exactly, and I think while the top 4 teams might not have changed, there's a high probability that the top 2 will, given the form that we've been seeing from all of these teams. So I'm just excited to get into that finals weekend, because I don't think it's as clear cut as it might have been last year around. Last year, it was very clear. VLTGE favorites, Enigma Exploit underdogs. I don't think that's the case anymore. If anything, yeah, I would say all teams are equal. It's a 4-horse race with anybody able to take away the win.
Oh yeah, exactly. But this time we've seen a lot of promising teams for sure, man. All the teams that were over here in the VCC, from the regional qualifiers to overall in the quarterfinals as well. I'm probably not going to take all the names because it's going to be a huge list, but thank you for giving us your time and actually coming here and showcasing your talent, because you guys, of course, deserve a lot better. So I'm expecting you guys next time to show up even more powerful. But we have a little interview lined up, so we're going to be thrown to it pretty quickly.
Map पे what went wrong, Hellraiser?
Yeah, we made some mistakes and they played well. कुछ plan थे हमारे retakes के and all, which we did not follow and lost a few rounds there. And attacking side पे भी we threw a 1v3 and a few more rounds. So happens, it's a game. Everyone is gonna make mistakes, but we just learned from it. And honestly, right now अभी जो हो गया वो हो गया. The thing which matters most is what comes next, basically.
Yeah. And भाविन, सबसे पहले मेरी तरफ से congratulations on making it to the finals. एक बार फिर से एक सवाल पूछूंगा, जब एस निकाला अभी ब्रीज पे सेकंड हाफ में, घूम के कुछ बोला था आपने अपने बाजू वाले को, क्या बोला था?
याद नहीं, मैं पहली बार पिस्टल में कभी शेरिफ उठाने का मौका मिला है जमीन से कि जनरली सपोर्ट प्लेयर खेलता हूँ तो यूटिलिटी हैवी ही खेलना पड़ता है, तो रॉसी मर गया तो जमीन से शेरिफ उठाई. मैं बोल रहा था यार कितना मजा आता है शेरिफ में खेलने को. पिस्टल राउंड में 2 बॉडी बुलेट से लोग सीधा मर जाते, तो वही बस ऐसे नॉर्मल बात कर रहे थे.
तो आगे भी क्या हमें हेल रेंजर पिस्टल राउंड्स पे शेरिफ पे नजर आएंगे या
नहीं, मेरा काम सपोर्ट करना है तो यूटिलिटी खरीदना पड़ेगा.
बट चलिए बात करते हैं यहाँ पे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की तरफ. फाइनली सफर काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल था, बट यू गाइस हैव मेड इट, राइट? अब आगे की बात बताइए. हमेशा हमको पता है प्रोफेसर साहब के नाम से आप जाने जाते हैं, तो यू डेफिनेटली हैव अ फ्यू सीक्रेट स्ट्रैट्स. कब देखने को मिलेंगे, व्हिच मैचअप?
जो अगर कुछ होगा तो फर्स्ट गेम में दिख जाएगा right now, because there's nothing to hide after this, right? And not saying that we hid anything, but there's nothing to hide after this. For us, our mentality is actually the biggest point. And right now, after a long time, we are having a really good mentality while we are in the game. And इसके पहले जो भी हुआ does not matter now. The big games are here now, and I like to play the big games. So let's see how everyone copes up with the pressure.
And definitely, and tell us about the VCC anthem. मैनेज किया, कैसा लगा आपको?
मैं actually सुना नहीं है पूरा. I just heard the teaser. I am really sorry. I did not get a chance. I did not know it already released. I was just focusing on today's game. तो कल मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया कि anthem. I'll look at it right now after this.
काफी ज़्यादा नाराज हो गए कि कैप्टन आपने कैसे नहीं सुना. But regardless, Hellraiser, thank you so much for making the time coming in. We wish you all the best for the grand finals. May the best team win.
Thanks a lot. Thank you guys for having me here, and hopefully I'll see you on the 28th or the 27th. Yeah.
There you go.
जीत का interview, yes.
Oh man, a little funny interview for sure, but he didn't see the VCC anthem, man.
Yeah, I can understand. He was focusing on his games. It's a little scary as defending champions to not have secured your spot. So I'm sure now he'll go listen to the VCC anthem and be like, yeah, now we're able to get it done, so I can relax a little bit, maybe for a few hours.
And probably put it on a loop too to listen over and over again, pump himself up. But yeah, moving forward, man, it has been a great grand final playoffs. Don't get me wrong. All the teams that came in here, again, I'm going to say really thank you. All the viewers as well that were tuning in the chat. Thanks to you guys. But again, a little bit things that we would like to give to you guys. Again, we have a couple of winners of the giveaway of the exclusive merchandise. It's going to be Mohag Pombe, Aryan Kumar, Manjeet, and Sahil Thande. Congratulations, guys. The merchandise, you guys won. The exclusive VCC merchandise will be delivered to your doorstep, and I hope you guys enjoy it. And when you guys do get it, make sure to post a couple of pictures on your social media. Make sure to tag me and CA on the socials too.
Yeah, I just want to see people enjoying all of that merchandise, you know, like the pop socket I've got. You wanted to see it, right? Like, there you go. This is the pop socket I've got, and green screen is kind of messing it up, so never mind. But yeah, like we were saying, I think it's just nice to see the viewers interacting with. And I'd also like to see some creativity in general for future giveaway posts, because it's not over just yet. We've got one more weekend jam-packed with giveaways, and I think the number might increase.
Oh yeah, of course it will. Number is going to keep on increasing because now the stake's also going to get even higher. When I talk about stake, I am talking about the actual skill stake. It's going to be even more higher because if you talk about the skills that teams are showing over here, there's going to be a couple of masterpiece hidden strats here and there that are going to be lurking around in the back of these teams' heads that they're going to try to pull it out on the grand finals day. Especially, I want to see what Enigma Gaming has with the new coach YB, because up till now, all he's been saying, calm down, guys, chill out, you guys got this, but that's not going to work in the actual grand finals. So there will need to be something new pulled out. What do you think? So what can be the X factor?
I mean, it just has to be Neon, man. With a team that is able to adapt to Neon the fastest, it will make it work. Because you look internationally, Neon is dominating the meta every single region in EU, EMEA. I mean, I just said EU, EMEA, NA, Korea, SEA. Every single region there is, the top teams have started to pick up the Neon. So I don't think that these teams can make an excuse anymore. They have to pick it up in these next 4 days.
But honestly, I mean, you think so they have to pick it up, but I honestly feel like we're not really going to be seeing Neon being
guarantee
picked up.
you will see at least one Neon next weekend.
Okay, so I think so you're in talk. You're having a couple of talks with some teams, so that's why you're able to guarantee that. I'm not able to do that. So yeah, we'll probably see a Neon being picked up, sneak peeks here and there, see it revealing some team strategies. Oh my god. But moving forward, it's time for us to end the day. It's time for us to end. It's kind of like a breaking news, you know, where you have the breaking news.
No, I
like,
need the blonde. Oh my god.
They're like, thumbnail. But moving forward, it's time for us to end the day and also conclude the grand final playoffs of the VCC. Thank you, everyone who tuned in, ladies and gentlemen. It really means quite a lot for us. Hearts from us both, and we'll be back in the grand finals with pretty much a new set of talents as well, right? I think so. There will be a new set of talents coming through.
NODWIN Gaming. Follow NODWIN Gaming.
Follow NODWIN Gaming. Follow the social for the actual information. But yeah, moving forward, it's time to end the day. It's going to be me, Necro. I was actually about to say me, CA. It's going to be me, Necro, and CA signing off.
So high and light, without you I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high, without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you